today's gonna be a little more lighthearted. Just gonna relax and stuff like that. Does anybody know who it is? Does anybody know who it is? Well, for all the autistic schizos that all day spam, call Nick, call Nick, call Nick.
How, Sway?
I don't need to call him. He can come right here. Can we get a round of applause? All the call Nick people, shut up for a day. He's here in the flesh. Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How you doing, man?
Doing great. It's a nice day. We're in Miami. Just got some food. And yeah, we have a lot of memes. I told my Discord, everybody, you can join the Discord link in the description. Last one got banned for hate speech and stuff like that. But we have the Discord prepared. Everybody made sure to welcome you properly. We're going to have a lot of stuff to look into. But Nick, how you been?
Been good. Been enjoying my time in Miami. Epic stream last night. I appreciate you making the trip out so we could do it, you and Zherka. Because I didn't know you, I wasn't sure if you guys were going to make it. I know you were both traveling and doing your own thing and everything, but I think it was totally worth it. That was like an all-time legendary stream. I think you said earlier it was like the biggest Red Pill stream maybe ever.
I think so.
By viewership. I mean, I don't even think it's a question. And real Red Pill, not like fake, safe, bullshit Red Pill. Not to throw shade at anybody in particular. I'm just saying generally, there's a lot of big content creators. People consider them a little out there. People consider them not part of the mainstream. But you know that the bigger you get, the less Red Pill you get at the same time. I feel like this was a massive stream, huge viewership, big guests, and literally no punches pulled. It was like we brought it, all of it. So
yeah, I would say you unanimously won that debate. It was pretty satisfying to get that topic and just clean it up. I don't think you lost any points. I think it was just 2 hours of straight great victory.
Yeah, I think so too. It was. I mean, I looked at the comments because honestly, I'm gonna be totally honest. I was actually a little nervous going into the debate.
Really? You didn't seem like it at all.
I mean, I called you beforehand and we were trying to set this thing up, and I said, like, I had a great stream on Friday just by myself. I'm like, I don't really feel the need to go and defend my title on Monday. You know what I mean? Like, I got a W. Yeah. I was there. I got to say my piece. And then Destiny, because he wasn't even, as far as I know, wasn't even supposed to be part of that stream initially. Somehow he wormed his way in, and I'm thinking, fuck. Like, I didn't prepare. I got 12 hours to prepare on the JQ. It's a huge topic. It involves everything. It's so much information.
But you've been
barely
preparing
prepared
for that for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of my repertoire, but usually on a debate, you wanna be concrete, especially with Destiny, because he typically does his homework. So I was nervous going into it, but you know, I guess I underestimated myself and overestimated him, you know, because I came in and some of the stuff I was just like surprised. I was like, we don't have to relitigate it. We'll react to some of it, but yeah. I was like, wow. But all the comments, I couldn't find a single negative comment. I was scrolling all night last night on the Rumble video. I couldn't find one negative comment.
Rumble already doesn't like Destiny. I got to be honest. When you see most of the stuff, you see like people attacking his personal stuff, his wife, but I do have to on Twitter, his subreddit. I haven't seen anything that was there was nothing that he had. Yeah, like just objectively speaking. Last night's stream was fun. Abortion survivor. Yeah, it was fun. I do feel like sometimes I feel bad for the guy. Like I just saw him like sitting like kind of defeated and like his blue hair like roughly on the top. I just kind of like it's just. You can't hate the guy. There was a moment we were like leaving, and you guys like at one point you're like, I need to go to war with this guy. And then we were just seeing him like we went to the restaurant afterwards, and he was just like walking to his seat, and he's just like there with the shoulders forward. And I'm like, you can't hate this guy. Like you can't hate him.
I kind of do, because here's the thing.
No,
like I tried to be his friend for a long time, and I really did see him as somebody that I could be a buddy with. And if you watch my streams with him like a year ago, I was a lot of the banter, I took it on the chin. I was very friendly. But he legitimately sees me as like his enemy. Like he said at the dinner last night, he's like, literally, yeah. He's like, I'm like, come on, man. I'm like, we're just here. The camera's off. Let's just
evil.
Hang out. Literally, yeah. He's like, you're evil. Like he sees me as like an adversary. So if
but
that's
in a friend,
the case,
in like this, in the way he sees it, like, I need you, you need me type of way. Like the way a villain in here, I'll get you next time. Like that kind of way, because we drove together to the restaurant, you know, and just the way you guys hang out, it's not really like, it doesn't have hate. It's a good adversary to have long term, because it's pretty much the antithesis to you. You kind of, I don't want to say you look alike because you're going to get mad about that, but he's like, he's got similar hair, but it's blue. Like, it's just like the opposite in a lot of ways. That's the way I saw it, especially when we were doing those debate panels last year. But it's good to have you in person, especially after last year. You know, I started streaming about a year ago, and then I went down the rabbit hole, met you. And I haven't seen you in person besides yesterday since back in November on Yay 24. So to have you here in real life, all the Call Nick people, they're still saying it now. You don't know imagine how fucking annoying that is. All day you're trying to like look at like normie stuff, like feminists arguing, like trannies being ugly, and then you just get people call Nick. Like, bro, can I just like try to farm some clips for 5 seconds?
They do it to me too in my chat all day. It's call SNEAKO, they say shit like call Trump, call Donald, call Putin. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, well.
So
Post Destination said it was a total one-sided obliteration. All Destiny could do was try to obfuscate like a total faggot. That's all they do anyways. I can't even imagine what a 30, 40-year-old Nick would be like. World dominatio. So what I do want to ask you a little bit before you like tone it down. They're all called Nick, whatever. Chat, stop. What I do want to talk to you about, I've said this before. I've made this claim publicly that I think that you have the potential to be the future president of the United States. Genuinely. Like when I always talk about the West falling and how I don't see long-term, you were asking me just now when we were eating, like, do you see yourself setting up long-term in Miami? I just extended my lease here. I'm going to stay here longer, but I have been traveling the world thinking about a place to stay because the West is objectively falling. It's not the place that it once was. And you kind of have this like 50s, James Dean, like you're drinking Coca-Cola, burger, milkshake, like, that you are like the living embodiment of like, I watched Home Alone last Christmas, and just seeing that guy like on the sled through the Chicago suburbs. I'm like, this, and they go to church and he's like praying to God, and like he's reminded of how family values and everything like that. I'm like, that's the America that Nick wants. And the ice rink that he's at, it's all white people, and I'm like, that's the America that Nick wants. And which I don't agree with. I'm going to chat, blah blah blah. But I'm wondering, what do you think the steps that you need to take are? Because you do want to be the next president, right? Eventually. Not the next, but eventually.
I mean, that's not something that I'm married to. It's weird because people always ask me that. I've never said I want to be the president. I mean, me personally, I feel like I've said so much and done so much at this point. It'd be very difficult. I mean, a lot of people like what I say and they like my presentation, but it's obvious the challenges that I would have trying to win over a mass audience. So, I mean, in 20, 30, 40 years, maybe things will change. Maybe it'll be a different environment. I'll be a different person. But I'd like to be a political leader at some point, you know, because I think that I represent the real right wing. I mean, for me, my mission right now is to just provide an actual anchor for the right wing. Because when you look at the entire, because you're not really, as much as you talk about politics, you're not really a political guy. You know, and the same is true of Myron and these other guys. And I like you guys, of course. You talk about things that are important. But me, I'm really embedded in politics. Like, I know political people. All my content's political. It always has been. And what people don't understand is that this country doesn't have a right-wing party at all. Like, everyone thinks Republicans, but Republicans are not right-wing. They are constantly moving to the left. Even these guys like Matt Walsh and Tucker, specifically Tucker, he'll say stuff like, well, everyone agrees that you can marry who you love. It's just these transgenders. And it's like, wait a second. So now conservatives are in favor of sodomy and gay marriage? Like, and it's so weird. We need a right wing that doesn't move. We need a standard, and we need that to anchor the right, as opposed to constantly basing what is right wing as a response to the left. In other words, subjective. Like, whatever the left is saying, we're going to disagree. Well, the left is always moving. So that means if we're always responding, we're moving with them. So at this stage, my goal is just to say,
fucked up the camera.
Whoops. All right, good. Anyway, well, we still have the mic. To finish my point, what I want to do right now is to provide the truth, and I want to provide an anchor for the American right wing and provide some guidance on that, because I feel like literally nobody else is doing it. And that's because everybody's, for lack of a better word, everybody's weak. Nobody wants to stand alone. Nobody wants to say anything that's truly controversial.
It's not Massad chat. Relax. It wasn't the power outage. No one wants to say anything controversial. Ooh, I'm panicking again. I was like, not again.
So that's my mission right now. I'm not really thinking about being the president. You
just want to keep on trying to make the conservatives conservative again.
Right. Yeah, and be the standard.
Yeah, because you see the Conservative Party always try to make adjustments to try to seem cool. I like how you talk about when conservatives write speeches, they're always thinking about how to not come off racist. Mm-hmm. They're really afraid of that, of getting boxed in that way. And not having to worry about that, because you say edgy stuff and people like make all these accusations about you. They say all these words. We were at lunch and you were talking about how I was mentioning some people who hit women, for example, mm-hmm. and you're like, oh, that's cringe. Like immediately that was your response, even though sometimes you'll say edgy things like, we're going to be the most racist, but all of that is to try to let go of that. Like saying certain words or saying things in a provocative way is to let go of that stigma that's held on to policing language and policing thought so much. It's kind of freeing to see a guy like you not care at all about any of the restrictions that they try to put on you. Do you think that there needs to be a new party started? Because like even Trump, for example, I would have to admit is kind of a centrist. Like for a long time, he's been very supportive of gay people.
Wrong.
He's been like, he's starting to sympathize and introduce trannies and say that it's okay. He doesn't really seem to have a problem with that. He's not a traditional conservative, like maybe fiscally, but socially not at all. Like one, do you consider him a centrist? And two, do you think that there needs to be a new a new party?
Well, you're right. I mean, he basically is a center-right politician. A lot of people even pointed this out in 2016. And I remember I was in high school during the Republican primary, and I was a very libertarian, conservative type of guy, more mainstream. And I supported Ted Cruz initially. I supported Rand Paul and then Ted Cruz. And the reason why is because, and even liberals acknowledge this, Ted Cruz was the more conservative choice. I remember I got in a fight with my English teacher. My English teacher was like, you know, I'm not worried about Trump. My real fear is Ted Cruz, because he is like an evangelical and he believes what he says. He said Trump is just a grifter. Now, I don't agree with that, but the point stands that basically since he got started, Trump was pro-gay. Trump, I mean, he had to moderate his position, but he was pro-choice. People forget this for a long time. Even on immigration, he used to say in 2016, we got to send the illegals back, but we want people to come in legally. We're going to build the wall, but have a big, beautiful door in the middle, and people can come through legally. So these are positions that have been said for 30 years on the left and the right. It's basically like a center, populist, very diluted nationalist position. So I agree. He is basically center-right. That being said, as far as starting a new party, I mean, I'm a believer that we just got to infiltrate the Republican Party. It's super difficult. And people say, well, you'll never do that. But infiltrating, or rather starting a new party is actually way harder. It's way more expensive. It's way more work. That's a huge pain in the ass. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it.
Just fixing it the way it is.
Yeah. Well, you just got to go in, take over the GOP like Trump did.
And would you actually, if you were elected, would you actually make America a Catholic monarchy?
Yeah.
How does that work? How do you envision that?
Well, I mean, who really knows? Who can say? But the thing is, you have to realize that in history, these kinds of regime changes have happened. You know, in Iran, in Russia, in France, in America. The thing is about a revolution is that it happens very slowly and then very suddenly. And so I don't usually govern myself by saying, well, what's practical? What's realistic? Because I'm thinking about the future. Today, it seems crazy that something like that would be possible. But tomorrow, 20 years, 50 years, you never know what's right around the corner. And the people that dictate the future are the people that are thinking in the future based on the constraints of the future, not based on the constraints of today. I know that maybe it sounds like a cop-out answer, but I'm a big believer that, I mean, take me, for example. I started saying this stuff about Israel and race, etc.
Like 2018, 2017?
2017, yeah. I was at Charlottesville, it was radioactive. No one was talking about this stuff. But I remember telling my parents after I dropped out of college, I'm like, Mom, Dad, like, this is the future. I'm like, it's the future because it's the truth, and it's not going to be able to be ignored. I said, because things are going to get so bad, things are going to assert themselves in reality that race, these other things are going to be unignorable. I said, and you know, although it may not seem like it now, it may be hard to believe. I said, in 10 years, everyone's going to be talking about this. And it took 7 years, took 8 years for this to become the reality. So, but that's the kind of thinking we need. We need a vision. We need people to see the underlying fundamental things that are happening as opposed to paying attention to what's considered practical, possible, acceptable now.
What do you envision that you do with other religions? Like, I'm Muslim, for example. We have a lot of Muslims in the chat. Do we need to convert to Catholicism? Do we need to leave the country? How is that going to? Do you plan to have freedom of religion in Nick Fuentes America?
Yeah, I believe in freedom of religion, but it cannot change the fundamental character of the country. So, you know, America should be a Christian country. It should have Christian judges, should have Christian legislators. And that's always the question is, well, how do you work it out in practice? The answer is, to me, that's really just details. The principle is Christians should be running America. It's a Christian country. So, you know, maybe you have Muslims have a ceiling in government, how high they can rise. Same thing with Jews, same thing with atheists. But I think as long as people agree in principle that it's a Christian country, it should have Christian leadership, the rest is really just logistics, is details.
Which really makes sense, because when you look at how we allow Japanese people to be like, let's keep Japan Japanese. I was like, okay, fine. We can let's like keep Ghana Ghanaian or whatever. No, let's not let it infiltrate with other cultures. We want to keep the culture. And then when Europeans are like, let's keep Europe, everyone freaks out because they were like, no, we need all these immigrants to flood in. Like, why can't you keep the essence of a predominantly white Christian country, but you can keep the essence of an Asian country or an African country? That doesn't make sense.
Well, and what you're getting at is that...
Let me fix the lighting real quick, because it's changing quick.
Oh, yeah, looks like the sun went down. Yeah. What you're getting at is that this is basically an attack on our country. You know, like... And that's the thing people don't want to talk about, is all these conversations about immigration. If you push hard enough... Like, for example, someone posted one of my clips on TikTok recently from my show, and I was talking about this. I think it might have even been from Fresh and Fit on Friday, and it was about immigration. And I said, look, like every country in the world, every white country in the world is being buried in non-white immigration. And somebody in the comments said, well, you know, what goes around comes around. And it's like, that's their attitude. Whenever you talk about immigration, like, we need to stop immigration into white countries, they always say, oh, well, what about the Indians? What about colonialism? And that really reveals what is really going on here, which is they are consciously taking over our country. You know, when they say, oh, what goes around comes around, they're saying, we're colonizing your nation. And I'm over here like, yeah, and we don't want that to happen. Like, I don't want to be colonized, obviously. So, I mean, we're calling for people to resist this.
But sometimes when you talk about the natives and how the genocide, your response is, well, it was colonized. You guys are living in like teepee huts. Why is colonization okay? Well, I don't know if you're justifying it, but like, why is colonization in one sense good and bad in other scenarios? That's
the thing. It's because we want to defend our country. You know, like, if you had done something in the past, let's say that you were a criminal in your past, or I don't know, something like that. You defended yourself, you killed someone in self-defense, and then somebody came up and tried to mug you and said, give me all your money. Would you say, well, I guess you got to kill me because what goes around comes around. What's fair is fair. It's like, no, you'd fight for your life. Right. And so I don't think that, and that's really it. That's why Pat Buchanan and these others say it's really a suicide, because we are passively accepting our own destruction. We're saying, well, this is what we have coming. And I'm over here like, no, like, I want to fight to live as a guy and as a country and as our civilization.
So the natives just lost.
They lost? Yeah. Now we got to beat them again.
Okay. We got 20 from Reckley. Nick, when you become president, can you appoint Sneako as your VP and force him to convert or get the axe law? No, I would definitely, he needs an actual VP. Like, let me like make my videos and like tell jokes and stuff like this. I got into this for comedy. Like Nick just said, I'm not a political guy. He's not going to get, yeah, obviously.
Press secretary,
right.
Something like that.
You probably want a white guy as the VP too, let's be honest. Like you don't want race mixing in the cabinet if you don't want it in your family.
You're not a Muslim either. No offense.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, the same thing would apply to Saudi Arabia, for example. I want to know more about, Chad, are you okay if I ask like personal Nick questions and not like I'm going to dive into the deep secrets of your life, but I'm wondering like, what does Nick do day to day? Right. So you stream at night. I saw you were talking the other night and you're saying like, oh, yeah, I don't work a wagey job. You stream like late at night. You stream at like 9, which is a Tate term, by the way, free Tate. How much research goes into what you do? How much time do you spend reading? It seems like every time you do a show, it's pretty laid out. Like, is it just looking at news stories and analyzing? How much reading do you do? What time do you wake up? What's the average day like for Nick Fuentes chilling?
Well, it's not as impressive as most people think. I mean, I was talking to somebody the other day. It's because it's actually kind of funny. People always ask me this, and I never know how to answer. And the thing is about me is that the reason I think why they fear me and the reason why I'm a threat in many ways is because, like, I am a political being in the sense of, like, a lot of people that get into politics, they get into politics and they just can't wait to take advantage of the fame, the money, the girls. And you know, there's not a lot of it in politics, but if you become a minor conservative celebrity, you enjoy your celebrity. You get to fuck all the trad thoughts. You get to, you know,
the conservative thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. Go on the Israel trip and this kind of thing. And the thing is about me is like, but I'm not like that because, like, in some ways, I'm like less of a person than they are. Does that make sense? Like,
no.
I'm a political force more than I am like a person where I'm like, just, hey man, I'm just trying to, just like everybody else, I'm just trying to grab a beer and have my wife and kids, and you know, I'm just looking out for myself. Like, I'm just like a political force.
You're fully dedicated to everything you do.
I'm like Ben Kenobi. I'm like when Ben Kenobi says, if you strike me down, I'll become more powerful, and he disappears. That's like me. It's like, I'm like, or like Darth, I'm going to go deep Star Wars lore. I'm like Darth Nihilus. He's just the force in a cape. There's not even a man under there.
Okay.
This is deep stuff. This is nerdy shit, I know, but this is deep Star Wars lore. In the Old Republic, there's a Sith Lord that he doesn't even have a body. He's just the force in a cape. And like, that's how I feel sometimes, you know, because everybody's always like, well, what do you do? And I'm like, this is what I do. Like, this is what I am, you know? So,
well, I'm not really talking about like what you do for fun or like if you drink a beer, like what girls, blah, blah, blah. I'm wondering more about like your preparation for everything that you do. Like what is developing the force? For example, the Jedis and stuff like that, they're there training in the dojo. They're probably flicking around the lightsaber and stuff. They're casting spells or whatever. They're training. They have Yoda, the fucking green guy, running around in the woods.
You don't know Yoda's name?
Whatever. What is your running around with the green guy in the swamp? How are you doing that for your political aspirations?
Well, I do a lot of reading, but honestly, and this is I feel like a lot of people don't understand this, because a lot of people ask me on my show, they're like, well, can you recommend a good book on that? And a lot of times I just draw a blank, because for so much of what I say on my show, I mean, I do read a lot, but so much of what I say on the show, I just think about this stuff all the time. I go on walks, I wander, I sit there, you know, I make observations and I think about things. And I think you'll find this is the case with comedians, artists, writers, is they get their inspiration from life. You know, I don't remember where I got this, but I read this a long time ago. Some Japanese guy said that he can understand all of the universe by observing the things that are happening in his garden. And I believe in like that as a principle, that if you just pay attention to things on a fundamental level, you can understand things on a great level.
On a macro level.
You know, and there's a book I read by Zherka. People be surprised. It's called On the Metamorphosis of Plants. And he combines science and poetry, and he talks about how you can look at a leaf and you could understand how the principles of the whole universe, things like polarization and intensification, if you just observe properties and things about something as simple and as small as a leaf. You can understand how the stars work, how the planet works. And so I think that for people that want to understand the world, just pay attention to the world. And I think that's my superpower. I don't even think I have a super high IQ. I just think I'm able to see the connections and things. So it's not even so much reading. It's more just thinking about things. As far as my show, I mean, I'll literally, I pull up like a dozen news articles. I pick two. That's what I do my show on. It's not, you know, I've been doing it. I've done it, you know, 1,200 times. So once you do something over 1,000 times, you kind of get the hang of it. So I can riff pretty well.
That's one thing you have in common with Zherka. After Zherka streams, if he's not going to do whatever he does in a hotel room, he'll go on a walk for 8 hours straight. We're in Vegas. He did a stream. He did a debate. He did a panel. And then he just walked around, like, and his manager's like, Zherka just got back. I'm like, it's 11 a.m. tomorrow. And he's like, yeah, Zherka was walking around for the last 8 hours, like just there with his headphones in, zoning in, thinking, analyzing. All that stuff is preparation and is work in a way, especially when your work is public speaking, because you always have to be in tune with things that and see the world in a way that other people aren't seeing it, so that you can explain things that we all recognize but don't know how to put into words. Mm-hmm. You think that's the proper way to describe it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's why I say I'm kind of like a ghost or like a force in that sense. I mean, like last night, for example, we're at dinner and all the girls are there, right? And I'm talking to the one girl at the end of the table, and she's very nice, and I don't, you know, if she's watching this, it's like, no offense. But we're kind of like flirting, banter, whatever. Bruh. But like after an hour of that, I'm like, okay, I'm good. Like I'm bored. What?
You're flirting?
You know, I mean the playful banter you do with women. You know how that goes. And I'm like, okay, you know, initially I'm like, all right, we're here, we're doing this stream, it's fun, we're in front of the camera. But I mean, literally after like 45 minutes, an hour,
ready to go.
I'm literally just like, okay, I'm good. Like I'm bored, I'm ready to be alone, you know, like, so I really am a big loner in that sense. And I feel like you couldn't be like me. I feel like living a normal lifestyle can never produce somebody like me. You kind of have to have that contemplative soul to be this way.
Yeah, I picked up on that on Ye24. You're definitely not the guy that needs to be around people. Mm-hmm. There's definitely certain types of personality type. I think Zherka's that type where he needs to always be around people. We had this the first time we like scheduling a trip with a couple other YouTubers and streamers or whatever. And then he went away. He was in LA for a while. And every time I called him or something, he's always just in a house. He's like, yo, this is Jerry. This is my friend. Like, who's Jerry?
Yeah.
And then I meet him somewhere else. And this is Mickey. Like, who are these people? And then there's like 3 girls on the couch. And it seems like he knew them forever. And the next time I see him, there's this is my girlfriend. Who is it? This is your girlfriend? I've never heard about it. I've never seen her in my life. Like, I had no idea. But you're kind of similar and also opposite in a lot of ways, because he needs to have people around all the time. But on Ye24, I remember asking, because we were planning if we were going to stay there longer. I'm like, I don't really know like where I'm going to stay. Like, I'm spending money on hotels. Like, we were thinking about like getting, you're like, I don't really want to like be in a house with a bunch of people. Like,
yeah, right.
I think I'm good on my own. And I'm like, yeah, understandable. Flying Raptor, thanks for 11. SNEAKO and Nick. I remember first watching Nick on Sneako stream last summer with Jadion and that other guy. Great panel last night. It was Young Don. Great panel last night with Myron and Zherka too. The West can be saved. Believe it. Yeah, so I talk a lot about how the West is falling. I think I want to see what you guys think in the chat, because I'm not sure how many Americans are here. I do have a large European audience and wherever else you guys are from. But I think a lot of the people in the West, one, if you agree with me that right now you envision, this is up to change. Like around you, I'm like, yeah, hope, America, all this stuff. But I think a lot of people are like, let's find a place to go. So a lot of people like want to go to Dubai or Thailand, Eastern Europe, these places, Poland, for example. They want to figure out, they have given up on the West and they want to go and find another place. Or 2, you agree with Nick that the West is worth saving and that you should keep your roots in America. What do you think about people that do you see people that leave as traitors?
Yeah, kind of, because for me, this is my home, and I just don't understand this, people fleeing to pursue a better situation for themselves. It's like, that's kind of the mentality that got us here. You know what I mean? Like, are we going to build a community of people that abandoned their homeland, looking out for their own self-interest? I mean, to some extent for me, it's going to be different because I may be put in a situation where I literally have to flee. Not like I don't like it here, I'm going to move somewhere else.
Like an Edward Snowden situation.
Exactly. If I stay here, they'll kill me. They'll throw me in a cage, and I'll be in exile, and I'll want to return. But I think that people need to have loyalty to things. They need to have loyalty to their blood, which is their family. They need to have loyalty to their race, which is also their blood, their extended family. And people should have loyalty to their country. Like, so much of, and that's why I don't really, like, I like Fresh and Fit, like, I like Fresh, but I fundamentally disagree with him because his whole MO is put your head down, go to work, look out for yourself and your family. And I think a lot of people feel that way, and I get that. I fundamentally disagree, though, because I'm a big believer in, like, I believe in lost causes. I believe in going down with the ship. I feel like if you are not willing to fight for something bigger than yourself or bigger than your immediate family, it's sort of like, you know, what's it all really for? You know, what's really the purpose?
Just had that conversation with him. A lot of immigrants like that have that mentality. There are a lot of people in my family. They're a good part of my family's from Haiti, and they move places. They work in, a lot of them go to Montreal. They come to America. Then if anything goes south, there's like, I'll just go back.
Right.
They're just going to, they see this as a place of opportunity, kind of like a paradise in a sense where they can kind of, it's like, okay, I'm here, but it's not really where you belong or a place that you ever want to be forever. Do you see that as using?
I do, yeah. I think they are because, you know, and again, I get it. I understand why they feel that way, but you talk to these immigrants, and a lot of conservatives think this is a good thing, but immigrants do have this attitude where they say, you know, I took advantage of an opportunity here. I made it for myself. And there's a sense of entitlement. It's like, this isn't a shopping mall. This isn't like a job fair. This is a country. This is our home. And there's a good book on this by Borjas. It's called We Wanted Workers. And it comes from this old adage by a German bureaucrat. He said, we wanted workers, we got people. And what that means is, we're bringing in these immigrants, and their attitude, and I think even our attitude towards them, is they're going to come here and work, contribute to the economy, blah, blah, blah. But it turns out that America is not a job site. America is the place where we live. It's a place where we send our kids to school, public parks, churches, things like that. And so, in other words, America is a whole. It's a whole that is bigger than the sum of its parts. It's not just a bunch of individuals looking out for each other. It is like an organism in itself. And so people are dependent on each other. People rely on each other. There's a structure. It wouldn't work if people weren't playing their roles. And so to have this mentality of, I came here, I got an opportunity, I got a job, it's this individualism thing which conservatives have, I think, wrongly embraced, which is killing this country. We got to look out for American society as a whole, and not have these people that come in here. They don't love it. They don't see it as their home. They see it as it's a good place because it allowed me to make money or something.
Yeah, that's the problem with allowing too much immigration. That's a big, because people in Japan, for example, and even saying that, you could hear the racist undertones because of all the programming. But it's true. When you go to Japan, for example, they all believe in Japan first. They want to do the best. They see their brothers and sisters as their neighbors. They see everybody around. There's great videos of like people in the train station, they spill their backpack over and then money falls out, and everybody just, instead of, they're not even worried, they just immediately pick it up, and then everybody around just starts picking up and helping them out because they see everybody else is like, okay, we're in this together. You don't see that same attitude in America. Everyone is just thinking for themselves. And so an individualistic mindset is good, like telling people they need to work hard, but at the same time, you should have some sort of camaraderie and brotherhood with the people that you live with. And America is definitely losing that. So I think it's extremely important. This is why I think that you will be the inevitable president, because there's nobody who's really trying to push that message. Like, a lot of people are getting into politics. I see because most of them are liberal, and they're trying to push social justice forward and push an idea to show people that change could be made. If a lot of it is, is all identity politics. But you're the only one who's saying, like, really, your whole message is America first. Is just be proud of where you're from, like nationalism. Those types of ideas have been distanced quite a bit. Besides Trump, for example, who really, you could tell he loves this country, but it has went away.
Yeah,
I am curious because you describe yourself as a force, not really as a person. Did you always see yourself that way?
I mean, it's kind of a personal thing, but I've just been thinking about, that's just something I was talking about with a friend of mine recently. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of a unique person to be in this situation because, like, the pressures don't affect me in the same way. Like, if an average person were banned from Instagram, it would kind of be like ruinous to them in a certain way. You know, like the sacrifices that I've had to make just to say these things, which is kind of outrageous. It's like I go on a live stream and I just give my point of view, and I've had this like crazy pressure. All my friends from high school stop talking to me. I get banned from banks. I get put on the no-fly list. I get subpoenaed by Congress, like crazy stuff, which is crazy. And I feel like your average person, if they were really married to the idea of, well, what about my friends? What about my esteem? What about my reputation? What about my prospects with a girlfriend? It's like, you notice all the girls on the panel, whenever they lose the argument, they go, they were like that black girl with the Jewish boyfriend. She was saying shit to me like, so are you going to get married? How are you get? In other words, she was like attacking me like, how are you going to get a girlfriend talking like that? And it's always like, yeah, she's just bitchy like, and you know, she was nice enough.
Really spell it out properly. Imagine like compromising your morals and being the change you want to see in the world to get your penis rubbed by a girl.
Exactly. Well, but just this signaling of like, and this is, I hate this because more than anything, I'm just like a rebel. Like I hate authority. I want to be independent. And it's this idea of like, well, society isn't going to let you. Like, oh, well, it'd be a shame if something happened. Like that black girl, she's like, well, freedom of speech isn't freedom from consequences. In other words, like, you should be afraid because you'll get your ass kicked. And I just hate that idea.
It's really dumb.
And anyway, but a normal person who was deeply invested in stuff like that would say, I'm not an idiot. Of course I'm not going to ruin my prospects with a girlfriend or with my friends or in my neighborhood or whatever just to say racist stuff on the internet because that's how they see it. You know, but for me, it's like, you know, those things have primacy in my mind. Like, that's why I say I'm more of a political force than a guy, because it's not even like a second thought. I'm like, yeah, like I'm of course I'm going to say the thing. Of course I'm going to go on Fresh and Fit or throw up a Roman or say the N-word or whatever. And it's not even a second thought like, oh, but what if a girl gets mad? What if like girlfriends in the future find out about it? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that's always been my disposition.
Well, we got 20 from Fat Bar that said, Nick is a national treasure we have to protect at all costs. I mean, I agree. Like whether or not you agree, especially actually for the people that disagree and hate you, you have to admit that there's not really anybody else who's put it on the line this much for his country at the age that you've done it at. Even like people in their 40s, and I can't think of anybody who's invested this much. Trump, for example, he got to enjoy the models and the fun life and stuff for years and for decades in New York before he really even decided, like being president was like, okay, I'll just run for president, right? Loved his country. But you're doing from 17, 18, maybe even younger, you just decided like this is exactly what you want to do. So to have that level of commitment into something that you believe in, for the people that dislike you, you need to respect that level of commitment into being the change that you want to see, which is what I like. I think that the argument to a lot of what you talk about is like, how does this benefit you? Like, how are you going to provide for your family? How are you going to improve your life? How are you going to be like you should? There's a level of compromise that we always talk about when it comes to talking about things that could get you in trouble or that people are going to dislike. But you have really put it all on the line. And what I like is you saying that you need to be the change that you want to see in the world. Because I agree. If you can't, I think that if you don't put it on the line to some extent, you don't have any position to complain about anything.
Right.
Because you're not risking anything at all. Like the people that complain the most aren't doing anything for the stuff that they hate. They just complain and then expect it to change. And they kind of get off and that, oh, things are rigged against me. Like, okay, but what are you going to do about it?
Right.
Right. You're an example of somebody that without any handouts, without any other tools besides a computer and a phone, which is what everybody has, you are putting out energy into the world that is making a dent.
Well, in my life, is just based on this radical notion that you would deny yourself, that you would give your life for something, which for whatever reason, that maybe more than anything, that's the consensus. I think maybe even more than liberalism or, you know, wokeism, whatever you want to say, maybe the real consensus that everyone assumes is that we have to live, in the sense that I don't see anybody in the world today saying, like, I'm going to die for something. Like, I'm really ready to die for what I believe in. I mean, people say, you know, they go and fight in Iraq for their country. But I mean, really, not even like die, even in a real sense, but like an ego death, which is maybe even a greater thing. Like, there's a lot of people that'll go and fight in Iraq and they'll maybe die for real, but they're dying for something or sacrificing for something that people are going to say, hey, thank you for your service. Who's going to go out there and sort of die? They'll have this self-death of get called the Nazi like I do. Like, because it's not even just that, maybe more than being banned from things, it's this dehumanization where people are constantly emasculating me. My name is removed from things. I get treated like I'm not a person. But I mean, I was always willing to do that.
The amount of slander I see you get on is it's incredible. That, and especially there's this kind of, I think Vosh and Destiny were talking about this. It's funny that it comes from leftists. They expect white guys to put up with so much more slander than any other. Like, minorities are like a little microaggression is like it's gonna ruin your day. Like, if somebody calls me Thai instead of Filipino, but a white guy, like the amount of things that they say about you, it's incredible. The amount of like mental fortitude that you probably built up, it must, like, compared to the average person, like the average person will hide Instagram comments where they call them like their chin's fat or something like that. Right. They're just trying to ruin your life. This Nazi like, there was something about this Arizona conference, and then some college and like politicians are calling you stuff. It's not just tweets. It's like politicians are trying to slander your name. Mainstream news.
Well, and that's the thing is, from a very early age, I realized we're all already dead. You know, we were born, we're already dead, and it will happen before you know it. You know, like I'm going to turn 25 next month. Life is moving pretty fast, you know, but I realized this even before it was moving very fast. It's already over. And, you know, we got 13,000 people watching. Somebody who's watching the stream is going to be dead by the end of the year. You know, and who's it going to be? It's going to be one of you. It's going to be one of you watching this.
Not me.
Hopefully, yeah, knock on wood.
Inshallah.
Neither of us. But it's going to be somebody, and you're not going to know, you know, and in the Bible, like a lot of conservatives are into eschatology, like how's the world going to end?
Chat, type of one if it's not you.
But you can read it another way, which is that we don't know the day or the hour that any of us are going to die. You know, not the end of the world, but that any of us will leave the earth. And everybody thinks they've got their 80 years. Everybody thinks they're going to retire and do the family and everything like that. You know, but life isn't like that. And so people have to make a decision about, like, how they're going to live intentionally. What do you want to live for? Is it just to get by? Is it just to be comfortable, just in this rat race? And that doesn't mean become a martyr or a suicide bomber. That doesn't mean that you're gonna, I'm not saying live for today. I'm saying think about the fact that we have a very short time on this earth, and the things that really echo in eternity are these moments and these moral decisions we make, our actions, our words, the things that people think matter now. I mean, people always shit on me, like in conservative politics, they say, aren't you mad that, like, you've ruined your career at 24? And it's like, what? I don't get to be some guy on the Blaze talking about how Israel's awesome and then go to a cocktail party with a bunch of fucking nerds. You know what I mean? Like, and I think about a few. That's
their idea of success, but.
Well, but the point is, like, none of that matters. Yeah. And I know it's super gay to say it, like it's kind of a repetitive point.
You're speaking to people's souls right now. And this is why you've built an army, because you're speaking to what people don't really speak about, because they would rather go and have a cocktail party with a bunch of nerds that they are pretending that they like. But the little things that you remember, it's not like, even to the extent when you get to wealth, it's not the Lamborghini or the hoe with the BBL or the party where you pop the bottles. It has nothing to do with material possess or anything worldly. The things that really matter and that you think about is like a little moment, for example, the things that really stick with me and make me smile. I think everybody can relate to this type of one if you can. Like when you help an old lady with her bag. Like that's the smallest example. That's a corny example, but just like, you know that feeling afterwards, like when you do something good, that you didn't have to do, but you did it because it's the right thing to do. And that warm feeling that you don't get that from alcohol, drugs, or anything else. That's something that is not, they'll say like, you've ruined your career, all this stuff. But the warm feeling I get every day, like it's not to the extent that of you, obviously, but like I'm on Rumble, for example, I got banned for telling the truth. Like every day, like the righteous feeling I get for the fact that I was right about the vaccine. I was right, like having you on the stream and saying that the election was rigged and I got a strike. And now knowing that when I was on YouTube, when I had the platform, when I had the biggest viewers that I had in my career, when I chose to say the right things and platform the right people instead of just like, you know, talk to hoes on like, hey, this is an OnlyFans girl, where do we subscribe, you know?
Yeah.
Instead of doing that and making more money to inevitably, you know, probably get addicted to drugs or just be around a bunch of clout chasing hoes, stuff like that. The fact that I did the right thing with the platform, that gives me a righteous feeling. And I was just having a conversation with my dad about finances, for example. And I was talking about like, you know, like I'm financially comfortable now. And he's like, so what's the next step? Like what happens if you get banned, for example? It's like, I'll be good. I'll find ways to make money. I think I'm happier now making money where I'm comfortable enough than I would be like at 30 million and having to compromise more. And that's always the moral dilemma I have when it comes to even having you on this stream right now, because you know how like bad it is for optics in a lot of ways. Yeah. It's just not good. Like I've told you, this is not good for my career. Like this stream right now, of course, there's some super chats coming in, but it's not good. Like this, it's going to hurt other platforms wanting me on, or for example, or the potential to collaborate with people. But having the conversations that you know are important, that righteous feeling beats any of the other material or anything you can get from drugs or parties.
Well, to me, it's even more fundamental than that. Like that's a big part of it for me, but to me, it's as simple as, and I always say this on my show, when I preach against like the sex stuff, when, you know, like when Tristan Tate said, oh, like I'm with beautiful girls. It's not even so much like, well, I'm being self-righteous. Like I'm doing, to me, it's more simple. Like my satisfaction just comes from the fact that like I exist. You know, like I don't take that for granted. I said to Steven yesterday, we were at dinner and he was kind of being a negative Nelly. He's over there and he's, you know, antagonizing me and kind of being negative. And I said, Steven, like, come on, like we're two people. I said, and we're in this moment, you know, like here we are. And one thing we have in common is that we're both alive at the same time, sharing this moment. And there's a beautiful quote by Roger Scruton, who's a philosopher, and he said that, you know, all we have are these moments that in a way are eternal. Like somewhere in time are these moments where we are together, we come together for a short time, and then we're not alive anymore. And like, that's really my love of God. I think that's really where my faith comes from more than anything, is this love of God that we were created and we get to share in existence. I think that's what the real love of God is that we're here, we get to share in creation, we get to share in that. And if you don't love that on a deep, fundamental level, I think everything else is secondary. But that's why I say,
Mashallah.
On top of that, that's why I said before, I said it's first that we exist, but then on top of that, it's the moral actions and decisions we make. And when I say the thing about, oh, you know, this guy said, oh, well, your career has a ceiling and everything, it's like, and you sort of said something about it, which is true. You said they're pretending. They're pretending to like each other. They're pretending to have a good time. I feel like so many people in their lives, and this also comes from a philosopher named Girard, people chase things that other people are chasing. Right. We are taught what we want. To like that party. Exactly. By other people. Cocktail.
That's the measure of success. You're told that a relationship, like for example, I didn't even want to get a girlfriend. Like I lost my virginity like somewhat young, and it was because of the pressure. Like people would say, "Oh, you're a virgin. You're a virgin." So I really like was trying to have sex so bad because I just didn't want to be called a virgin anymore. Right. It wasn't because I actually wanted to that bad. It was just, I just wanted to get rid of that so that I'd be like, okay, am I cool now? Like, am I accepted again? I thought I'm going to be happy now. And then it ended. And then it was the same position.
Well, yeah. And we want things simply for the fact that other people want them. It's not even has anything to do with like, because I don't know if people really do want anything. They want things simply because they see other people want them, and that makes them want them. And for me, maybe, again, getting to fundamentals, like I was always just very transparent about what I want. You know, I don't drink. Never had a girlfriend, and people ask me, well, what's that about? And it's like, well, I just never wanted to drink. I never wanted alcohol. And people go, well, you know, why not? I'm like, well, I don't really have a reason. I just don't want to. And I don't want to be a part of the Republican thing and these parties and whatever. Like, what I want to do, and getting to what you said a moment ago, what makes me feel good is telling the truth, being free, being independent, being able to be myself. Like, I value that more. I will go to great lengths to secure that. And everything that I go through is just the price that I pay in order to do those things. But that it's sort of like, for a long time, I thought, why does anybody live in California? It's so expensive. But people pay there because they love it there. You know what I mean? And so it's like, would you rather live in Texas, which I hate, because the taxes are lower? It's like, no. And similarly, I want to be in the place of being a free man. If I have to get attacked and not have a different kind of a life, that's the tax. That's the price that I pay. And that, you know, that's my moral and personal decision I'm making as a person. That's why I'll be happy when I die. I'm not going to have, that's why I don't have regrets.
So do you think somebody, I'll just use him as an example. We're talking about him a lot, but Destiny, for example, is a strong atheist. You said yesterday, he said it many times, like he hates Islam. I would probably get from that information that he also said he hates Judaism, and he probably hates Christianity. Mm-hmm. Do you think somebody like that could ever find true happiness? Because he seems like, and I've noticed this from I've been an atheist, where you're in a constant state of like looking for something else. So it's like, I have him on. One time I was in a similar position. We did a stream and we were going to watch Died Suddenly, the vaccine documentary. And even though like there's some, you know, misinformation, that's a buzzword, but that documentary was kind of shock factor. But I kind of saw it like, let me just like hang out. Let's watch this movie, you know, in this moment in time, like whatever, to just hang out. And the whole time he's just there like, like fucking. And then I noticed I'm like just chilling, watch this movie, and like making jokes about it. Dude's like this, and I'm like, what are you looking at? He's scrolling on Tinder. Like, we can't just. No, 100% serious. Like, you can't just like chill with your friend. Or, like, we just watched a movie. He's just there, like looking for the next thing that's gonna make him happy. Just this constant frustration. And I understand that it's a certain brain type, and I've kind of been like that, always fidgety. They said it was ADHD and they gave me pills, but I actually think that it's a lack of having a greater purpose. This constant frustration and looking for something else is because you're chasing dopamine instead of following God. If you're following God, then you don't need to chase anything. You already know what the path is. And so that you're always going to be looking for the next fix. And for a lot of people, and for me, for a long time, I was doing drugs, and I was like at the parties, and I was looking for validation. And then you hit this kind of like bottomless pit, and you're like, there's nothing here.
Right.
This is just a complete dead end. I'm chasing nothing. I'm wondering if your connection to God was always that strong, because at this moment now, since I've embraced Islam, I know that you disagree with that, but since I've embraced Islam, I've never been praying more. People like him, like Destiny, will say that like you're lying and stuff like that, but I have been praying very frequently. I've been going to the Jummah prayer. That's our mass. Like on Jummah, you go to every Friday, and I've had a connection to God that I haven't had before. And even my chat notices that since I've reverted to Islam, they see that you're more calm. Like I used to like be freaking out. Like when I met you last summer, I had my shirt off on stream. I was always screaming, like flipping over, yelling. I was in this constant, and it was fun, but it was just like this. Like, and now I'm just like, I'm more level-headed and I'm more focused, and I'm happier. Did you ever lose faith? Because I don't think my faith would be this strong if I never lost it.
No, I don't think I ever did. I mean, I was never, growing up, I was never extremely religious. Everybody always tries to box me in and pigeonhole me as the traditional man or something. But I don't think I am extremely traditional. I'm very high in openness. I think I'm very tolerant in an individual sense. But by the same token, I think I was always like a faithful person. Like I always believed in God, even though I was never like a diehard Catholic until I went to college, until I turned 18 or 19. So no, I don't think I ever lost it. I think it was always just a temperamental thing. I think I was always pretty introspective and kind of in touch. And I will say I'm a little ADHD too. I'm like super fidgety and stuff. And
Not really.
Well, I mean, like in my life, I'm late to everything. I don't think I've been on time to literally a single thing in like 5 years.
You're on black people time?
All the time, yeah. My show,
Groypers,
no matter what.
Shambles.
But it's and people get mad or whatever, but I just like float from thing to thing. Like I can't focus, I can't stay concentrated. I'll like start doing one thing, then I'll notice something else, then I'll start to, you just go through one task leads to the next, and I'm like, wait, why did I go into the kitchen again? Wait, why did I go to the garage? You know what I mean? So I'm a little ADHD, but too. I just kind of let myself flow through. I think with Destiny, he's obviously like a non-neurotypical, so there's a brain thing going on there, but there's also a soul thing. Like I think clearly he has Asperger's or something like that. At the same time, he's searching. The pursuit of sex, the drugs, the tourism, and these adventures. Somebody that's doing all that stuff is searching. They're looking for something. And me, it's like I'm not looking for something. And it's sort of ironic because he says, "Oh, you guys are looking for the answer." It's like, no, bitch, we got it. You're the one that's looking. I'm at home on a Friday night, chilling out, watching a movie. I love God. I know I'm gonna die. I know where I'm gonna go, or I have faith that I'd like to know where I'm gonna go. And he's over there like you said, swiping on Tinder, doing shrooms, got to do this, got to do that. It's like, what are you looking for, little buddy? You're 30-some years old. You've seen everything that life has to offer, basically. Accept it. We're all going to die. And not in like a nihilistic way, but in like a resignation, acceptance. You have to have some acceptance about what life is. And I feel like people that are always into the go, these adventures, it's a restlessness. There's like a deep hole inside of them.
I was like that too, but you don't seem fidgety the same way. Like right now, like Destiny would not be able to have this conversation. He'd be looking at chat. Mm-hmm. One phone would be Grindr, the other phone Tinder. There'd be like he's on the phone over here. Like you would not be, but you're able to sit still. The ADHD is not a real thing. I don't really believe in that. And I'm going to ask you, well, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer this the way that I want you to, but I personally, you were around Ye and talked to him much more than I did. I don't think that he's crazy. I don't think that he's bipolar. And I don't think that mental health is as real as they make it out to be at all. I think bipolar is completely overdiagnosed, ADHD, depression. I think like 99% of people that are medicated don't need to be. I think that most people who go to therapy don't need to go. Some people do, like for certain levels of trauma, and then some people actually do need to be medicated for different circumstances. But most of the people, especially there's another Western problem, a lot of it is just sales by big pharma and people not knowing how to properly just analyze problem. Like I think that we call way too many people crazy. So instead of asking like, let me ask you, do you think that Ye is crazy?
No, I don't. I think that he's obviously an eccentric, like he has he's idiosyncratic. He has his very unique way of doing things. But no, I wouldn't describe it as crazy because in the time that I spent with him, he never said anything that was delusional. He never said anything that betrayed like incoherent thinking or something. The most that you could say about him is that he's like a little manic, and I don't say manic like a manic disorder. I mean like he's frenzied. He's in a flurry. Like clearly he's
high energy. Yeah,
extremely high energy, extremely creative,
which is good.
He's an artist, so he's got these bursts of inspiration, these bursts of energy, and then he'd go and disappear for a little while. And I think that that's just a temperamental thing. So no, I never got a crazy vibe from him. He's wild, but he's an artist. That's how some people are. As far as mental illness goes, I mean, I do believe in like brain chemistry and that kind of thing. Because I even think about myself. When I was a younger man, I'm not so old now, but I mean, I've been streaming now for 7 years throughout my adolescent years. And when I was 18 or 19, I was definitely different because of my brain. Like I was different because my hormones were out of control, because my brain wasn't fully developed. Like I legitimately do, maybe it's experience. I also think it's biology. as an almost 25-year-old man now, I feel much different than I did 5 years ago. My decision-making is different. My thought process is different. I can literally feel myself getting older. And I think that, I've met people that are manic depressive. I've seen someone go through an episode like that. I've known actually multiple people that have had a schizophrenic or a manic depressive episode. So I agree with you. It's totally overblown, and people get misdiagnosed and they're prescribed drugs. And in a lot of cases, it's as simple as get the fuck out of bed, drink more water, like stop listening to sad music.
Stop watching porn and
keep your blood sugar up. Like
very
me,
simple stuff. I'll
like not eat for 24 hours and I want to kill myself. Then I eat a candy bar and I'm like, wow, I feel like $1 million. Go figure. Like you need to eat, you need to drink water, you need to move your body. I get in the sun, I go on a walk. I know that shit, people push that as like a fix for everything. I don't really believe that, but that kind of stuff does help. That being said, though, I do believe in mental illness to some extent.
Yeah, but you do agree that it's extremely overdiagnosed.
100%.
You probably saw that at Boston University, just all these people. That was a big wake-up call. Like, all these kids were on pills. All of them thought they were depressed, and I just didn't want to believe that. Everyone in the chat is spamming Zherka. They're saying I snaked him by not inviting him. But we have an argument all the time. Zherka thinks that the solution to depression is Christ, and that you're going to be depressed. I think that depression is a smaller level and is separate than faith. Like, I don't think that you can think that if you have problems that it's going to all be solved by religion. In a similar way, why you shouldn't think that a relationship is going to make you happy. You need to make yourself happy. Do you think that depression is solved by just not believing you're depressed? Do you think that depression is solved by work and by a better mind state, or do you think it's solved by faith?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, the thing is, like, people can be sad and people can be chronically sad. Like, that's real. People can experience grief. And people can also experience like an existential dread, because life is actually kind of horrifying in a lot of ways. Like, to get through your life in a practical way is mindset. Because if you thought about every bad thing that could happen or every uncertainty, you would be an anxious, nervous, depressed mess. And so to some extent, just to like leave the house and get on with your life, it is mindset. You do have to trick yourself like, I'm actually okay, like I'm feeling good. That being said, I think that like sadness, suffering, misery is a part of life. I don't think religion fixes it. What religion does is it kind of frames it. People I don't like when people say, oh, then I found Christ and I was never sad again. It's like, that's not what the religion's about. I mean, the religion is literally about the worst thing that could ever happen. Like your best friend betrays you, your mom watches you get killed and executed in the worst possible way, like your own people put you to death. Like Jordan Peterson has a good speech about this. He says, like, this is the worst thing that could happen to a person. Jesus Christ, the Son of God, sweats blood. But that gives me solace. It doesn't make me happy, but it gives me solace, because I look at the Son of God, who is God, and you look at the agony of Christ in the garden before he's going to be crucified, the painting, and you read the gospel, and that's what they say, and it's actually a real condition. There's science that supports it, and they say he was so nervous, he's cold, he's clammy, he's sweating blood, and he says, please take this cup from me. In other words, don't crucify me, God, please. God, have you forsaken me? He says on the cross. And it's like, if God felt that way, if God was afraid, if God, and Christians believe this, suffered perfectly, that's the model for how we should suffer. Stoically, in obedience to God, faithfully. But it tells us that suffering's a part of life. And it says the highest virtue is to lay down your life for your neighbor. So on the contrary, I don't think Christianity makes you not believe in depression or cures your depression. I think it frames it, and it almost tells you like it's okay. Because there's another message in the Bible. It says in Revelation that God will wipe away every tear. And that's like, to me, it makes me want to cry when I read that, because people experience these things in their lives. We've all been there, where you feel like the whole world's against you, the walls are closing in, and you read something like that that says that God, like our Father, our Creator, is going to wipe your tears off your face, like, and there'll be no more crying. It's like, what a powerful message that is. It's fundamentally, it's a message of hope. Like, this is a place of suffering. This is a fallen place, but we're saved. You know, that's the good news. There's hope. So we go through this gauntlet. It's a miserable affair. We suffer, we sacrifice, but in the end, you know, we get rewarded, and, you know, and there's good in the world too.
It seems like college was an extremely defining moment in your, you always talk about that, even though you were only there for about 2 years, right? And I saw this video. I don't remember when I was looking up, but I was looking up like Fuentes videos on YouTube, and there was one where you're holding the American flag, and you're at this, I think it was a leftist protest, and what was the context of this video? It
was some like Muslim they were protesting the travel ban.
Okay, what were the biggest takeaways that you had in college? Because it probably wasn't the courses, was it?
No,
it was the social aspect.
Yes.
We talked to, you told me about one story once. I don't know if you ever told us on stream about how you were at lunch and you were talking about some. You ever tell that story?
Well, that happened many times. Like, me in the dining hall was just.
Yeah. Can you tell that dining hall story that you told me?
I think I know what you're talking about, where I was in line to get food and I get confronted by some woman, or you're talking about.
Yeah, I think so. When you almost got in a fight, because you were telling me this right after the In-N-Out situation.
Oh, that one, yeah.
When you threw the Sprite. And I saw in that moment when you threw the Sprite that you have this like fiery thing. Like, I'm saying this like no disrespect, you might find this effect, but a lot of white guys are kind of just non-confrontational, especially like in LA where there's lots of minorities. A white guy will be like, huh, and just kind of just like, I'm gonna call my lawyer kind of energy, right? Yeah. And you're like, fuck you, and like, I don't see that as, from guys like you. It really took me by surprise, and I'm like, this is not his first rodeo. Right. This must have happened before. So I asked you, has this ever happened before? And you're telling me about something that happened in the dining hall where you confronted guys that were much bigger than you because you really believe in what you're talking about. Can you repeat that story? Yeah.
Well, and I just want to say at the outset, like, I'm not some tough guy. Like, I've never been in a fight. And like in all these situations, I would have totally got my ass kicked. Like, it wouldn't have even been close. Because I don't want to tell the story like, yeah, so then I said, you know, I'm just.
I thought that was going to happen. In that In-N-Out, when you threw the Sprite and it got all over like the other guy, yeah. I'm like, I'm going to have to throw down. I'm going to have to throw hands for Nick Fuentes. Yeah. Like, I'm going to get in the first America first fight. I'm going to be the one doing it. But yeah, so what happened in the dining hall?
So, you know, I'm at the dining hall, and it was actually late, so there weren't a lot of people there. It was like after hours, so they're just serving like late night snacks, no meals. And so I was in there, and I was with I forget who I was with. It was some girl, and I think it was a buddy of mine, some guy. And me and the girl were debating, and you know, I was just antagonizing. I'm just trolling her, so I'm just saying all kinds of crazy shit, and like I've been doing on these shows. And there were these 3 black African guys sitting across the dining hall. And I'm talking not like black Americans, like black Africans. And you got one who was fat, like huge, like Biggie Smalls. And then you got, what?
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. And then there was like a tall, skinny one. And then there was like a shorter one. It was like a cartoon or something. It was like Fat Albert, you know? Like, and these 3. And anyway, so I forget what I said, but I said something too loud, and they overheard it, and they start yelling at me from across the dining hall. Hey. What did you say? Blah, blah, blah. And I said, like, you know, you heard what I said. I said this, that, the other. And one of them, I think it was a skinny one, rolls up to the table and is like standing up. I'm sitting down. He's like standing up right next to me, like, what did you say? And I'm like, you heard what I said. And I got up, and I matched his energy. I got in his face, and you know, and if this went to blows, I mean, I'm dead. Like, this guy was going to rock me. He was taller than me. He had 2 buddies. I'm with some woman. The white girl, thank God, jumped in the middle and said, don't fight, don't fight. So she saved my ass. But, you know, I don't know. I'm just, some people say I'm stupid for doing that. You know, my father's always like, you know, oh, you shouldn't do that. Like, you're going to get your ass kicked, whatever. But I just don't, like, back down. I don't know. I mean, in some cases, it gets me in trouble. But I think that's why a lot of people like me. I just can't. I can never back down. It's going to get me in trouble one day. But
those are leadership qualities, though. They like you need somebody at the front line. I think I did see you get in a fight. You punched some dude. You were wearing this big jacket, and you punched a guy that was confronting you.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah. So we go to this was at my last rally. I did a rally back in February, and I'm literally walking down the street with my buddy. We got our suitcases because we're going to our hotel. We're literally just walking down the sidewalk, and this guy who's crossing the other way, as he passes me, just punches me in the stomach. Like a total sucker punch. Like we're just passing on the street, no warning, just sucker punches me as he's walking by. Because he recognized me. And
what was the type of punch? Like a friendly, like a angry... it wasn't a good punch, but he was like a clothesline, like kind of forearmed me in the gut. Like a... Why?
Because he didn't like me. Because he recognized me, doesn't like me. And, it was dark out, so I didn't see him. And I didn't see his face, I saw him coming. I didn't know he was going to punch me. So he comes in and sucker punches me, and me and my buddy, it was awesome. This is why I don't fuck with people that aren't ride or die anymore. We both just threw our luggage down in the middle of the street and fucking ran after this guy.
Like Alex Jones crossing the street.
Yeah. Fuck you say to me? And so we chased him down into the hotel, and he was outnumbered because it was like me and this guy, and there were a couple other people in the hotel on my side. And the dude was literally, so he was some freak. He was some like literal retard, like Spurg, as we found out later. But he's like, hey man, just like, why are you chasing me? Leave me alone. He tries to like literally hide behind the concierge desk at the hotel. He's like hiding. Yeah. So I get in his face, and I'm like, hey, why the fuck did you hit me? And he grabs me by the arm, and we're grappling. He kicks me. I take a swing at him, and, then he stormed off into the elevator, and I said, all right, we're going to get out of here. Then we chased him down later that night with like 20 people and confronted him, and I made him apologize.
Nice.
I said, hey, you need to fucking apologize. And I doxed him. I said, because we found out where he was currently, because he went up to his hotel room. I got a group of 20 guys.
You courted him.
In real life, yeah. So we got his name, we got his address, we got his LinkedIn, his face, and we rolled up to where he was because we knew he went to this party later in the night, and we all came in and surrounded him. This is a real... Again, I'm not making this up. We all came in and surrounded him, and I was like, hey, so-and-so. I said, we got your name. We got your address. I said, I know who your parents are. I said, should I post all your information on Telegram and get your life destroyed right now, like has happened to me in my life? He's like, no, please, like... Just leave me alone. Why are you doing this? I'm like, you fucking sucker punched me in the street. I said, I want an apology. Apologize to me right now. He's like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm like, well, I don't believe you. I said, are you just saying that because I'm threatening to dox you right now? I'm like, apologize like you mean it. Well, so he does. And then I'm like, so what's the problem? I'm like, why don't you like me? He's like, well, you're really mean to your fans sometimes and you're arrogant. I'm like, seriously? That's the problem? I'm like, and this guy turns out to be right wing. He's like a fellow, like autist, like far right guy, just a little retarded. We wound up becoming friends. By the end of the night, we were hanging out. We hugged before we left at the end of the night. We went to this bar. We got food. Him and his friends, me and my friends. So it wound up being cool.
Did he have a frog profile picture?
Yeah. He was showing me memes all night.
I knew it. I knew. Okay.
He's like next to me all night on the sidewalk, like, check this one out. Look at this meme. I'm like, yeah, that's great, dude. Like,
yeah, I mean, those are the ones that Tate talks about, like the basement dweller frog profile picture people that just kind of use that, and they're never really going to focus on improvement and kind of find their place in like really far right politics. That's the guy they're talking about who doesn't know how to socialize with people, so he punches a dude autistically on the street. Yeah, that's that guy.
Yeah.
Pal Donut says, Nick, you gained a new fan, a new Nig fan. Oh, okay, great. Black fan. Seriously, Sneako, you get criticized a lot for being a Leaf in the win, but you grew up so much from the first time I seen you on Fresh and Fit when you hit 1 mil. Huge inspiration. Thanks a lot, man. So this is an FNF fan, probably like a big Fresh fan. How do you gain fans? Because it seems like you have this strong core. Where do you think that people find you? Because like most of the press is like objectively bad about you. Mm-hmm. Where do people figure out about Nick, and how do you convert people who are like, this Nick the Knife? Like who, this Nazi? Like,
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people just find me like, cause people talk about me a lot, and it does create the Streisand effect. Like, I'm very skeptical of that, but in my case, I've been able to stay relevant enough where my name, like I trend on Twitter pretty regularly, and I do these things like this thing we just did and the yay thing, and I'm active enough, I'm in real life enough where like people talk about me, and I think there's just this level of interest where people are like, who is this guy? Like, who is this Nazi pedo? Some people say like racist, white supremacist, whatever that everyone's always hating on. And a lot of people just start out by hate watching me. People hate watch me. They're like, I want to see what this fucking punk is all about. And they watch my show and they're like, you know, I actually agree with everything he's saying. You know, so in some ways it kind of helps me. Like it creates this mystique. It creates this like infamy. And then people just get intrigued. They find my stuff and they're like, you know, I'm, you know, they're like, this is a likable guy. I agree with them.
Sir Hogglesworth says 5. Nick, Roman Catholic here, went to confession early, and I couldn't feel happier. I need that sweatshirt because Christ is King. Yeah, where can you get that sweatshirt?
This isn't actually mine. They're going to hate me. I don't know the website. It's called, someone in the chat posted, if there's a groiper watching. Yeah, I don't know the name of the brand. They're going to hate me for it, but.
I'm asking Archive. Welcome back, Sneako. It's good to be back. All right, I want to look at these memes. We're going to go do some debate review from yesterday. And maybe look through. I told my Discord, if you want to join the Discord, we got 15K watching. Join the link in the description. They banned my last Discord. This is a good place, good community gathering. It's free. It's like I'm not selling anything. Just join the Discord. You can hang out with people. Or you want some headphones?
Yeah. Okay. Which ones?
Right here.
Okay. Well, thank you.
This is good though. Yeah, we're getting a positive side. People don't usually see this side of Nick, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree, Chad? You ever see like wholesome, you know, I'm seeing a different side of Nick today.
I'm sweetie mode.
I'm that nigga.
Who you got in a fight? Hasanabi or?
Oh, totally Zherka.
The sword of Christianity.
I'm not even just saying that because he's my friend. I mean, he's bigger. He's a bouncer. Can I turn the volume down on these? Or?
Yeah, it's really. I could turn it down here.
All right.
My bad.
Totally got Zherka. I love
Maybe just put like, you could try to like move it off your ear a little bit.
Okay,
it's just like the Discord memes, they crank it all the way. My bad.
No, you're good.
Okay.
That brother's starving.
I don't know what that was.
I'm not here to be some sexy slab of meat for girls. Girls are here to be sexy for me. Throw it back on a nigga. And that's why you're going to drop that ass for a nigga, because you were put here to drop that ass for a nigga.
What was the context of you saying this?
Oh, somebody was saying stuff like, you know, you got to work out. And I'm always like, why? I got to work out so I could look good for girls? I'm like, girls should work out to look sexy for me. I'm not going to get to, like, I'm going to have a disgusting fat physique. Girls got to be sexy for me. I'm not going to go and be on the floor doing push-ups and sit-ups like some peasant so I can, do I look hot? Do you like the way I look? Like, that's not how it works.
Well, I mean, do you think that people only work out for aesthetics?
I think a lot of people do, yeah.
Well, you don't have to work out for aesthetics.
I know, but that's so much of that. When you see these guys posing, they're doing their faggoty little poses. It's like,
well, there's a lot. I personally, I always tell people, like, I think bodybuilding is gay, and training fighting is objectively better. Like, you're gonna get the aesthetics of that too, but also you get something useful from that, and the cognitive ability. Stuff that you've all heard.
And I agree with you. I just hate that, like, posing in the mirror selfies.
Yeah, it's very gay.
Gay as fuck.
Girls are here to be sexy for me. Throw it back on a nigga.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta say though, Nick does not, for a guy that talks about like the Matrix and stuff like that. A lot of these guys are so into like biohacking and health. You're eating pizza, burgers. Like, you eat burgers like what, 3-4 days a week?
I eat garbage every day.
Every day?
Yeah, burgers, pizza, hot dogs.
Last night I had a Coke because Nick was drinking a Coke. Like, I never drink soda. Same thing at Yay 24. You're always drinking Coke and soda. It's very 50. It just reminds me of like classic America, like 50s America. I'm surprised you're not smoking like Lucky Strikes.
Yeah.
And beating your wife. Like, you need to be embracing all these things. Are you ever going to switch and come on a healthier diet?
Yeah, probably as I get older. I just want to enjoy it as much as I can. I have a high metabolism. I'm young. I want to indulge. Because when you're older, it's like you eat a scoop of ice cream, you become 300 pounds. I want to eat it while I can.
Well, if you work out, you get to actually use that instead of just like poop it out.
I hate working out. I don't like moving a lot, you know.
But you like going on these walks?
But that doesn't really do as much as you think. It doesn't burn a lot of calories walking.
Depends on how long.
I go on a stroll.
They're saying W Goy Slop.
Absolutely. W Goy Slop.
You're going to take that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I love my Goy Slop.
And Paul Town says the hoodie is from basinreality.shop. Okay, cool. Neon Sniper Panda says, where's my invite, gang? Okay, everybody wants... How many people do you think I can have in one interview? The world lost a fashion icon.
Facts.
Yes, I'm a big fan of Gaddafi. I think that he was the first like actual African leader that I saw make a lot of sense and care about African independence, and he was trying to modernize Libya. And okay, so can you give me the red pill breakdown on Gaddafi? Who killed him? Why was he assassinated? Did they lie and cover it up? What was the real motivation? What's the Gaddafi lore?
So NATO toppled him in 2011. It was actually a NATO intervention, NATO airstrikes, and led by the United States, of course. And Obama comes out and says that it's because they weren't holding a free and fair election. They said it was an unfair election. And so now we're taking steps. And this is part of the Arab Spring, because the context of this in 2011 is, I think it starts in Tunisia, and it spreads across the Maghreb, which is North Africa. It spreads from Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, overthrows Hosni Mubarak, and they bring in Morsi, who is Muslim Brotherhood. They had another one, then it was El-Sisi, who's the current president, I believe. Then it spreads all over. And this is all basically CIA, like war on terror. Them taking out Libya is the same thing as them going to war against Assad in Syria. It's the same thing as a pressure against Iran, because this is all part of the Israel playbook of they don't want strong Arab states. And this all goes back to 1948 to 1973. You have the Arab-Israeli conflict, where these coalitions of Arab countries keep coming together to try to kill all the Jews. It happened after the Nakba in 1948 when Israel declared independence. It happened in 56 when Nasser seized the Suez Canal. Happened in 67, happened in 73, the Six-Day War, the Yom Kippur War. And then, went on. Then the Israelis fought in Lebanon. They fought Syria. There's intifadas sponsored by the Palestinians. You have these groups that emerge like Hamas, Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Palestinian Authority. And anyway, the Israelis revise their foreign policy. It really comes out of the 73 Yom Kippur War, where they say, look, basically, we need a final solution. We need to stop these Arab countries, these strong Arab dictatorships, from trying to unify and kill us. We need to stop them from unifying to support these non-state actors like Hezbollah and Hamas, so there can be no strong Arab states in the Middle East. This is Oded Yanan's grand strategy in the 80s. It's also the Clean Break Memo. So they say these are the countries that have to go: Libya, Sudan, Syria, Iran, and Iraq. Egypt, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, they pacified through peace treaties. Egypt was the first in 79. Jordan was the second in 93. Saudi Arabia has always had basically this discreet clandestine diplomacy with Israel. Same with the Gulf states, which is why they never had Israel's ire. And so all you have to do is look at a map and see every country has either bowed down to Israel or they were destroyed by American intervention in some form. With Libya by airstrikes, with Syria by supporting the civil war, with Iraq and Afghanistan by a total war, with Iran by sanctions, Sudan and Egypt by coups and revolutions. So that's basically it.
So NATO killed Gaddafi?
Yes. Yeah, 2011.
Okay. Is that a conspiracy, or is that...
No, that's
just true? Yeah,
that's one of the NATO interventions in Yugoslavia and Libya.
Okay.
Yeah, and, Hillary Clinton says, we came, we saw, he died. That's that clip. She laughs about it. And they say it's about fucking democracy. Yeah, okay.
Which is very funny, because Obama was supposed to be like the black leader and all, and completely snaked the greatest African leader of the modern civilization. Gaddafi tried to bring back the silver and gold dinar, wanted to get rid of the US dollar and bring back the dinar with Africa's natural resources, and they killed him for it. Mars Attack, thank you for the 10. There was another 5. Nick, define masculinity. I don't know if you want to get into that. Just look at all the Zherka spam that he's really upset. It's just not Zoomer guy. W Nick and Sneako, miss you a lot. Nick, and also shout out to the creativity kit. Shout out to you, Zoomer guy. I'll see you in the creativity kit. And another 20 from Tall Girl. You are both great. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for the 20. Appreciate you. Still that. Okay. Yeah, you see, you could just, people in the chat were saying I'm Arab and this guy's well read. Like, I just asked the question, tell me about Gaddafi, and you just like wrote pretty much spit out a word for word a textbook paragraph of exactly.
Well, I've been the Middle East. I've been learning about for a long time, even when I was a Zionist.
What? You were a Zionist?
Yeah, in like high school.
Nick was a Zionist?
Halfway.
Yeah, because I mean, when I was getting political, I was watching all the same shit every other conservative was. PragerU,
Ben
that
Shapiro
kind of thing.
ever?
Yeah. Oh yeah, big fan.
Yeah.
When I was
PragerU is
15.
Yeah.
Then I became an adult.
Okay, nice at it. Thank you. When's Brett Cooper stream? She should come on soon. The Sneako on stage. Okay, I want to watch Nick related stuff. Chat, we're gonna go through all these later. Okay, Lil Nick, throw it back.
I'm not here to be some sexy slap of me for girls. Girls are here to be sexy for me. Throw it back on a nigga. And that's why you're gonna drop that ass for a nigga, because you were put here to drop that ass for a nigga. I'm not here to be some sexy slap of me for
Make Nick get sturdy to this. We need the black community on board. I don't want to see Nick get sturdy.
Yeah, I can't.
girls. Girls are here to be sexy for me. Throw it back on a nigga. And that's why you're gonna drop that ass for a nigga, because you were put here to drop that ass for a nigga. I'm not here to be some sexy slap of me for girls. Girls are here to be sexy for me. Throw it back on a nigga.
Oh yeah, okay.
Throw it back on a nigga. Throw it back on a nigga.
Hey.
Throw it back on a nigga. Throw it back on a nigga.
Now you hit that?
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not here to be some sexy slap of me for girls. Girls are here to be sexy for me. Throw it back on a nigga. Throw it back on a nigga.
Hey, shout out to King Remy, man. Good edit. How did this only get one reaction in the Discord? This looked like it was terrible, but I enjoyed that.
That's fire, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what that is. Too much of an investment.
And I've been all over the world. I feel like I've been everywhere except Russia. And Russia is a combatant in a war that's changing the world, and like I should go see it. But I was planning on it, and I got stopped by the U.S. government from doing it. And I was.
Well, you were gonna go?
Of course.
And what were you gonna do?
Interview Putin. Why wouldn't
you
I?
had it set up?
Yeah, I saw this, and they blocked him. Genetic distinctions of the soul. Yeah, Nima wants to debate you, but yeah, well, not tonight.
Yeah, I don't know him.
It isn't. Oh yeah, I wanted to watch this. We can address this. This is.
Well, we've got one notable super chat. It's actually from Sneako, but he says, "How can we use free speech for good without risking the warfare of martyrdom?"
Before they answer, I want to hear your answer. How do you use free speech for good without risking the warfare of martyrdom?
Well, you have to be strategic. I am a believer in that. I think that, there's a fine line between telling the truth and being reckless. And we can all imagine what that looks like. I mean, there are people out there that are just, it's vulgar, it's gratuitous, people are constantly doing it. The way that I present things, it's sort of a combination of it's entertaining, it's funny. I mean, and there is a little calculation here in the sense that, like, when I go on Fresh and Fit, it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be funny. It is supposed to be disarming when we talk about these topics. And, it's not a coincidence that I'm sitting here today and I'm not someone that got censored and shut down. In other words, I didn't get martyred yet. You know what I mean? So people look at me and say, you're the extreme end of you don't pull your punches. You just say what you're going to say. And I do to an extent, but I also back it up in a lot of ways that people don't see. And I think that's why I'm always part of the conversation. So I think that basically it comes down to prudence. You have to be prudent.
Okay. What do you think Andrew's answer is going to be?
Well, I mean, I already saw what Tristan said. I don't know what Andrew's going to say, actually.
Nigga, I don't know. Without risking martyrdom and warfare, you're asking the wrong people. Have you got any clue how to talk without risking going through what we've gone through? It's almost like we're the wrong people to ask that question.
There's no such thing as avoiding war, my friend. There's no such thing as avoiding. When you tell the truth, there's... Wait. Bitches are calling me. One second. Sorry about that.
Gross.
There's no such thing as avoiding warfare. War is certain in life. War is certain, believe. It's coming for all of us. And you're either at war against the objectives that you're trying to complete and instill the slavery in your mind, or you're at war against yourself. Because if you believe the things they tell you, if you believe the things they want you to believe, then you're going to be depressed and sad and unhappy at war against your own mind. As soon as you get your own mind under control, you end up at war against them because you're a sovereign individual who believes in personal responsibility and strength. War cannot be avoided. As for martyrdom, well, at some point, someone has to lead from the front and be martyred. It's unfortunate reality. I feel like me and Tristan are doing that. But in the...
So they're already saying that they are martyrs. Like you're thinking that you need to be dead to be a martyr.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Like but I agree with them. I think that there's a lot of people that think that you can avoid the fight. When they say martyr, they mean like, I don't want to take any bullets. I don't want to take any casualties. They're like, I want to avoid any confrontation, any conflict. And I actually agree with him on that. You know, you can't avoid it. You're in it. You know, so you've either already surrendered or you're in the war. But yeah, I mean, when I say martyrdom, I'm talking about being killed. Because, I mean, that's a great answer, but that also doesn't work. Because then it's like, well, why don't you talk about Jews? It's like, well, so you're either not a martyr, you're not really at war. Or you're being strategic, which is, you know, I think there's a place for that.
You don't think there is a pot... Do you think everybody that doesn't talk about certain groups of people in that way, do you think they're avoiding a topic? Or they're purposely manipulating what they believe to be true, or do they just not believe that conspiracy to be real?
No, I think they're avoiding it, and we all know why. I mean, if they didn't believe it, then they could sing it from the rooftop and say, "Don't worry, I'm not like one of those people. I don't believe it, and here's the answer why. I'm going to tell you why." But they just avoid it, like Destiny. You know, like last night.
You think all those? Well, you can go into Destiny, but you don't think all those people that avoided, like Tucker, Matt Walsh, Jordan Peterson, you think that they're all just avoiding it because they're afraid of cancellation? You don't think they genuinely don't believe that there's a bigger conspiracy?
Not at all. No, I think that, like in the case of Matt Walsh, I think he absolutely you can't not know it's true. Because, I mean, it's blindingly obvious. Same thing with Tucker, but I think Tucker may be like a bad faith actor.
What were you saying about Destiny last night, though?
You know, Destiny last night, he wouldn't make a joke about the Jews. He was very cagey about that. And that's because he knows the gravity that it has. But he's going to go on to debate and say, no, here's why it's not true. So I feel like especially all these right-wing guys, they're extremely sensitive about it, but they also don't go out there and say, like, well, here's my debunk. Here's I'm going to win all my Shabbos Goy points by showing why it's not true. Because it is true. There is no argument. But they just can't address it.
In the end, if you achieve the objectives and enough people follow you and you do good for the world, then perhaps in some ways it was worth it.
Well, it was I think a good answer. Also, shout out to the Sneako Updates Twitter page. You just hit 10,000 followers today. Big W. Shout out to you, Sneako Updates. Proud of you. Yeah, 100. This is a high number, but if still a huge number on Rumble. Big W. Bro, I thought I was a kid.
You're not allowed to.
I'm
be
ignorant
right.
for stating facts.
That is ignorance. To sit here and want to prove a point in a room and make sure that everybody in that room knows that you were right and the next person was wrong, that's ignorance.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not ignorance because you guys have come. No.
It is.
No.
It
because
is.
you guys came on the platform.
It is.
You diluted.
It is.
Are you going to keep doing that?
It is.
You're going to keep being disrespectful.
It is.
All right, get the fuck out.
No problem.
Real talk. Get out.
All right, go ahead.
Get out.
Love that.
That one was completely deserved.
Oh yeah, 100% justified.
Just, also, that's not what ignorant means at all.
No.
To try to prove a point.
Yeah, no, not at all. I kind of get what she was saying, but I love that. He just throws her the fuck out. Get the fuck out. That's awesome.
Rumors are that Meghan Markle is separating from Harry. She took him from his family after she embarrassed the royal family and made his whole nation hate him. Now that Harry is broken lonely because of her, she has allegedly filed divorce papers asking for $80 million plus the total custody of Archie and Lilibet. If this actually happens, is she going to be forced to return Harry's testicles? What do you think about the royal family? I was surprised to hear this about Andrew when I was on his podcast. It was right after the Queen died, and he was saying how, the royal family, but I thought like they were on Epstein's Island. I thought they were like eating babies and doing adrenochrome. Do you like the royal family? I know that they do represent an idea of traditional values and old white Catholic monarchies, but what is your take on the royal family? Do you like them or no?
I don't really care for them. And I mean, them in particular is just such a classic story of a simp. You know, here's a guy who, and when I say the definition of a simp, it's not just because he's like a pussy around her. It's because he threw everything away for a woman. And no woman, I'm sorry, but maybe I'm just different than other people. Maybe I haven't met the right one yet. I don't believe in this idea that like you have a soulmate that you have to marry, even if it means throwing everything else away. I think that women are all basically the same. I think that probably, people talk about you'll meet, like there's a movie of Bronx Tale. He says, you meet 4 great women in your life. You only meet 4. I think there's probably something to that. Like women are all basically the same, and probably there's a cycle of maybe there's 1 in 100 or there's 1 in 1,000 that is like marriage material or like super compatible. But I don't think there's like the one and like I got to throw everything away. I think that it's sort of like find one, pick one, marry one. That's the one, not like this. Even if she's half black, even if I got to leave the royal family, even if she's American, like I would never go for something like that. So it's just like the definition of simping. There's more considerations to getting married, especially if you're royal family, than just I really like her, mom. Like that's so gay to me. I don't buy into that at all.
It was really funny because Myron's red pill take is that he advises men to sleep with 50 women so that you understand female nature. And then you're a virgin and you got it right. Like you don't need to fuck about 50 hoes to get to the conclusion that you can get just by talking to maybe 3 women.
Literally, just meet like 3 of them. Like your mom, your siblings, and then like any other woman, you'll know how they all are.
One girl, and then you get it.
Yep.
But why do you think that do you think that all men are kind of the same, or why are you prescribing individuality for men but not women?
Well, I think that people are all really the same fundamentally, and I think that men are. There is a sameness that men have as well. But the thing is that women are just far more simple than men. Like men are, I think they're more complex. That doesn't mean that they're not similar, but they're similar in a different way. When I say that women are similar, I mean, like, unlike men actually want things. Men actually have complex motivations. They have passions. They have aptitudes. That's because men are masters of the world. And Spengler has this dichotomy, Oswald Spengler. He says that women are, what is it? It's like women are being and men are becoming or something like this. He says that women are the universe and men are the masters of the universe, basically describing it in terms of the passive and the active principles, which Zherka talks about a lot. And the point is like, there's a stereotype about women talk about people, men talk about things. And you do tend to find that men are interested in math. They have a spatial intelligence, which is about engineering. It's about creation. It's about the universe. Women's intelligence is about emotions. It's about people. And so women exist basically, in my opinion, on a lower plane. I think that like the cognitive difference between men and women is not like they're dumber. I think that they're fundamentally like on a lower cognitive plane. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that like for example, you never say that
women dumb in a really high IQ way.
In a mean way. No, like in a more mean way. Like, you would never say that a dog is like dumber than a person. You would say that like a dog just like could never conceive of language. Like dogs, like my mom, and I love my mom. I'm not saying my mom's dumb at all, but my mom will say things like, well, I think the dog is embarrassed. I'm like, Mom, the dog's embarrassed? It's a fucking dog. You know what I mean? But it's like, it's that same level of like, no, obviously the dog doesn't have the same category of mind as a human being. The same thing with women. Women don't have the same category of mind as a man. And so as a consequence, their motivations or behaviors are far, far more simple than a man's. And that's why they're so similar and boring.
Well, I need to charge with. Apparently, Zherka's like waiting outside the building. He's been
for real?
I don't know, but he's been like spam tweeting the entire stream, and my phone died. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, get him in here.
Yeah,
I'll hold the stream down.
Just let me charge my phone for a second.
All right.
Okay, he's calling us snakes, and he's saying, "Oh, he's really upset."
Let me check. He probably texted me.
Well, I don't want to set a precedent that if you want to be on my stream, you just wait out the building until I cave and let you in.
Let me pull it up. That's so funny, dude. Somebody texted me, Zherka's being cringe. What's he saying? Sound the 7 trumpets. The humiliation ritual of Sneako and Nick have begun.
What?
I am not Nick's friend. I am just a fan of his work and patiently waiting for him to grow facial hair. In other words, the mustache. I am waiting outside of Sneako's building. Hey, boys, I've set up camp. I am ready to press you guys live. I have no weight classes.
Okay.
So he's...
Let me charge my phone and then
he's coming up here to kick our asses, I guess.
See what he's doing. All right. Black feminists online, black feminists in real life.
That's funny.
These white men are dangerous. Yeah, this happens time and time again. I just saw this TikTok of this girl who was saying like, these white demons, don't even try to say that. I hate when white people say that white people are bad. It's like, I know, I don't need to hear it from you. And then you see that she's doing a TikTok. The one before is her like dancing around Disney World with her white boyfriend. Every time. Same
love
one.
us.
Look at her. She was saying all this stuff about like she's exact. She has the witch nose piercing, everything. This is haram.
She's talking about alchemy.
What was she saying about alchemy?
She was seriously on some like black Israelite Hotep shit. She's like, you know, because you white people took all the greatness. All the greatness came from us. Our alchemists, our scientists, our engineers. It's like, yeah, a lot of fucking engineers came out of there, right?
Okay. A lot of science being practiced.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So she was on some serious Hotep shit, and then she's fucking kissing me on the cheek. That's so classic. I mean, you know, whatever. I mean, she's nice and everything, but he cute. That's always he cute though. You know, little
he cute
frog.
Though.
Yeah.
That little race is cute though. Period. Cute. That Nazi cute. All right, sorry. Neon defends Islam against Adam 22. You got to see this. Okay.
This is bro. Because I'm gonna be honest. I'm a Muslim and I don't fuck with this shit. Dead ass. That's why
Neon's a Muslim, chat? I did not know that.
Allahu Akbar!
My bad if that was too loud. This is one of Aiden's best friends. I want Neon on the stream. Neon, I told you I want you to be on here. You should talk to Nick. I think you would learn a lot from him, actually. But Neon, you need to come on the stream.
I'm a virgin. I'm waiting for marriage, and I don't fuck with this.
So Allah told you to not get any pussy or what? Or did you read it in the Quran somewhere?
Yo, Neon. That was the worst answer you could have gave. I mean, Adam's 39. Neon is probably 16. Allah doesn't want you to get like pussy and shit.
I don't know who in their right mind is fucking you, first off. Second off, if I wanted to, I could easily fuck your bitch and I put that on my mother's like, wallahi, fuck you.
I don't think you got it in you.
Yeah, I don't got it in me. I will beat your ass, bro.
You won't.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Adam sounds like he's high in this one. What's your take on this situation? I talked to him right when this happened. I was like, oh, it's really funny that you're announcing that you're a cuck on the stream with me. But this guy was, yeah, he basically did, do you know the lore?
Adam 22? Yeah.
What's your take on this? Because Zherka's talked about it. He's talked about how he said this Freemason stuff. I talked to him, and it's actually like really off-putting because I like doing this podcast. I actually like the guy. I'm not gonna lie, but he has an Antichrist tattoo on his face. I don't know if you've seen it. It's pretty obvious. It's not hard to see. And the first time I did a podcast, he has a giant Satan statue in his office, and he was like chasing me around the office with it. I was like, please don't. Like, I don't want to. I really got uncomfortable. Like, not even as a joke. I really get uncomfortable like around stuff like that. It's
yeah,
just,
me too.
The whole point of making stuff like that and having it is to put demons into the air.
Yeah, for real.
Like, that's the whole point. So I'm going to be freaked out. Do you think that it's a humiliation ritual? Do you think that there's something satanic going on? Do you think it's a good example of somebody selling their soul?
Yeah, no, I think that they are. I don't think it's anything like a humiliation ritual because they're into it, you know, but that's what happens when you give yourself over to the devil. It's no coincidence that he has that, you know, demonic type of stuff in his office, and he's a porn star. He's like a porn star, degenerate. He's into the cuckoldry. Those things go hand in hand. He's given himself to the devil. He's given himself to sin, and that's what happens. I mean, you actually cannot be free. You're either going to work for God or you're going to work for the devil. There's no working for yourself. If you're working for yourself, you're working for the devil. And so, and the same goes for working for fame, working for money, you're working for the devil. So, and once that happens, I mean, someone was saying this the other day. I said this on Fresh and Fit, you know, I'm the virgin, I don't have sex. And somebody said, yeah, no, good on you, because once you start, you can't stop. And that's getting to the idea that sin is this bottomless pit. Like it will never be sated. That's the whole point. And that's why it's slavery. It's a trap. You become like a slave to your compulsions. In the case of Adam 22, it's only a matter of time. Same thing with Destiny. I'm sure Destiny didn't start out as a gay cuck. I'm sure he started out maybe as a womanizer, or maybe
he was conservative. He grew up Catholic.
Yeah, there you go. But you know, you take one step and you're on your way. And you make decisions every day of your life that lead you down that path, and you wake up one day and you're Adam 22 or Destiny, you're a gay
you're on
cuck.
Grindr, and then you have no idea what. But it's that the more sinning you do, you have to sin more and more and more and more.
It's a bottomless pit, yeah. Right. So, and Adam 22 fell into it. But I agree. I mean, I know people that are friends with him. They say he's a stand-up guy, but you know, you got to cast that stuff out. You can't be a good person if you worship the devil, obviously.
Yeah, do you think that there's any saving this guy? Because what's really funny to me is people because he doesn't see it, he's going to deny it all. He's going to say that he's not working for the devil. So even though it's really funny how atheists always embrace a lot of this Satan stuff. They say that they don't believe in God, but then he has an Antichrist and he has a Satan statue. So it's like you're denying the existence of God. And I've argued so many times with him saying that like you should have some faith. I especially talked to him when he first had his daughter. I was like, don't you feel something when you look into your daughter's eyes, something that's divine, something that you can't describe? Like that feeling is the same. That faith and that love is similar to the faith and love that you have with God. It's not something that you have with anything else. And those people will claim they're atheists so hard, but also embrace everything that's anti-religion. Instead of just being apathetic towards religion, they hate religion, which is strange because they deny the existence of God so much because they think it's ridiculous, but then also embrace the antithesis of God, which in a way is admittance of God, because evil does not exist without God. Satan does not exist without God.
Well, it's because they're, I mean, like the devil and the demons, they're in rebellion against God. And, you know, I don't believe in atheists. I think that everybody is basically religious. And the thing is, when you're an atheist, you know, like I just said, there's just not an option where you have no God. Like Ryan Dawson said this to you. He's like, well, how about atheism? No gods, no masters. No, but Satan is your master. You know, the devil is there. And so even though you don't believe in that, that is still true. You know, if you're a Christian, atheists can say that all they want. We all know who they're still working for. And this is why it manifests in these weird ways. Like I remember I went to Washington, D.C. 4 or 5 years ago when Trump was president. And I went outside the White House. There was a protest. It was Satanists against Trump. And I walked up to one of them and I said, hang on a second. I said, so you're a Satanist against Trump? They're like, yeah. I said, so doesn't that mean that God is on Trump's side? Like, doesn't mean that, like you're evil, you know? And they're like, no. We don't actually believe in the devil. And you'll hear this. They say the Church of Satan or the Temple of Satan, because they're two entities. One of them says, we don't actually believe in the devil and have a religion based on the devil. They say, we believe in the devil as an archetype and as a character. We use it to mock religion. We don't believe in God or the devil, they say, but we use the devil as a way of triggering Christians, as a way to mock it, as a symbol of atheism.
So they're working for the devil.
Exactly. And I'm like, don't you fucking see what's going on here? Like, how stupid can you be? They're like got a satanic tattoo on their face and they're like, no, but this is just, no, but we don't worship the devil. Okay, right?
Wrong.
I mean, only an atheist could believe that.
It's garbage. So everybody is atheist to some extent. I mean, well, is religious to some extent. What do you think about the yoga people, the astrology? Last night we met a girl like, I'm a Catholic, but I'm spiritual, and we all laughed.
Yeah.
Who do they serve?
The devil also, and here's why. I mean, and I feel differently than you. I'm Catholic, so we believe that it's the man, Jesus Christ. You know, the people believe in, like Jordan Peterson believes that Jesus was an archetype, part of the collective unconscious, which is something that Jung talks about, which Zherka quotes a lot. They say, you know, Jesus is just a character. He's a literary character. He's a teacher. Christians believe that No, we have to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. We have to believe in the man. Like when we go to Mass, for example, and you know, you don't believe in transubstantiation, which is the bread becomes the body. We believe that every time we go to Mass on Sunday, we are witnessing the crucifixion again. That's what the Mass is a representation of the sacrifice on the cross. Every time we do Mass, that's what's happening. We're witnessing it all the time. And so we believe that we're saved through that, through his real body, his real physical body, his real physical blood, which is the body and blood of God. And so that is against any interpretation where people say, well, I'm spiritual, I believe in astrology, you know, I believe in whatever. It's like, if you believe in anything like that, that's all fucking magic. And magic is divination. It's using dark angels, which are demons. It's using these like supernatural powers that are not God. And when you're doing that, it's violating the first commandment, which is you can't have any gods before me. So all that stuff, we don't believe in tarot cards, astrology. You know, we consider that as trying to circumvent God's will, which, you know, you're not allowed to do.
Do you see astrology as witchcraft?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We believe it's real, though. We believe it works. Like, astrology does have predictive power. Catholics have said that forever, but it is a sin to engage with it.
Because why is it a sin to engage? Because you're... Why?
Because it's divination. It says, like, you know, we are trying to tell the future, and telling the future is a way of thwarting God's plan. We're not meant to know the future, right. And it's like a way of trying to control our destiny when God is in control.
Yeah. Thanks for the 10, the 1% podcast. I haven't been able to sleep at night trying to find out what religion is going to save me, and then boom, the cocaine crusader Zherka is actually a great guy who finally allowed me to follow Jesus. Okay, well, I hope you don't start doing cocaine and then repenting every day. I don't think that's the right way to go. But
you got to pick him up. Where is he? He's waiting.
I don't know where he is. Yeah, I'm gonna find his. Let me text him. I think he went live right now. I don't know if he was actually outside. Or he was just trolling on Twitter. But let's see.
Yeah, hit him up.
Non-stop, like for the past, I don't know if you noticed, but like all the chat was just blocks of Zherka. Yeah. Sound the trumpet, Zherka.
Sound the trumpet.
You're talking about like divinity, and I just see all these trumpet emojis. Non-stop. Oh, nice. Zherka, Andrew Tate liked my tweet. And Zherka said...
Andrew Tate liked your tweet?
Yeah, well, it just said free the Tates. SNEAKO was not born a homo. Do not take away his work ethic at Sneako. Okay, you called me a homo. And yeah, they were calling me a snake, chat. Okay, let's see. Let me call him. Where is he? Okay, he's not actually here.
No, okay.
No, he's not waiting outside. Yeah, and then people were putting like camping emojis because like Zherka's camping. Yeah, it was just... I was trying so hard not to laugh. Like you were like in a great riff, and it's just nonstop fucking snake. Just dying laughing.
He's so funny.
Zherka, sound the trumpet. Sound the trumpet. Okay.
Camping emoji.
Probably like campfires and shit. And I was just picturing Zherka like with the trumpet in a campfire outside, like, you homo, let me in. Like fucking, you snake. Like, okay. So Nick, Destiny banning chatters mid-debate.
Yeah, not a good look.
Was he actually doing that?
Yep.
Oh wow, yeah, Drew was banned by chat. Destiny prepared, right guys? Frog banned. He's fucking losing, and then
that's so shameless, dude.
Yeah, but this is not even good like debate prep. Like, well, I don't get the mode or the. I guess he doesn't think it's gonna take that much time, but it's just W Myron. This is a good picture, Myron. Nick out of con. Do you know this clip?
No, I don't.
You're horny. You're horny. You're a simp. Shut up. Get out of my face. Stop policing my tone. Let me save the white race. All right.
That's a good clip right there.
Yeah.
Young Card, thank you for the 20. Appreciate you, man. Nick, do you acknowledge that any religion that denies the deity of Christ is the spirit of the Antichrist?
Not necessarily. Vatican II says that Muslims and Christians worship the same God. We believe that when Muslims worship Allah, they're worshiping God the Father. We just think that Islam is like insufficient, obviously, because it doesn't accept Jesus, and it's like it's not the best way to come to God. But Vatican II, it's actually a controversial teaching, but it says that technically Muslims are worshiping God the Father.
A lot of Christians have been saying that Islam is a pagan religion, all this stuff like that. But I believe the same thing. I think Christians and Muslims, we believe in the same God. We just have interpretation. The major difference is just the interpretation of Jesus. But we respect Jesus, and he's written about in the Quran quite a bit. There's a lot of emphasis on his name and how important he was and how important of a prophet he was. Yo, the Groypers are fast because this is great. I love the way he drew the. Look at us, the bouncers, the red pill, me and Zherka in the back, the Secret Service red pillars, and then like how quick that this was made.
Yeah, that sewer lizard. He's quick. He draws these things up like in 10 minutes.
Okay. Well.
Well, hey, no, he's into that.
Hey,
Don't
no.
post that.
Oh no.
This sick freak is into that.
Yeah. I don't want to air us. Well, it's just. Yeah. I don't know how. This one's great too. Shout out to. Do you know this artist again?
Yeah, that's TikTok Groyper. He's amazing.
TikTok Groyper. Shout out to you because this is from Zherka's Twitter video. Twitter.com/ZherkaOfficial. I'm gonna plug his Twitter right now because he's not here. But yeah, this is great. This is right. Zherka put his. Oh, look at us. And he put his camera in the corner. Yeah. And then it's pretty much like exactly this frame. And I think this is great. I'm not sure why he picked this exact image, but I really like it.
Yeah, me too. That's a good one.
Yeah, Destiny looks like kind of shy right now. You're the main character right here. Cheesing. Right? he got the girls really well. And then me, I look like I don't know. I look like an anime dude.
Yeah.
I look like the back of like your security in this picture. Again, I mean that was pretty much our role on the debate.
Yeah, red pill bouncer.
Thank you for the 5 truly beautiful Nick's. Here's a question: is Sneako and your belief going to hell for denying Christ?
Well, I mean, Catholics say we don't know who is saved, but most likely, yeah, since you don't believe in Jesus.
Bomboka!
Well, I don't think you're going to hell. Muslims believe that people of the book are still can still make it to heaven. A lot of them can make it to heaven even if they're Christians or Jews or just Buddhists or anything, even if they're spiritual people. If they take their shahada right before they die, then they're still a Muslim and they can go to heaven. But not only that, God judges your actions, and it doesn't have to be exactly like that. Jordan, thank you for the 10. Nick, do you think the Vatican turned into undercover Satanists? Reason I ask is because there seems to be a lot of that looks satanic.
No, I don't think so.
Reason. That was a terrible reason he said.
Yeah.
My reason is there seems to be a lot.
yeah, that's good evidence.
My reason is it seems like it. Ice Cube on the Club of the Gatekeepers. Ice Cube, actually, he JQ'd, right?
He did, yeah, a couple of years ago.
What did he say? Because I've seen pictures with him and Ye. They've been hanging out.
Yeah, he was posting pictures of like the black cube inside the 6-point star, but it was more of that like, who was the basketball player who did this last year? Was it Kyrie Irving?
Kyrie Irving.
Yeah. So it was more in that vein, more coming from the esoteric lens, because I feel like there's a few lenses you can come at it from, and one of them is very esoteric. They talk about the tribes of Israel, and they talk about the symbology, and the black Hotep stuff, and that he was talking about that kind of thing a couple of years ago.
So you don't think blacks are the real Jews?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Yeah, what's cracking? You know what it is? It's your homeboy Ice Cube. And some of you may not have realized that I'm not part of the club. And a lot of you listening to me right here, right now, you're not part of the club either. And what I realized with the club is what makes them so mad is when you don't want to be a part of their fucking club. That pisses them off. What club am I talking about? I'm talking about the club of gatekeepers that we all got to deal with. You know who they are, and they definitely know who they are. A lot of people be like, what, who? Come on, man, stop playing. So ever since I put out the contract with Black America, you know they've been fucking with me. Here and there, this and that. But it's cool, you know. I expect that. You know, I've been working with, on the Big Three for a long time, and you know how you've been fucking with me with that. I made it, plain, simple, and clear. What they've been doing, the NBA been fucking with us. Now, a lot of people might say, like, well, but Cube, you want to work with the NBA. Really, I don't give a fuck about working with the NBA. What I want them to do, when I say work with us, is to stop working against us. Stop doing that bullshit behind the scenes that we know you're doing. Mainstream media, they ain't fucking with us. And that's cool. We can do it ourselves, you know what I'm saying? We still on the rise without these motherfuckers, so we don't need them, you don't need them, So what am I going to do to deal with these motherfucking gatekeepers? Well, what I'm going to do is go on a Fuck the Gatekeepers podcast tour. And I'm going to talk to everybody.
And then he went on Joe Rogan and he said that he refused a contract of like $30 million to do a movie because he didn't want to get vaccinated.
Hey, you know, and get a chance to get my message out to the people. Be able to
respect.
Yeah.
What do you think he means by "we all know who they are"? Stop playing.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a dog whistle or not. It
No?
could be. It could equally though. It could not be.
Okay. It seemed like it was pretty obvious. Well, seemed like it should be pretty obvious to everyone though. Why is Zherka shit posting about Nick on Twitter right now? I don't know what he's saying. Nick, Sneako, thoughts on the new religion with Judaism, Islam, and Christianity? How do you guys feel about it? Is this prep for the New World Order? What's the new religion? Have you heard about this?
No, I don't know.
It sounds like no.
I'm not here to be some sexy slap meat for girls. Girls are here to be sexy for me. Throw it back out a nigga. And that's why you're gonna drop that ass for a nigga, because you were put here to drop that ass for a nigga.
This is the same song.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a banger though. It'd be a good intro song. Yeah, we just got 3 $20 donos in a row. Appreciate you guys. Young Party, thank you for 20. Difference between Islam and Christianity and all the religions is that there's nothing we could do to get into right standing with God without the shedding of blood. It's been like that since the beginning. Sky Guy Yay 24, thank you, man. Legendary stream last night. God bless you both. Nick, how do you feel about the stream? Mogging Destiny on the JQ in front of 100K must be a career highlight, all things considered.
Yeah, it was huge. It was the left's top guy. It was our most important issue. Biggest audience ever. Yeah, it was basically perfect. I don't even know why he subjected himself to that. I guess he got cocky, but it was...
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit before the stream. Like, why do you... Because we were walking into that. I mean, it was a 5v1. Everybody besides him was on your side on the table. Like, me and Zherka were just there. Everybody knows our position and how we support like what you talk about. Why would he sign up to that? I don't get it. Do you think that he was just trying to block you? Like, I need to push back. Why even do it?
Well, I mean,
he was always going to win.
He was damned if he did, damned if he didn't, because he watched the stream on Friday and said, just like he did on the panel we did with Abba and Preach and all those guys, he said, I can't let him preach his message to that many people without any pushback. I mean, that's literally what he said about that stream. So, I mean, his intention, I'm sure, was to come on and derail, which is kind of what he did in a sense. I mean, I'm sure he thought if Nick Fuentes goes on Monday with Zherka, Sneako, and Fresh and Fit, it's going to be a massive stream, and he's going to be able to push all of his views unchecked. You know, God forbid someone should be able to, like, have a platform to say their opinion without a little faggot constantly attacking them. Anyway, so that's what he thought, and so I'm sure in his mind, it's like, well, I gotta go and give that thoughtful pushback that everybody's always asking for. Well, Nick is just saying that we need someone who knows the facts to push back. And that's always the excuse. It's always like the magical expert who's going to come in and explain why, no, the status quo is totally true. Just, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Everything in the news is true. I'm the magical expert. I just wasn't there to correct everybody. I'm the magical fact checker. And anyway, he went in there and he just got totally blown the fuck out. So it was actually worse, because if it was just us on Monday doing our thing, people could always say, oh, well, that's their opinion. There was no one there to push back. But since he showed up and got his ass kicked, it's like, well, not only did we give our opinion, but he gave his and he was wrong. Like, he lost objectively. So, and he made it a bigger stream. Like, him being there and it being a debate made it even bigger. So it was either we had a smaller stream and we got to say whatever we wanted. As an alternative, it was way bigger, and not only did we get to say what we wanted, but we beat the fuck out of the other side. So it was like worst case scenario for him. High stakes. He went all in and he lost. So that's what happens.
Yeah, I think that was just a bad idea from the jump. I didn't expect it. Like, this is the topic that I don't see you ever losing a debate on this topic, especially after Ye 24. I just don't see it possible. And I noticed that when we were doing the brainstorming sessions at Ye 24, like, seeing your knowledge about all this, like, not only foreign policy, but theology and all the people, everyone's position on these topics, and exactly like what's possible and what you should do about it. And every other country, I was really impressed the way you were rattling off. And there was a moment where Ye was looking at you, and I saw him shift from, like, not for being a little bit like on the fence about you to be like, yeah, let's try. Like, yeah. Like the employer sees, like, okay, I like this guy. Like, and he started talking to you more, and that it was really impressive to see that, because you didn't. That was a really high pressure moment, and you were just doing your thing, like just being Nick. And I didn't see. I saw an element that I didn't see on your stream, because when it's just one-on-one, but in that high pressure environment in a brainstorming session where you just have to chime in, I was like, yeah, this is. So after that, I'm like, there's no chance. The amount of knowledge you have about this, there's just no chance you're going to be able to lose this.
Yeah,
against anybody, and that is the guy to debate. That's the only person.
Yep, he is their top debater or whatever. But yeah, I appreciate that.
Dropped the N-word several times.
Literally soy jack face.
And I've had like people.
I've seen this face 2,000 times. Also, 3 of the people.
Wait, I've made. This is the same thing when I was on my red pill rage arc. All my enemies, I have a collage identical to this. Where I just can't. I put. Have you seen my? Yeah. Because all of them look like this. What year was this?
This was last year, I think. Yeah, because it was during the Russia war.
Times. Also, 3 of the people on this panel have the same fucking face. This guy, dude, he literally just made the face, and this guy. If you put these guys in a police lineup, they would all be indicted. It's disturbing. This guy literally got a figurine in the background.
Play to me at all, you know?
I had a debate with this guy, like Papa something. Whatever, this giant fat dude. I'm arguing with him. I'm like, bro, you have stuffed animals in the back of your room, like, and his wife walks. Like, why am I arguing with a grown man that has toys in his house?
With a man child.
It's just literally, and everything about it's if what you look like can describe your entire worldview. If I can take one look at you and know your opinions, you don't have an opinion.
Yep. Yeah, you're an NPC. I mean, I know it's overused, but it's just true. Bot.
That's the bot.
Nope, nah. Bot answer, bro.
Gay koozie. This guy was kind of like John Doyle.
Yeah. Okay, so
like their faces look the same. Even subtract the beard, glasses, and hair. Excuse me, and the hair. he looks like that when the Switch guy's like, and like this guy, he's got the same. Where are they making these people? Where are they like creating these people? They look like they're grown in a lab.
Well, I gotta warn. I think if you eat too much goy slop, this does become you.
You think?
I think.
I don't know.
Goy slop, video games, porn, feminism combined, and then watching Hasanabi, all those 5 things will just morph you into this person. So be careful, because like, what do you think they eat? You think they eat healthy? You think they're eating Wagyu steaks all the time?
I don't think it's their diet. I think it's how they're, because your face reflects who you are. You know, that's why it's your face, and I think that's where physiognomy comes from. People misuse this word all the time, but physiognomy means that your physical characteristics reflect your personal attributes, your character traits. So if somebody looks ugly, it's because they're evil. If someone has a hooked nose or a negative canthal tilt or those kinds of things, it's because they're like a deeply corrupt or a dishonest person. So I think when people, and you want to know why, it's because your face is like a mask for who you are. And so it's like, you know, when you look at a person and you ape their expressions, you know, or you react to things in a certain way based on your emotional state, it's almost like your emotions, who you associate with, it's like it terraforms the contours of your face. So I think it's just like who these fucking people are. Because people look at me and they see like a strong brow ridge and no negative canthal tilt and stuff like that. And it's because I have like this stoic...
No negative what?
Canthal tilt.
What is that?
It's like if you draw a line between this part of your eye and the out part of your eye, it'll be a negative angle.
You're in
like
deep
this.
with the green line. Looks maxing stuff.
Well, it's just this is called physiognomy. It's like a science.
I know physiognomy, but like the difference is, do you think that it's innate? Like you think people are born ugly and then they live ugly lives? Because the way I see it is the thoughts you have and the people that you associate with and what you put into your mind that ends up growing on your face. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So yeah, it's a result. Your face is a result of your thoughts and your beliefs. You grow that. So it's not innate. So is that what physiognomy argues?
Yes.
Oh,
that's what it is. That's what I'm arguing. I'm saying these guys. That's a better way of saying it. Their face grew because of who they fucking are, because they're these horrible people. That's why their faces look so angry. Do you notice that?
Yeah.
They have like this impotent rage face.
Seething, weird. Yeah, very. The vaccine face.
Yep.
Like they're made with parts in a factory. Ugh. I'm just disgusted. Look at that expression. They're all making that. But it's absolutely horrifying, man.
Andrew Tate has talked extensively about this face too. It's just really bothered me because everybody who's made, I don't know, do you know these? Are these all your haters?
No, those are all the soy face people.
Okay, but who was the collage for you? You just found?
Oh, those are all guys talking shit about me on a panel.
Oh yeah, okay, on the panel, like people who have made documentaries about me, like all these hit pieces. Like a lot of them afraid to debate me, and I'm not even a good debater. Like I'm very average, but a lot of these guys are afraid because I can just go in and kind of like bully and just call people fat and stuff like that. Call them an NPC, and they don't really know what to do. They kind of freeze up. But they'll make like entire documentary, and I'm like, but you all look identical. Like, so how does your whole thing just not get? Just look at you. That's why you don't like me. It's over after that.
It's written on your face.
Right. Thanks for the 20, Godspeed. Vatican II was subverted by Freemasons of the JQ. Nick needs to read Leon de Pontus. Spent his entire ministry unveiling JQ and how they've been attacking the church since Christ first came to earth.
Yeah, that's Protestant nonsense.
Olin, thanks for the 20. The reason Destiny needs to push back while Nick doesn't need to do it to him is because they both recognize that America First will grow, America First is inevitable, by a bigger audience while Destiny's neoliberal ideas will just stagnate. Yeah, I think that's the difference between entertainment and entertainment that has a movement attached to it. I don't think Destiny really has a movement, and no liberal streamer really has a movement attached. They're like kind of cope after a long day of work or whatever they do. They just kind of want to turn their brain off and become numb and then laugh at other people who are better than them to kind of seethe and cope with their normie bot existence.
Right.
So they need to hate other people who are doing things that are bigger and better because they don't like themselves internally. So like, haha, I don't like, you're racist. And then they feel better because it's like, okay, the reason I'm a failure is because he's racist.
Right.
And so it's all cope. I don't there's not an actual, there's no energy. There's no movement. There's no God attached to it. There's nothing bigger.
And it shows that he's afraid, because if he feels the need to if they were so confident in their beliefs, they would be like, yeah, let Nick talk and he'll show how stupid his ideas are. Let him go out there and say what he's going to say. Because that's how I do at Destiny. I don't go and feel the need to, we can't let Destiny talk his ideas, because I know his ideas are ridiculous, But when I go out there on a big platform, he's like, I have to shut this down. Otherwise, what? Everyone's going to like me. Everyone's going to agree. Everyone's going to convert. So it just shows that he realizes that these ideas have weight. He wouldn't show up if he didn't think that.
Right. Salem, thank you for the 20. I disagree. Carbs, sugar, seed oils lead to inflammation, metabolic disease, which affects your thinking. That's true too. Like when you put a lot of garbage into your body, your thoughts are going to become number and slower. It affects your thinking. Going carnivore / keto increases testosterone. Testosterone is falling due to phytates flood. Yeah, a lot of that is too. Like all the people in the soy face that have low testosterone. And I know that diet is not the determining factor, but that is a big factor. Like these people are not, a lot of them are like more like if you look at the soy thing, would you assume that they're vegan or carnivores?
Vegan.
You would assume they're vegan. So the diet does play, it's not the number one determining factor, but.
I don't know if I believe in all that. I think the diet, people are going to.
You want to eat your pizza and burgers so bad.
Well, here's the thing, because I don't know. I just don't buy into all that shit. People are always like, man, your diet's bad. No. It's like, I don't know. And here's why, because I believe it's about your spiritual nourishment and what you put in your body matters. I'm not going to counter signal that, but I'm much more of the mindset that it's like, it really is just all about calories. Martin Shkreli woke me up on this years ago because he did a talk and he said, macros don't matter. It's literally just about calories. And
then he started flirting with his ex-girlfriend all night.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I just, I try to stay skinny. I eat within my caloric whatever, and all this diet stuff it's so tedious. It's like a freaking Jewish ritual. They're like, we gotta get my fucking calculator out at the restaurant dinner table.
But I don't do any of that. I don't track macros. I know. You saw when I have a salmon. I'm like, you don't need it. Like tracking all that stuff is gay. But burgers and pizza, there's a difference between burgers and pizza and soda all the time and healthier. Right.
You gotta eat good, man. You only live once. Gotta eat your pizza while you can.
Wouldn't it be better if you enjoyed it like once in a while?
No. Look, I don't drink. I don't smoke.
That's your vice.
I'm a virgin. So let me have my fucking Big Mac. All right. Let me eat my
How many
pizza.
Big Macs do you have a week?
Oh, I don't eat McDonald's that much, actually. I can't really eat fast food anymore. If I go fast food, I'll go to some like local spot because Chicago has a lot of hot dog stands. I'll get a Euro, which is a little healthier. I'll get a hot dog. Hot dog's not as healthy.
If I have one Big Mac, and yeah, I enjoy it. It tastes good, but I feel the effects. Chad, the type of one, if you know what I'm talking about. Like if I have Taco Bell or any junk food, I feel it sit. Like there's something you don't have like extra.
Tastes good. Tastes good. Makes me feel good.
You're the American dream.
My favorite meal, though. My favorite meal. I don't want to dox where I get it, but it's like it's a big plate, and it's like a bed of hash browns, 2 burger patties. It's 2 fried eggs, covered in chili, cheese, onions. This food makes you feel like a superhero, and I feel like that is like a real diet, as opposed to this like, can I just have like a hamburger, no bun, no vegetables, like that carnivore shit? I just don't buy into it at all. I think you need carbs,
you could have a burger.
Starch, you need meat, you need sugar, we need ice cream. Ice cream should be part of the food pyramid. Ice cream should be in the middle of the food pyramid with sugar and Pepsi.
Why justify Pepsi real quick?
Sugar. Our bodies need sugar, Sneako. We need sugar.
Why from soda? Why is Pepsi the way to get sugar?
Well, if it's made with real cane sugar. If it's made with real cane sugar.
Is Pepsi made with real cane sugar?
You can buy it with that.
Are you drinking that?
Like a Mexican Coke. Yeah, I buy it. It's a little more expensive, or like a Mexican Coke or something. But yes, this is Petey, okay? This is Ray Pete. Some people in your chat will know what I'm talking about. Orange juice, Pepsi, ice cream. This is in the middle of the food pyramid.
That's the American. You're a 50s American dude. Are you one of those guys like I was born in the wrong generation?
No,
like,
I'm not.
You never had one.
I'm a modern man. I like video games.
You play games like that?
Not crazy, but yeah, I like video games.
Inner Circle Trader, thank you for the 20. Nick, why the Muslim ban? Muslims are the only people fighting the agenda. Muslims leave their country because of war, CIA regime change. Christians had black, white church 100 years ago, and now gay flag in front of church.
No immigrants, man. We don't want any more immigrants. I don't get this. Like, why don't you live in a Muslim country? Muslims are always, I mean, you're obviously from here, but what's with this? Like, we need more, like, why don't you go move to fucking Saudi Arabia if you love Islam so much? No more immigration for America.
Okay, so it's not a Muslim ban, it's just an immigration ban.
Yeah, I mean, the Muslim ban was when ISIS was blowing everything up. That mysteriously stopped, which is really bizarre when you think about it. In 2016, Trump ran on radical Islam. Notice how that like disappeared from the discourse because they magically stopped doing terrorism after 2016. I think that's really sus. But anyway, but that's where that came from.
What do you think the truth is?
I think that probably the government was behind a lot of it because it's like it was turned off, like they flipped the fucking switch. If that was a real problem, they were like lone wolves behind every blade of grass. It's a viral ideology that we can't stop. It crosses borders. And then it just disappeared overnight, right?
Well, a lot of it was just media coverage and trying to keep people scared because you're easier to manipulate if you're scared all the time. And the Muslims, like with the AK-47s, that was the boogeyman for a long time in the media. Mm-hmm. That was completely over. People were seeing like the things with the sword. A lot of that I think was set up by the media. I think a lot of that stuff with the sand and the beheadings and stuff like that. A lot of that
was fake. Yeah,
a lot of that was fake.
It was in a studio.
Okay, so you're not Islamophobic.
No.
Okay, great. Allahu Akbar! Thank you, because that guy was like, he typed that chat in really broken English, so I could tell he really cared about that one. It was like, Nick, please. Like,
my friend.
My friend, Nick.
My friend.
With the curvy sword. Yeah. Homo Shlomo, thank you for the 20. When you see what Ron Rosenbaum wrote about the Samson option, you realize these people are fanatically insane.
Yeah, real.
I don't know what that is. Maybe
Samson option means that if Israel's ever going down, they're going to destroy the entire world. They're going to nuke the whole world.
Oh, well, inshallah, that never happens. MNH says, glad to see Nick on the path of the great Dr. Pete. Rest in peace. George Denkov, a researcher in the Pete community, has a paper on how Coca-Cola increases ball size.
Boom. That's why my balls are... That's why I'm throwing Roman salutes and saying the N-word. Because I'm drinking orange juice and Pepsi all day. Carnivore L. Where's your sugar? Get your sugar up, player.
Okay. I mean, you could have sugar without drinking sodas all the time, but I drink water. I'm just gonna keep drinking water.
Straight to the source.
Well, every time I literally, the last couple times I ever had soda was last time in November in LA with you, and then the past couple nights just eating. Like I never just water.
In heaven, there's a river of milk, water, and Coca-Cola.
You drink like straight up milk too?
No, I don't drink milk. I hate milk. I'm a baby like that. I drink chocolate milk.
Instead of thinking of the 20, they drink fluoridated water. Their pineal glands get calcified. They stop thinking and start obeying. Yeah, are you not one of those conservatives? Like I don't eat seed oils. I don't. Do you drink tap water?
No, I don't drink. I will never drink tap water.
All right, good.
And no seed oils.
Okay, good.
Although I know restaurants use them all the time, but
that's true. That's true. Why not the tap water? Because it turns the frogs there?
Because it's full of forever chemicals and heavy metals and things like that. It's like, I mean, if you even get, I have like a zero water filter. It comes with like a little thing. And you just look at how many, what is it, parts per million are in your water in a glass of tap water. It's crazy. I have a zero water filter. And the idea is it filters out all contaminants. So you measure it, it says 0 parts per million. I mean, it tastes like it. There was just a study that came out last week that said something like 45% of the tap water is this way. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. This is Leafy. Leafy's calling in. You can hold it to your mic, maybe.
Hey, what's going on?
Wait, who am I talking to? What the hell?
Me and Sneako. He can hear you.
What up? What up, Leafy?
Nick? Wait, I know you guys are hanging out right now?
Yeah, we're live together.
Oh, shit. Bro, I just wanted to say you deserve a straight up, like, award, right? Like, you deserve, like, the Nobel fucking Peace Prize.
W. Glaze.
For the fact that fucking you actually bodied Destiny in his own way, dude. And this isn't even just me saying this. Like, dude, his own subreddit has turned on him. Like, he has lost the game. The game is over, bro. You guys should have threw him out the fucking window. And when I donated that $300, dude, I thought for whatever reason, I don't follow it that closely, but I thought that that podcast was like yours and like Sneako's or something like that, which by the way, maybe it should be. But like, I tried, I wanted just to give you that when you fucking cornered her. I can't remember what you said, but dude, you need a fucking Nobel Peace Prize for killing Destiny.
Nice Glaze chat.
That dude straight up tried to get me banned.
Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. You've been killing it, by the way. Well, and he denied that he tried to get you banned. Like, talk a little bit about that, because I was like shocked I didn't get to circle back on that one. But he was like, what are you talking about? I never tried to get Leafy banned. He fucking did. It's on video, right?
Dude, look up the VOD. Like, when he said I did not try to get Leafy banned, I like fucking like, dude, I cornered him on stream like it's a big deal or whatever the fuck. But like, dude, I freaked the fuck out. I started saying in chat like, dude, $100 to anyone that can find the clip. And I fucking, dude, I'm gonna send this shit to you right now. But dude, like, he got cornered like 3 times in a row. Like, that's, hang on, I'm finding the tweet and I'm gonna send it to you or Sneako.
Send it to his Discord.
Play it afterwards, right? Because, or yeah, I'll send it to you. I don't have a Sneako's
Yeah, just DM it to me. It's fine.
Okay, I'll DM it to you. But where is it? Like, right after that lie, it was another lie. Like, I don't know what. I don't touch the whole Palestine and Israel stuff. But like, dude, it ended like every conversation ended with an L. Like, he's like, I have Israel friends. Like, dude, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, you beat him in every single point. All right, here it is. I found it right now. Give me 1 second. I'm sending it.
1 second.
Okay.
Can't really hear you because I have to put the phone down and you're on speaker.
Okay.
But like, you have to show this shit because I was gonna donate another 300, but I felt like I was getting hustled by the podcast owners or whatever the fuck. And no offense to them or anything like that. I'm sending it to Sneako.
You've never heard of Fresh and Fit before?
No, dude, I think that shit was a thing when I got fucking banned. When I get banned, and if I ever do get banned, I'm not keeping up with anything, dude. I'll avoid it. I don't want to hear how much fucking random people are making and how people are blowing up when I get banned off of everything. If I'm not in the game, then I don't want to. I like try to avoid it. When I see it, and it's like always horrible too because I'm like trying to watch like television. I'm like, what's the furthest thing from YouTube and that stuff? And I'll see a YouTube ad, and I'll like my fucking arms will get tense. Like, dude, I'll avoid that shit at all fucking costs. But yeah, you can play that afterwards. But dude, you guys fucking killed it, dude. Nick fucking killed Destiny in his own way, dude. And there was like 100K people watching too. Dude, I wish I knew the ratio to people that was like on Destiny's side to the people on your side. But I don't know. That was fire, bro.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate the support. I saw the clip of your stream when you tuned in and you were watching it. But yeah, I mean, this guy's just like basically the worst human being on the internet, and I'm glad that we could all come together to finally admit that and celebrate his destruction. I mean, honestly, I think he should just quit the internet after that. It was like such an abject...
He should have been banned.
Right?
He should have been banned or thrown out the window. And like in that first clip, it pisses me off. I'm not trying to shit talk the podcast or anything, but like, bro, like, I hate the fact that when the way he reads it, he read it incorrectly, right? Like he read it like he. I know I don't use commas and shit like that. Believe it or not, I actually can fucking write a normal sentence. But like I said, Destiny tried getting me banned off of Rumble and Twitter. Throw that dude out the fucking window. He lost the debate, Nick W. That's what I said, right? But the way he reads it, he's like, you know, he doesn't read it correctly. And I don't know, if you want to go in there and you want to sit there and play devil's advocate for fucking censorship and whatever the fuck, I think that if you lose the debate on censorship, I think he should be banned. Like, dude, I don't care if that makes me a hypocrite, bro. He should be banned. Like, he should. He lost the debate. It's over. Fucking strike three, you're out. You know, walk of shit. Dude, and I loved afterwards. I'm enjoying this a little bit too much, by the way. It's not obvious. I mean,
no, we won. Enjoy yourself, King. We won. We deserve this. This is our prize. We get to celebrate because we fucking won and he lost.
Dude, he straight up said, but there's no war to go to with Nick and Leafy because they have no platforms to go to war with us. Dude, he said that quote for quote. Fuck this guy. Like, I fucking hate this guy.
He said that quote for quote.
I was like liking tweets, but like, it doesn't even benefit me. Dude, I fucking straight up hate this guy. Like, try getting me fucking banned. Like, and the fact that he lost is just amazing. Everyone in fucking this stream right now, go to here. Nick Fuentes' fucking Rumble account is this. Go click follow. Like, just click follow, even if you don't even know who the fuck he is. Click follow, right?
Yes. Yeah, do that. 100%.
But like, Nick is the person that actually bodied this guy. It was me and Nick versus this guy. And I should have fucking just said, I should have asked you for your cash app for the 300. How much of the 300 did you get? Because I sent 300.
Nothing. They don't pay me.
We don't get
I do it for free.
chats.
I do it for free. I body Destiny for free. You know, the reward is that I get to defeat him and embarrass him and humiliate him.
Back to 300 because I mean, dude, I'm not trying to shit talk any podcast, dude. I don't know. They said like 10 words.
No, Myron, they were moderating. They were doing pretty well. I mean, look, they gave the platform for him to be. It was like a lumberjack match. Like and you're right. He got fucking destroyed. He gets fed to the lumberjacks. He should basically resign in shame from the internet because that's his whole thing.
I think he should be banned, bro.
Okay.
If you want to go around fucking attacking people with the sword, live and die by the sword, the justice for him. If he wants to fucking sit there and try to get people banned, and he did try to get me banned. Play the clip afterwards. He did talk to the Rumble CEO and asked for them to ban me. If you want to sit there and live by the sword, when you lose, you should get the sword too. He should be banned. He should be banned everywhere. He should be one of those, you know, like when people get fucking arrested and they revoke their internet access. I believe he should, like, his internet access should be revoked for 10 years plus. It's like, fuck this guy, like, entirely. I don't know what else to say. I could talk about this for hours.
All right, Leafy, dude.
I was liking and retweeting.
Okay, all right, Leafy.
All right, I'll talk to you guys in a bit. I'm going off on it, but I just am enjoying it too much. Check out the clip though, because dude,
oh my! All right, no, I'm just hanging up on him, man.
Come on,
bro, he's looping. Like he's looping.
He's excited.
All right, bro. Okay,
I love Leafy. He's like one of my favorites.
He might not even know that I hung up for like another 5 minutes because he's gonna.
Come on, he's the best. He's a legend.
Okay, no, he is.
He's an old head legend.
He's gonna make a whole thing about me for 20 minutes, mad that I hung up. But I was just like, okay, all right. How many times did he say that part? Thank you for the 20, Datuli. Dude.
I love that.
Thank you, man. Okay. Chad, am I elf friend for doing that? Okay, do you know what I'm saying?
W. Leafy.
Right,
Weefy.
Let's see. I think he sent me the clip. I want to check that out.
That's funny, man. I get such a kick out of him. He's hardcore.
Let's see. Because I don't know if that's true that he really tried to get him banned.
Well,
let's see.
I believe Leafy over Destiny. Destiny's literally a gay cock and Leafy's based, so I take his word for it. But yeah, cue it up.
He was so hyped, bro. It was like, this is sports for people now. It's not. This is that he was more hyped than like when your team wins a championship.
He's hyped, man. He's been enjoying himself on stream. It's been great to see him blow up again on Rumble.
All right, let's see. Watch this.
All right.
And another 20 from Chicagoland 10. Talib Kweli shit talking yay. Okay, we'll check this out after. First, let's watch this.
This is a heads up. I don't hate Judas.
Okay, is that Leafy? Is that Leafy?
It is Leafy.
Oh shit. Destiny tried getting me banned off Rumble, and Twitter threw that dude out the window, bro. He lost the debate, Nick W.
Oh shit. Just as a heads up, I've never tried to get Leafy banned from anything.
We're only reading 100. Why did we were all there. Why did he send us this clip?
Well, there's 10 more 20 more
Leafy tried to mischaracterize. He tried to say that I spent 4 hours on the phone with people for fucking Rebel to get a ban. None of those conversations ever happened.
Yeah. Oh yeah, wrong clip. Yeah, where's the proof?
Leafy, we were there. We know this happened.
Yeah, we need the clip where
that's what he sent me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm saying yeah.
Leafy, that was us there. I saw it. Nick, okay. Hold on. Let me try to pull it up. Maybe he sent it.
Oh wait, yeah. Check out the follow up there. There was something in the replies. Yeah, maybe that one. Yeah, that one from June 1st. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Del Groip. Shout out to him, by the way.
Fuentes on last. I guarantee you, Rumble is either going to blacklist Sneako from the Discovery again after having Fuentes on last night, or at minimum, the owners are giving him a final warning. I don't know. I talked about the other guy a lot though, and yeah.
Yeah, that's what he fucking does. He's a weasel. He did the same thing to me when I was on Twitch. He said something like, "Oh, I guess that's a violation of the TOS," and then he fucking reported me, and his whole live chat did. That's what he. And by the way, yeah, this was years ago. Though, it was like in 2020, but
he reported you to Twitch.
Yeah, he got me banned on Twitch. And then he goes.
That's grounds to really hate somebody.
Yeah. Hello.
He got you banned on Twitch?
Yes. Yes, he reported me, told his community to report me, and it was the same sort of like shit-eating grin, like, man, that's a violation of TOS. Not saying like, okay, go and report him, but like, uh-oh, I guess you're gonna have some problems. And he got me fucking banned. After the debate with Train Wrecks.
Oh, where you beat Hasanabi?
Mm-hmm.
That was a great one.
So it was 2019 then. 2019 or 2020.
Wait, reported you for what?
For something I said during the debate, I think. But I forget what. I mean, it was 4 years ago, but.
Chad, I would really, because that's going for your pockets. That's going for someone's like livelihood.
I know.
That's a really big one.
Yep. That's how, and then he went for Leafy. We just saw the clip. He denied it and said, I never talked to anyone. I never tried to get him banned from anything. He fucking did. And I remember that saga. This was just a couple months ago. He knows he did. He just lies. He's a shameless little liar. Punk ass bitch.
Wait, does he actually admit that he tried to get you banned, or that he got you banned on Twitch?
Yes.
That's not cool.
Nope.
That's really cringe.
Yeah, I know.
I've never used the word cringe before, but that's what that describes it.
He's a bot. Bot answer, bro. The day that Sneako began to hate.
No. I love everybody. Love everybody. Because if I start hating him, then he's going to try to get me banned on Rumble.
Yeah, good point.
Wow. Okay, so Talib, thank you for another. Okay. Cooked his ass. Talib Kweli, ain't this like the I Like Hitler guy with the White Lives Matter t-shirt? So.
Saying that about Kanye.
Yeah, I mean.
What's that in the comments of?
This is a clip from, looks like it's a clip from Drink Champs.
Oh, okay.
They used to be friends. He was on College Dropout.
Mm-hmm.
They were friends from back in when Ye moved to New York. Wow. And then someone replied, I wonder if he ratioed him. Nah, that's the guy. Yeah, he did. Nah, that's the guy who gave you your biggest record, and that shit old now. That's why you washed. Yeah, bro. Like, it's just sad. You had your biggest record, and now you're in the comment section getting 39 likes talking about the guy that gave you a record. Talib Kweli. What a shame. Too bad.
Sad.
Kickin' Aiden's manager told him no Fuentes, SNEAKO, and Rumble streamers, so this is the content. Yeah, I think, Chad, I don't know if Aiden wants me on his stream anymore. We were supposed to have all these fitness IRL streams planned. We were supposed to do gym streams. I was supposed to do a bunch of stuff. Even Aiden and I were talking about traveling and doing travel streams together. Now he doesn't reply to my text, which is fine. It's cool, but I don't think it's because he doesn't, because there was a point where he was saying like, yo, we got to collab more. We're the new duo. Word for word, Aiden texted me like, we are the new duo. He was so hyped after we did some streams, after we had Gorlock the Destroyer on, and we had that clip where I was saying that I was just making fun of Gorlock for thinking that he's a girl, that really big whale. And then I was telling you that Aiden's manager called him and said, like, yeah, the reason you can't have rappers on is because you be having Nazis on. And I was like, oh, Nazis plural. Who did he have on his stream? I was like, oh, shit, Nick. And then I guess I'm Nazi number 2.
Us, yeah.
So I don't think, and I don't know. I mean, I would like to talk about it with Aiden, but I don't think it's in his best interest. But this is what he's having on now. So this is the funny thing. It's like, are you going to have the Nazis on your stream, me and Nick, which is, I think this has been a great stream so far. You guys could say WRL. Or you can have, like, you could promote this stuff, you know? Like,
why, what's on this? Is Adam 22?
This is Adam 22 saying Aiden could fuck his wife.
Oh, no.
Like saying, in this clip, I don't want to play it, but Adam is saying, like, Aiden, you could fuck my wife, and I want her to suck my dick at the same time.
Really?
Yeah, like,
bruh, that's
and
gross.
Aiden has a really big child audience, and like I'm just thinking about, yeah, it's not good. And you know, I made mistakes and stuff, like, but everyone knows that it's not what I promote, man. There's 2 porn stars on here. Skybree in the corner too. So it's like, it's a brand risk if you associate with people who are talking about God and talking about politics and real issues and having debates and conversations, but it's not a brand risk if you have 3 porn stars in a panel.
Yeah, and talking about fucking somebody's wife and all that other vulgarity.
That's brand friendly. How crazy is that that's what's okay for the advertisers? The advertisers have no problem. The managers have no problem with porn. Look at that giant grin. But we're the brand risk. So, you know, you got to just kind of create your own route. But it's really too bad because I see the good in Aiden. Like, I think that he's a good kid. Well, good guy. He's not that much younger than me. And I want to see him do better. I think that the reason I wanted to do gym streams with them, because I was thinking about, like, the positive impact. Think about all the kids that watch him. They're going to be motivated to go into the gym. Like, you see, like, when he was doing, like, this, I just recreated it, but he was, like, doing dick sucking hands and all this stuff. And you see kids at the zoo doing that too. And, like, if he's influencing kids to do that, and the other guy's speed is twerking and jumping down and talking about sucking dick, if they can influence kids to do stuff like that, and then imagine how influential it is if we do gym streams. Right. If we make the gym cool and funny and stuff like that, how many people are going to start doing push-ups in between classes and stuff? But I don't know. Aiden, I would like to talk to you about that. And Nick, I don't know about you, if you would like to continue to talk to them too, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to talk to him, but I recognize I'm in a different category, but it just goes to show it is about good and evil. And I don't know how these people could think they're on the side of good. You know, when they say we have to censor the so-called Nazis because of the young people and so on, it's like you say, this is what you get without us. And what's really the real evil? The religious fundamentalists, the religious traditionalists, or the porn stars and degenerates?
But it's always about the advertisers, and that's why, kind of what you were touching on earlier, that if you don't follow God, then you end up supplementing it with something else. And with all due respect, like, Aiden had problems drinking lean, stuff like that. Like, he's gambling all the time. It's like, if you don't have a stronger purpose, then you're gonna go to degeneracy. That's just the only place you can go to. But I still think Aiden could go on a better path. Scrotum Wrangler, thank you for the 20. Nick, time for memory lane. Let's see, what's this clip?
Just a little joshing. Oh,
do you know this clip?
I don't know.
Okay, this is Steven Bonner Hall monitor. Oh wait, don't spoil it yet. I want to see. I think this is probably what it is, of Hall Monitor Steven getting you banned on Twitch. Why did you never tell me about this?
I don't know.
That really changes my.
I thought it was common knowledge. Little joshing. Oh, getting shot at. That'd be interesting to say the least.
What did you say? Getting shot at? That'd be interesting to see. Okay, you're in making like a getting shot joke.
Get out the deplatform hammer, boys.
Yeah, and there's that fucking weasel laugh. You know, the fucking fake
Wow,
laugh.
He's doing the fake ceiling laugh at getting you deplatformed?
Yep.
What the fuck? Yo, on stream? That's what they did to me. Like these people, the same people that I put in that, they would say like, yeah, this is where you can report Sneako. He's like a misogynist and racist, and it's really problematic for the platform. So go report his channel. And then I was banned like a month and a half later. But
yep.
I don't report people on Twitch.
No, Nick Fuentes was banned off Twitch.
Oh, damn.
So I guess if you have any comments on that or whatever.
I have no idea why he got banned. I don't.
Right. And that's what I'm talking about.
DGG, is this your king? Is this your...
I don't know.
Okay.
I think we have an idea of why.
Just a little joshing. Oh,
and you're just there, just joshing around,
Fortnite.
saying you're playing. Wow, that's some real snake. Ain't indecision. Thank you for the 20. First, don't Sneako. I think it's important that people remember that Destiny lied about the reasoning behind the falling out with Nick, then tried to be part of the content when it was relevant. Holy L.
Yep. He's a fucking punk. He shows up. This is my whole career. Deplatform me. Show up to run interference. The guy's a dirtbag, and I try to be nice.
You were trying to be nice to him yesterday, but he sees you as an enemy. Wow. Zach wanted to get Zherka in here. Losers, we need content. If Zherka wants to come, he can come. I think he's in Miami. I invited him, but I think he's on another stream right now. I want to learn more about this lore. This is very interesting to me.
Oh yeah.
Zherka put me on to a lot of the stuff like his marriage and how that started. Did you've seen those videos before, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that shit blew my mind.
Yeah.
Man. And it's funny how all this is on stream too.
Mm-hmm. That's a real winner they got on their side.
CEO of the ADL.
So literally, we opened a center in Silicon Valley back in 2017. And the woman who runs it, she's an ex-Facebook executive. I have software engineers and data scientists working at ADL. We're monitoring all this stuff. And we're working with all the platforms, by the way. Google and YouTube and Meta and Twitter and Reddit and Steam and Amazon, all these companies. From like Apple to Zoom, we work with all of them, okay? That's relevant because we've been working.
That doesn't sound like a conspiracy. It sounds like they're being pretty open about
they're
it.
just
Twitter
saying
now,
it straight up.
Since it was founded. We worked with the old regime, working with the new regime.
Well, I'm glad they didn't say Rumble, but it seems like that was older. Do all your clips get taken off of TikTok and YouTube Shorts?
Yeah.
Every single one?
Yeah, they get pulled. You can't even look up my name on TikTok.
Yeah. Same thing. My TikTok is difficult. IG Reels and I do pretty well on. Also, shout out to Nick and Sneako from MIB. We run your Telegram. Nigo, pop in there more often. Yeah, I will. Thanks, man. And HK, thank you for the 20 WCGO. Thank you guys for the super chats today. A lot more than usual. I'm getting like a cozy TV amount of super chats today.
My National Geographic library book. My National Geographic book says that Christmas is pagan. There it is.
Really, you're a pagan masquerading as if you're a Christian. Just because I ruined your worldview with Sneako about Christmas, exposed it as the pagan festival it is, I'm going to let your boy, conservative presidential candidate, Christian Baptist minister, the late Pat Robertson, put you up on game about Christmas.
And the pagans had something called Saturnalia. The Romans and others didn't want to give up their holidays, so they... Do
you know this guy?
No, I don't know him.
Said, okay, we'll Christianize it. And so they said, okay, we'll say the birth of Jesus was the 25th of December. All this business about mistletoe, pagan. Christmas trees, pagan. Giving out gifts, pagan. Every bit of it is pagan. Every bit of it is pagan.
It's pagan. Pagan.
Yeah, that's just a lame. I mean, so argument number one for why Christmas is pagan is look at my National Geographic book. Argument two is some Protestant said something on a TV show. It's pagan, says some Baptist. And it just goes to show, by the way, I hope that's a good refutation of Protestantism, that Muslims use Protestantism to debunk Christianity. But they bring up Saturnalia. Saturnalia is not on December 25th. So both Sheikh and that Baptist minister say...
Was it the 21st?
I believe so, yeah. The winter solstice, which is the 21st, not the 25th. So...
Well, the debate's supposed to happen. Do you want to put a tentative date?
No, because I got to study. I don't know anything about Islam, so I've been learning more. But, you know, this guy does apologetics for Islam for a living. I got to prepare. I got to learn about Islam. I got to learn about my faith more. So, but I'd like to do it before the end of this year.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'd love to see that.
Mhm.
I think it'd be
Yeah,
good.
because Sam Schumann bitched out.
And all the time, like chat, you know how many times, every time we have theology debates, with theology conversations, especially with Zherka, Young Don, Gideon, everyone says, talk to Sam Schumann, talk to Sam Schumann. We invited him like to have this debate, and then he ran. Like he did, and he also ran from Sheikh Uthman. So that's not the guy.
Well, he's
for this
bitching about
I don't know-
Holocaust
I don't really know
denial.
about him, but-
I don't even know him either. But who's that? Is that
That's a sword coming.
That's the sword?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. I can't see chat, but yeah, I'll just wait over here.
The trumpet's here.
Hey!
Choose all, please.
Sound the trumpet.
Okay, chat. Did you have to tell your guys to oh, no. It's fucking. Bro, I have smoke alarms here, man. Fucking.
What's going on?
He's smoking a cigarette inside.
I'm just saying, what's up?
So you guys ditched me?
Why didn't you give him an invite?
Because I just wanted a one-on-one interview. Myron wanted to come too, but it's like we just did a panel with everybody. Like I had 2 mics.
I guess I'm not cool enough for you guys.
Nah, you're cool.
You're here. I didn't need to let you in.
Who, me?
Yeah.
You mean twitter.com/Zherka official?
I already shouted out your Twitter at.
Appreciate that. Have a good night.
Oh, wait, you're leaving?
What? No,
I can't chill. Hey,
I really thought he was leaving.
You had a cigarette here last time. I watched your stream. You had a cigarello right here, smoking a little.
Cigarello, not a Marlboro Gold.
How's the difference? It's black smoke.
Bro, Marlboro Gold.
That is so weird, bro. He
Gold smells
discriminates
disgusting.
against cancer. They both give cancer.
Marlboro Gold smells disgusting.
That was the pickup artist trick. I saw that on a TikTok.
Which one?
When you say a date is going bad, so you say,
yeah.
I gotta go. That was it.
Yeah. No, it works on homos too.
Yeah, had us going. I'm not gonna lie.
The stream was so good when you guys were talking about divination and shit.
Pull up a chair, man.
Yeah, that divination part was so good. Why were you guys talking about witchcraft and shit?
Yeah, astrology.
Let's get back into that. You're the guy. What did you learn from Gary, the numbers guy?
Well, believe it or not, I'm like, bro, I don't do astrology, and it's like, you're full of shit. If I am gonna believe in these zodiac alignments, yeah, I know billionaires know, but how the fuck would he know? And then he's like, yeah, come upstairs. And I didn't know this guy. A mutual friend I barely know, Chase, was like, Zherka, you're the #1 occult channel, like, unless you count Alex Jones and his knowledge about like chai coms and shit. So they brought me up, and it wasn't about a cult. It was like conspiracy, political conspiracies. But I look in his apartment, this guy's rich as fuck, and he's on a FaceTime call with, I already told you guys, this is a billionaire. I'm not gonna say the name and ruin his business. But I looked through his phones, because the first thing I said is, Jew, give me your phone. I want to see if you're recording me. And he's like, if I'm recording you, I'm rich. It wouldn't be on my phone. It'd be like wiretap. And he starts saying Hitler's a good guy on his live.
A Jew?
Yeah, and at first I'm looking at him weird, but then he's like going into crazy detail. And I don't want to attack you, but I don't think you've even ever memed as hard as he was just straight talking. Like if you watched it, you'd say I wouldn't associate with that guy. That's how far. I don't know. Do you call that right wing, or when he says Hitler good guy this? Because you say Hitler's shown more hate than any other dictator, but that's kind of watering it down. Because this guy's saying he's a good dude.
Right. Yeah.
So when my whole audience is like, "Whoa, we found someone more extreme than Nick," and not just a little. Like if you watch the video, he has a free book. A free book, you can get it for free. This Gary guy, Gary 33, 33, right? But the book is about, basically I was the first one on the internet for the youth. I don't know if political guys did this, but, oh shit.
No, go ahead.
I thought the power went out, but it's light. But I was the first one who just brought this. I brought this to a Twitch podcast, which was very bad for my channel. But all I said was, when I read history, I'm not saying Nazis are good guys or any of that. I'm saying it's two sides of the same coin, that the Zionist billionaires, the capitalists, right? The Zionists hated their people being rich Jews in Germany. So they're like, let's resettle there. And they had the game plan for Israel way before that, right? Way before Israel's even made. And you can see the gazettes and everything for this kind of stuff. So the way I read history is like different from like just mainstream reading, right? So I said, okay, the Zionists really wanted their people to go there, but their people's like, bro, we're killing it. We're rich as fuck in Germany, and we're getting everyone to turn trans. Like they're living their whole degenerate dream. And so all the Jews said, fuck you, Zionists. We don't want to go. Why the fuck would we go? And even when people settled in Israel, it's very little. Like how many?
Not a lot.
It was very little. It's like, you can see it's not a natural movement.
No, not at all.
Yeah. So I said, if the Zionists really wanted these guys to resettle there, is it that much of a leap of faith to say they hired a Gentile? Because they're not going to do it themselves. They hired Hitler. So all I said was on a podcast years ago, that Zionism and Nazis is two sides of the same coin in this conversation. I'm not saying I'm an expert. If I was an expert, I'd say it's the truth. But I'm not going to do that because I'll only ever debate about stuff that I've mastered, so I never look like a fool. People are like, you never lose a debate. That's because you debate me on math. I'm not going to enter that debate. You'll fucking crush me. So I'm not saying this is the truth or what I think. I'm saying this is an argument, right? It's a real argument. And so this Gary guy had a book on my topic, and this topic destroyed my life for a long time. I'm talking about like brand deals and just shaking hands with people who would have got me more money. And so I was like, what? How much is that book? That's the first thing I asked, and he said, it's free. So I said, okay, I guess I'll come to your house and stuff like that, because it doesn't seem compromised to me. However, is it a couple days, I think it was a couple days, not one day, couple days before he had me on, I was trending in how you say, you know, these politicians we know, but they can't say they know us.
Right.
So they were kind of hitting me up through their like, they have other people who will do it for them. And they're saying, hey, Zherka, you know, you're a funny guy, but the political world, I'm talking about Obama level, knows who you are. I'm like, shut the fuck up. They raided the whole lobby at Obama administration, Gary's whole lobby of his floor. They raided the fuck out of it and broke everything. The same as a day after he had Obama's brother on an interview.
Malik.
Yes, do you remember that interview where they're talking about steak?
Yeah, yeah.
And so the first thing, he tells me that after I'm leaving his podcast. And I want to punch him in the face because I'm like, oh, he's CIA right there. Right. But he's convinced, him and his politician friends are convinced I'm CIA. The only thing they had trouble with is, if he came here with the Clinton Foundation at 6 years old, that's a little too young to get into that kind of training program and stuff. But they're like, you're CIA, but you're not actually CIA. But then he starts telling me stuff like, you know, CIA people, there's no like, they can't find out who's on their team. They actually have code words and symbols they'll use, but they don't like CIA members, like let's say Hillary Clinton, the highest levels, she's probably the Bruce Lee of CIA, right? She can't just go on a search engine and find out if Nick is CIA. Right. She'll get all of her resources to find out if he is, but it's not like they have a system because it's a corrupt system of them trying to smuggle as much cocaine cash out of Colombia. So it's like a mafia. So they don't actually, like you think they record it. They don't. If you join the CIA, they don't say Sneako's in here because then they'd have to do it for themselves. Right. I'm not talking about the higher ups. Like it's a military chain of command, but I'm saying all newcomers, they'll know because there's certain operations they do that look identical to the ones he's assigned. So that's how you usually find out. And they always travel with prostitutes. Have you noticed that? Every time, it's just like KGB. When they want you compromised, that you drink alcohol with prostitutes. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
So I look like very on his radar.
It's like
offline calling the CIA for so long. And I'm like laughing it off. But when he told me I'm leaving his studio, that he got raided by Obama's administration, and that same next day he has me on, you know, I don't want that fucking heat on me.
Yeah.
So I got really angry, and now I treat him as a friend, but I definitely always, because remember, to be CIA, all you have to do is pick up a phone call. You don't have to be trained, it's just a fucking informant. And people are like, well, why would anyone work for it? It's blackmail. If you work with the CIA, it's blackmail. And there's a lot of burn notice guys who will be CIA, but then they choose to come back to God. It's like, I think Nick shares this position with SNEAKO, and it's a very stupid Zoomer position to share, that you guys think Hillary Clinton's just evil all the time, right?
Not really.
No, I don't think so.
Do you guys think that there's days where she actually misses and genuinely wants to go to Christ?
I think she's still a human.
See, they're not going to say it. The question is, are there days where do you believe Hillary Clinton has days where she goes, man, I want to make right with Christ? Do you believe she has days?
Not like that.
See,
no.
they believe in absolute evil, which really means you believe that her soul is not owned by Christ. That's
believe
a
in
horrible
absolute evil.
position.
I don't believe in absolute evil. I just think that, you know, we believe that over time.
You're saying her soul is past guilt.
It's
She's
not that.
overcome guilt, you're saying. The soul is over, the primitive soul of man, or this demon, you're saying she's evil 100% of the time, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. When Hillary Clinton gives to charity, it's out of guilt. She wants to come back to the source of creation.
I think that she believes she's a good person. I think she believes she's a good person.
I don't believe that at all.
You don't? You think she's evil?
The whole internet, you, Andrew Tate, all believe that when they do these baby murdering rituals, that they're doing it to satisfy their God. But if you read Masonic literature at the top 33rd degrees, they recognize Christ as supreme authority that they don't deserve. So they go on to the other one because they feel like, oh, they raped the child or they were pedophiles, so they're never going to get Christ. So they just go completely AWOL. But when I found out evil has days off, it made so much more sense of why they can trick us. Like, you see Hillary being a good person with babies, she's having a more soft day. Then other days she's channeling a lot more invisible demons, right? Nick's position and Sneako's and Andrew Tate's of they're evil every day, like a cartoon, that position actually makes people like Destiny go, what? Tom Cruise is not evil. It actually weakens our whole argument. The way I explain evil is way more safe because it's a rational way to explain it, and it's kind of disrespecting God to say that they can fully sell their soul 100%. You believe that?
I think that, well, Catholics believe that over time, mortal sins actually leave marks on your soul. That when your soul passes, like, you will have permanent, like, because, you know, we'll be raised from the dead at judgment. And so the way that somebody explained it to me, this guy from Church Militant, is that over time, you can, not completely, but over time, you can turn yourself off from God's grace.
Right. But I would say the soul, let's say it's a flame, it would be embers for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah,
You're saying it's extinguished. You guys say...
No, I don't. No, I think it's embers.
So you believe she can wake up on a Sunday and actually go to church and feel something?
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Because I think if we platform that, we don't look crazy conspiracy, right? Because that's a way better take on evil, right?
Yeah.
The way you guys and Andrew Tate always talk about evil, good guys, bad guys, it actually tells the audience, hey, it's a black and white, so it's very easy to not be deceived. I was deceived by Tom Cruise. When I see him, I just see a good guy. I don't know why. But would I bet on paper? Would I bet money that he hasn't done some fucked up shit? No way. He's Hollywood, right?
Right.
But that whole thing where they win our hearts over, and it's not always like magic, like, oh, they're such a good actor. We're seeing a lot of their camera days when they're being a good person, genuinely. Right?
I think people, but I think that...
But that doesn't exonerate them from their faggotry.
But people can fake being nice.
No,
you know what I mean?
It always leaks, though. Like, you could tell when someone's being...
Like, Kamala Harris is very obvious she's disingenuous. But there's moments where Tom Cruise is like, yeah, he seems like a cool guy. Kamala Harris has never had a human moment in history. But I don't think that Hillary Clinton has any connection to Christ whatsoever.
So he's on my level of intellect. Can you give me a summary of what I even said?
You're saying that good and evil and Andrew Tate and something about
it.
500K.
I know he can explain it. Let's see if Sneako explain what I said.
It's very simple. You're good and evil.
He just interjects when he doesn't even know what we're talking about.
There's good and evil, and that it's not binary, that people are capable of good and evil, and it's better takes if they don't think that we're crazy conspiracy theorists.
Oh shit, he got it.
That people are completely evil. You think you made some amazing high IQ take by saying that Hillary Clinton pets a kitten sometimes and she's not always evil. But if you do majority evil things, you're an evil person.
Nick instinctively went to, she's petting the kitten to fool you. Come on, you strip the whole humanity out of them. They're still human, just demonically charged.
I'm saying that's not evidence that they're good.
No. But I'm not making the argument Hillary's good. That is a destiny tactic. That is such a destiny.
We're doing a debate now.
Do you actually believe I said Hillary is now exonerated of all evil?
No, I didn't say that.
Or good?
No, but you said that.
I'm saying you get deceived by the days.
You say she's having a good day.
Yeah, like a hangover.
Kindness leaks out.
She's having a hangover.
But I'm saying it's equally plausible to say that, like, Tom Cruise is an actor.
Well, no, he can fly planes, helicopters, do stunts. That's CIA. That's CIA, and he's the head of the Scientology Church.
But he acts in movies.
I think he's more CIA than an actor.
But what I mean is, like, he's capable of pretending, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
so
all right.
To
Well,
say
what
that
about
he's
singers?
convincing as a nice
What about
guy.
singers? What about
he's an
singers?
actor. What
They
about?
sacrifice babies. They don't act.
Well, once again, they're actors.
There's always acting at the dinner, on stage, when you accept awards.
What about Shaq with the Freemason ring? He has $500 million more than
And
us.
he's an asshole. I think he comes across as
total faggot. Total faggot. Unless he's in front of me. I'm not saying that's his face. But you see what I'm saying? Nick immediately went back to the position of they're actors. They're deceiving you. This is not an intelligent position. But I'm giving you Hollywood singers.
And they're performers.
Travis Scott, do you think he's demonic?
Yeah, but I don't think he comes across as a
Is
nice
he
guy.
intelligent enough to act his way? He's a fucking retard.
Does he ever seem like a nice guy, Travis Scott?
Well, all right, I can do another example, but the point I'm trying to make is your automatic position always is to go back.
But you're thinking that
now they're backtracking.
I'm not backtracking.
Come back to spirituality. This is how you do spirituality, not this fucking cartoony black and white.
Sure. But
the one time
you're misinterpreting his definition of acting. It's the same acting that when they call you a Christian grifter, they call me a Muslim grifter. They're not saying really that I'm acting like I'm lying behind the whole scenes. Like I'm gonna go.
Of course they are. If you're fucking religious, they're saying you're lying.
They're saying like I'm gonna revert to. They're not saying like what I'm acting by being a Muslim. That I'm gonna revert to Islam to take a bunch of oil money. They think that it's like something cool that you do, that you put it on, and it's an act because you don't really believe it.
You said
let me finish my point.
last time
He's
that
saying
Andrew Tate didn't do the ethnic shield he wanted from Islam. He said that came with no money, and I said,
It did a couple.
I said, how many fans of his are Muslim? He
You
said,
don't even
millions.
let me make a
I said,
point
does he
before you
have
dick
merch?
suck Andrew Tate
He
more.
said yes, he has merch, but he doesn't connect the dots. Do you think Andrew Tate made money from Islam?
Yeah, I do.
So is he coping?
I don't know. I haven't heard the argument from Sneako.
Yeah, what is the argument?
I don't think he took money from Islam.
Does Nick take money from Catholics?
If he took money from Islam, then Tristan Tate would have probably already reverted and probably taken the same amount of money because they're partners in all the business that they do. So if it was a business move, then why wouldn't they both take that same move? But when Nick is saying acting. When Nick is saying acting, it's not something that
you know he's laughing at you. He's just polite.
There's
I'm
not.
laughing at you.
No. So you agree with what he said?
No, I don't agree.
Oh, so you're not laughing at him?
I'm saying that I think they made money off Islam.
How much?
I don't know.
Because he's at $0. Are you at $10? These guys are fucking too low IQ for this. Come on, how much did Andrew Tate make? Be honest. He made hundreds of millions.
I regret this
I don't think he made hundreds of millions.
Really? He has millions of followers.
But I don't think that's where he got his money. I think he's involved in organized crime.
Oh, I know some stuff.
Because I don't think he made that kind of money off of. I mean,
you're saying. I know what you're saying.
I mean, these are a lot of accusations right now. It's really not worth it when they're fighting.
Right?
They're fighting all this stuff right now.
Well, I mean, that's where his wealth is. But you know, crypto is a means of exchange for things that are under the table in a lot of cases.
Right, but let's say he had a merch shop or Hustlers University, and he has all this Muslim support. Is it fair to say he made millions at least?
Oh yeah, 100%.
That's my whole argument.
Yeah, I agree with that. But with Clinton, I'm not saying that she can never come back, but I'm saying that...
Oh, no, she can't come back. I don't believe she can come back.
Sin over time pulls you away from God's grace. You have a certain amount of it, you have enough to get you there, but every time you do a mortal sin and make these decisions, it becomes more difficult.
The way I explain sin is it's a snowball. Let's say Hillary Clinton, when she started lying, cheating, and stealing, she didn't go right to murdering a baby, even though they have cults that they do it young and they force the hand. You saw that British report of that. They forced toddlers to do these satanic rituals and stuff. And it was a British, I'll post on my Twitter after, but it was like Satanism in the UK. But you start with lying, cheating, stealing, cheating on your wife, and then it turns into killing people and shit like that. It snowballs. That's why I say, if you want to see a grifter, look into their past. SNEAKO went from 0 women to fucking 100 a week. His sin has gotten much worse. Zherka went from drug dealing,
what are you talking about?
And beating the shit out of people. I went from a violent criminal to this teddy bear. So my snowball's going the other way. Whether I fuck a bitch or not, it doesn't matter. I'm going the right direction. This guy is going to sin like rapid fire speed, bro. Like you gotta stop fucking women, dude.
Why are you doing this now?
Oh, I find Andrew Tate to be my hero. I love how he calls out the fucking.
Okay, all right, man. You have 3 talking points. Cocky, thank you for the 60. What's up with Nima going after Zherka and Nick on Twitter?
Yeah, why do you attack you, that bald fuck?
I don't even know who that guy is.
Hey, Nima, I will fucking knock you the fuck out. I'm in your city, bitch.
Okay, Robo Operator, thank you for the 50. Mad respect to you three. Shout out to Dr. Shiva, Owen Benjamin, Anomaly, JLP, Fresh and Fit, Crow 777, many others. Thank you, most. I like Benjamin Owen.
No, what he posted.
I like Benjamin Owen.
He posted that Islam is the only religion that people take serious.
Really?
Total faggot shit. I attacked him on Twitter, and he said, "Go back. This is Zherka. Go back to your altar boy." As in, like, a priest touched you.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like a baby Christian a couple months, really. So I haven't even seen a fucking priest. So I don't know what he's talking about. And I responded with, because I used to like Owen until you guys had a rift years ago. I used to watch that. But immediately I responded with, he said, "Go back to your gay priest." I said, "Go back to your homosexual father that left you." And all the right-wing channels are like, DM me on Twitter. They're like, "Yo, if he shoots a punch, don't shoot a fucking RPG."
Yeah.
But that's how I fucking go to war. Like, what the fuck? And all I said was, Owen at one point was the flagship of the right wing. When he went after Joe Rogan, not that I'm mad at Joe, but he started saying like something about how Muslims beat their wives and maybe we have to adopt these values. It was so funny when he first started popping off and he moved to that countryside. But then over time, and I'm not saying he should have kept beefing with Muslims, but you could see his transition to where he keeps making the Bible a joke.
Yeah.
It's all of his comedy is the Bible's a joke, the bears, right? The faggots. And then the final nail in the coffin, he adopted Tate and Sneako's position that these are the only true warriors of God. And it was it wasn't even a joke. It was an essay on Twitter he wrote. So I went crazy. I got 2,000 upvotes, so I fucking smoked his ass. But I was so angry because I'm like, dude, if you're right wing and you betray us, we're used to that. But if you've been a flagship for a month or a year of the right wing and you betray us, that stings. Like Jordan Peterson, when he started leading the charge, then he pulled back. We're like, we don't care about losing votes, but our representation, our symbol, when we lose that, or Trump. I'm not going to talk about Trump. And like anytime Trump does something to damage us, I go, you're the one motherfucker who can't do that, because those other guys don't have billions of dollars.
Right.
So Owen, fuck your faggot ass, and fuck Lawrence Southern, and fuck every right wing. There's no right wing except Nick. I've said this for 4 years, and I'm gonna die saying this, bro. Okay? And when the mustache comes in, you have no choice but to join us.
That's true.
Thanks for the 20. Owen Benjamin attacked the truckers in Canada protesting. The dude is just hating everyone like too many negative right-wing dissidents. I like a lot of his takes, and I think he makes a lot of sense, and he's good at writing, and he's very funny. But I think he's a good example of a right-wing person who just spends too much time attacking other people on the right wing. Because I think when you get too far deep into just that zone, that's all that you know how to talk about, and that's the only thing. And I called you about that.
Hold on. Nick and I built our armies attacking the right wing. He's a polite guy, but I'm not taking this. Nick actually put me on because I forgot it was a Milo who said, Nick, it's a lot more fun going after our own. You're like, it is. Was that you?
Yeah.
That was so true. When we talk about leftist shit is boring, but when we're after Charlie Kirk, where they look like us, but they don't smell like us, they're like they perfume faggots. Bro, I hate Charlie Kirk. You like him now.
I don't. What have I ever said?
No. I was going hard at him the first time.
Those oranges are really old, by the way.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I'm Albanian, bro. I'm poor. Yo, check this out. I went hard at Charlie Kirk, and you're like, he's coming around. You said
when did I say that?
Last time we met.
No, I don't think so.
You said he's not as bad as Ben. Something like that.
That is true, though. He isn't. I still hate him, but he's not as bad as Ben. Because Ben is a Jew. And Charlie
Don't do that, Nick. I wish I could be his political coach, because I'm not CIA, but when you say he's a Jew, you go back to that position that Ryan Dawson's putting you in, that you think their DNA is corrupted. They will fucking kill you if you say that.
Let's not. No, not today. We did like a whole debate about JQ yesterday.
No, but I'm just saying, when he goes to the position of they're born that way, he'll never win. But if he goes to the position of, they can convert, he'll win.
Well, when you're talking about Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk, that's obviously a big difference, is that Shapiro's a hardcore Jewish Zionist. Charlie Kirk's a Gentile, so it's never going to be quite the same.
The fuck are these, bro?
I just told you they're old. And he said I'm going to eat it because I'm poor.
I thought it was a few days.
No, it's like 2 months old.
Yikes.
I 100% warned him.
What else is in here? Dude, they taste like Doritos. They're so...
I haven't been shopping. I've been traveling. There's nothing in there.
What is this yellow stuff? Is there alcohol?
That's an alcoholic thing.
I don't drink. Do you have anything cold?
That was from before I went to Spain.
I'm going to take a Red Bull, right?
Can you grab me one?
Yo, have you noticed? Yeah. Have you guys noticed the amount of value I added when I entered the room with your boring ass conversation?
This has been a great stream so far.
It's been great, yeah.
Steve, thank you for the 20. I'm interviewing him. Thank you for the 20, Sneako. Your interview with JLP was awesome. I respect you not arguing with him and actually listening. I really like Jesse Lee Peterson. He did a great analysis saying that you need to forgive your mother. And he was talking about Adam and Eve. And
Adam, speaking of Adam, what's your take on Adam 22?
We just talked about that.
Yeah, terrible. Well, it's 3 cucks now. It's Destiny, Adam 22, Hunter Avalon. It's like, isn't that weird though how it's catching on? Because that was never even a phenomenon, I feel like, until 1 or 2 years ago. And now it's like 3 of the top guys are all cucks. 3 of the top leftists, that is.
You know, speaking of Hunter Avalon, it was your groypers who came into our Dark Manga chat. And because they all know my favorite content that made me a super fan was critiques of culture. What's his name? Fucking faggot veteran. The culture of critique that you read.
Patrick Little.
Yeah, so this Christian, instead of saying the Bible changed my life, he said, when I read cultures of critique, it flipped my worldview, and I started naming the Jew. And he'd go outside of Twitter headquarters and start screaming, they're Jewish! They're everywhere! And you told him, hey bro, you're a 45-year-old man, and that's not really a good strategy. And he said, well, would you, he pretty much said, you want to be a PC cuck, which now you're on his side, but it's not that he's smarter and he got it right by accident, the fucking retard. And so this fucking idiot got so angry with Nick, and nobody, when I posted on Twitter, none of your fans even knew that debate happened. They're like, what was this? I'm like, that is Nick's fucking Genesis story, bro, because he's on call with moderators, and the veteran politician gets so angry, he pulls off his tie like this and goes, you want to fucking say that to my face? And he's trying to fight him in person, right? And there's no bigger coward than a man my size trying to fight someone smaller. Like there's weight classes for a reason, right? But Nick wasn't even scared. He's like, no, I don't want to fight you. You're bigger than me. Like, you know, like that's the obvious. And then he kept getting angry. And then he was proud that he got last place in his run.
Yeah, he was like 33rd place.
Yeah, and I know he watches this, because when you traumatize a grown man that much, I forgot, was it Plato or was it, I think Albert Pike, when I was reading Albert Pike, he said, anytime you're in a room with an intelligent person, the person who feels less intelligent builds resentment. And it's psychically, I'm sorry, but psychically,
shut the fuck up,
psychically it just happens. So if a 19-year-old kid is doing better in your own career.
Remember when you ate an orange that I told you not to eat 5 seconds ago, and then he says I'm low intelligent? I'm poor, let me eat an old orange.
Yeah, but no, I'm like,
high IQ orange.
I'm Einstein. Like, I'm Einstein if he was actually white and smart. And like, I fucked my cousin, but I'm still a genius.
You're Albanian, you're not white.
Check this out.
Dakini, thanks for the 20. Why did Zherka tweet that he's not Nick's friend and that Nick's a talentless woman who wouldn't have gotten anywhere without him?
Who is that? To you or me?
Dakini Crossroads. Why did Zherka tweet that he's not Nick's friend and Nick's a talentless
woman? Nick's not my friend. We're just on the same side. Like, I don't believe in friendship.
Sure, I agree. Yeah.
Friendship.
We're soldiers. We're at war together.
Like, if we went to dinner, us three, and we're not talking about politics, I'd just get up and leave. What are we going to talk about, the game? Let's talk about football and this faggot shit, Sneako.
But you'll talk to a woman for 30 minutes straight? NFL. When have I ever talked about NFL one fucking time, man?
You bring normie topics all the time.
Name one.
Actually, no, you're the guy who...
Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up.
Transgenderism.
Yeah, bro. You just make shit up, bro. Ye24 Soldier, thank you for the 23. Nick speaks about Ye with a lot of love and respect. Does Nick feel comfortable discussing about his current relationship with Ye? I've heard he's been chilling out in Tokyo as of late. Also, telling you to sit closer. You're far from the mics.
Yeah, well, no, I haven't really talked to him ever since he put the cross on his wife's butt. We just haven't really talked.
Wait, that happened?
Yeah. There was this really freaky stuff that was going on.
Wait. The fashion came out?
Yeah, I mean, so Milo came back on board on the campaign, and the long story short, they basically said, well, we're going to pack up all the Jew shit and do a different kind of a run. And I argued against that.
They kind of made their own bed. What do you mean?
You can't really pivot away from I Love Hitler. It's pretty
what
hard
the fuck is this?
That's Ye's new wife, and this is part of his fashion line.
Oh, fuck. Yo, don't even DM me. I don't want to work with you.
So
what the fuck?
I mean, now you kind of see, like, is what stuff that Owen Benjamin's not a Muslim, but he's saying that Christianity
how would you
gets
even
disrespected
defend
all the
it?
time.
What is Ye's thinking process, that it's just art?
I don't even know.
That is art. I mean,
the point is, like,
you know, when I was involved back in November, December, and to a lesser extent throughout the rest of the year, this year, it was always about Christianity, and we were talking about the Jewish topic. And Milo, who's a Jew who disavowed Ye over the RNC resolution in January, he came back on board and said, well, we're going to pack up all the Jew shit and do an independent run instead of a Republican run. And I basically said, yeah, like, that's good luck.
You'd have a better chance running as a Democrat.
That's what I said. I mean, and you know, so I get on a, this was, you know, they put out a big thing in TMZ and said, oh, Nick got fired. That wasn't true. 2 weeks after that, Ye calls me and says, well, Milo's telling me to run independent. And I said, really? I said, well, I would love to see what his explanation is. I said, can he write up a memo or something? I said, because if he's telling you that, he wants you to lose. And so he did. And Ye puts us in a group chat and puts the document in there. And the document was retarded. It starts out saying, you can't run as Republican because that's never going to work. By the end of it, he says you should start running as Republican, then switch over and win the Libertarian nomination, run as a Libertarian. I said, wait a second. I said, so now he's saying run as a Republican, then Libertarian? I said, that's not legal. It's also not an independent run.
Also, Milo's not known for being this kind of political genius. He was more like a news flashy gay dude that was entertaining us.
He's not even from here.
Yeah.
He's a fucking foreigner. He knows nothing about electoral politics. And that's what I told him.
And here's the worst part. Psychically, Milo's temperament is like a faggy, witty British guy.
Yeah.
So he can never actually understand what Americans want. The red meat eating Americans are gonna, you really want him to be your political strategist? Hey, what the fuck? Another thing is like, Nick, you tell the truth way too much. You'll never win against someone like Milo who gives Ye what he wants to hear.
Oh.
Right? I kept thinking, I'm like, you must have been stopping Kanye from talking and being like, oh, this is not a good idea. Whereas Milo is just feeding him the bullshit, the Jewish style. So I'm like, there's no way this is gonna last.
Do you think Ye,
Nick doesn't lie?
Do you think Ye wanted yes men around?
Well, I think there's some truth to that. I would say though that, I mean, partially. The thing is, he did respect people that disagreed with him. That is true. Like, if somebody would disagree and have a spirited debate, like, he did like that kind of thing.
But I can imagine Milo disagreeing in a deceptive way, but still giving him nuggets of what he wants to hear and saying, my way is better than Nick's. I can imagine him doing much more behind the scenes snaky shit, whereas Nick just goes to sleep. He doesn't have a game plan to ruin Milo. I can see it because I'm like, the gay dude doesn't move like the straight dude. I'm sorry, bro. And so I'm like, damn, how's this gonna last? That's why I tweeted before I even knew you. I said, Milo has to go or I'm not on board.
Yeah.
That has to happen.
Well, and, you know, Milo got fired, and he doesn't even like Ye or believe in him, but he has this vendetta against me, so he wanted to go out there and kind of cut me out of the process.
Which is retarded, because if you guys were winning, he'd come back to the mainstream, Milo.
Yeah, right.
You guys would have, like, kind of yanked him back, so he's stupid for cutting you and cutting his chances at a victory. What an idiot.
Hey, Zherka, you're trending on Twitter right now.
Yeah, I'm doing fuck.
Right under Andrew Tate, though.
I've been famous. What? What did you say about
your phone's ringing. Right under Andrew Tate.
Who the fuck has the audacity to call me? Hey, I'm at work right now. I can't talk. Okay, I'm at work. I can't talk.
Too easy. Thank you for the 20. Do you think they medicated him again, like his last CIA handler said? No, I don't think he was medicated.
And what, Nick, what
do you
were
think
you saying
about?
Hold on, man. The Milo Kanye thing is big. Say it again.
Yeah. So, well, I was just gonna say that.
Learn how to do content. Come on.
So.
Well, farm my stream is how you do content. But
well, we're farming it together. But,
yeah, all right. The Trinity.
So that's right. Yeah, 3 persons in one content creator.
The Holy Spirit is a person.
Yeah, the person of the Sneako, Zherka, Nick Fuentes.
God is a person.
We're the content creators.
I gotta stop you. I hate when people, you or anyone, even as a joke, compare degenerates to a pure Chad virgin. This is the Trinity. This is disgusting.
Who the fuck was comparing us?
No, the internet says the internet, dude. Did you see how many people on Twitter a few weeks ago were?
Bro, did like put 3 lines.
No, you're gonna hate this. I wanted to kill myself. There was people on the internet with 4,000 likes. They put Sneako and Zherka as more based than Nick on their roster. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Okay, you just said learn how to do content for like derailing the conversation.
All right,
now you're talking about a Twitter updates meme page. Like, Jesus, bro. Okay, go ahead.
So anyway. So back in May, you know, like I said, they put out that TMZ piece and they said, oh, he got fired. And I said, you know, produce the memo about why we should do this independent run. And Milo did. And I had a call with Ye for, I don't know, 2 hours. And the thing is, like, I have all these recordings. He wants us to record all the phone calls because he wants us to take, you know, he'll go on a 2-hour riff and he wants us to transcribe that and turn that into a memo or a policy paper. Anyway, so I have all this shit recorded.
So it's like working with me. That's how my brain is.
Unironically, yeah. So I have the receipts and everything. This is 2 weeks after all that drama, and I for 2 hours I tell him, I'm like, look, like this is not what he does. He is not a campaign manager. And I told him, I said, ballot access in this country is going to cost tens of millions of dollars, and that's for openers. That's not even campaign money. That's ballot access money. That's to get on 50 ballots. I said, you know, or build a major grassroots thing, which we haven't even started. I said, so this independent thing, like, you can't win like that. I said, the only way to do it is run as Republican. That's going to be difficult, but it's not going to be more difficult than independent. And anyway, so we get into it in this group chat with Milo then later, and Milo says, well, the Republicans will never accept you if you don't apologize for the Jewish thing. And Ye's like, you know, well, I don't want to apologize. And he goes, Milo goes, well, we'll find a solution. And, you know, so that's sort of where we left it. And
what was the solution? They're thinking of going live and saying, hey guys, we don't believe in freedom of speech anymore. Like, what are they going to do?
I don't know, but I'm not, you know, look, I'm not going to go into lose as a independent. I'm not going to go in as a Republican if they're not going to talk about the Jews. I mean, and listen, I love Ye, great guy. Like,
I love Ye so much. I want to say this:
well,
if he just let Nick do everything, and he was the how you say, like, on camera, and you're behind the scenes, Darth Sidious and Anakin.
Right, yeah.
If it was Darth Sidious and Ye is Anakin, you got a big chance at winning and becoming. Yay, when you see this, you have the greatest chance of going down in history as one of the greatest men in history. You don't want to be remembered as a rapper. If you want to be in the history books for thousands of years, do it this way. Let go of the ego and the homosexual Milo. And I'm sorry, I love you, but I don't love you enough to lie to you.
Well, and that's what I told him. I gave him all my reasons why Milo shouldn't be involved and why we should stay the course. And the bottom line is this: I got into Ye24 because he was talking about the Jews, not for the dome-shaped houses. You know, I mean, that's his passion project. He's very into the housing. He's very into the that sort of thing.
When he first rang you, well, you knew, so your team reached out to Milo.
Yeah.
So they said he's about to call you in an hour or whatever. You gotta give us in detail. Because I know the phone call's not political. He was probably like, how are you? And like, what did it sound like?
Well, there was no
he called Owen Benjamin. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He called Owen Benjamin and they just joked around for 2 hours and then he got Dave Chappelle to apologize to him or something about a stolen joke. You stole it from Ben. So I'm like, I'm sure he joked around with you, right? Or did he just go into business?
There was no call. I went out there with Milo back in November. It was me, Milo, and a few other people. And we went out there, we had the meeting, and he sort of opened up the floor for a panel. And, you know, and
wait, what does that mean, panel?
Like a round table, like we all sat in a circle because we were visiting one of these churches he was talking about buying.
Okay.
And
who's everyone? It's just you, Milo, and him.
It was me, Milo. It was a couple other people that we brought along. I don't want to dox them because they don't.
Okay, but just say singer, artist, anything like.
Just a couple other political.
Because if we do the who, what, where, when, how, we get a lot of views.
Yeah, it's a good point actually. And this homeless guy wandered in because this was his church, and you remember this homeless guy was a part.
It was
of it.
him? Why'd you put that?
No, he remembers this homeless guy who was then kept getting fucking brought back.
He was pretty smart too. He knew.
No, dude, he's just like one of these people listening to talk radio every day for 40 years.
He knew the
he's
Bible
so
pretty
fucking
well.
smart. He's got piss dripping down his leg.
Yeah, and the story about
wait a minute.
He told a story about how he was at a fast food restaurant. He told this big story about how he just blocked it and like stayed inside of a fast food driveway for like a whole day.
Are you guys joking right now?
No, I'm not joking.
This sounds like a movie where you guys are like the Avengers, the Knights at the Round Table, and a homeless guy walks in, and Nick's like, "Oh,
and
his head."
was
And Sneako and Kanye and them are like, "He's the chosen one. He's gonna change the JQ forever."
I liked him. I liked him, but it was funny because
it'd be so funny if he's the Judas at the end. He just kills Nick with a sword, and Nick goes, "I told you that fucking dirty fucking welfare motherfucker."
It's because he's
an
homeless
immigrant,
guy, and he didn't have like socks on, and he had like slippers. And there was a documentary crew, and they're filming with giant red cameras, and you're looking back at the footage, and it's just like this guy was.
So John Zherka could have walked in that day.
And no, yeah, you
I wish I knew that. If I walked in and charmed Kanye, just walk in, and I don't think he would be charmed, because as much as he'd find me hilarious, I talk way too much. He talks too much. Like, we're manic. So no, bro, he'd eventually be like, you're overwhelming me, because he has that creator, like, artist thing.
You gotta let the star shine.
And you know what's weird? I used to get angry when people talk a lot, but if they're masters at what they do, like Ye, that's them shining. Yeah. Don't interrupt.
I saw the guy. Remember, there was a guy like flopping on the floor.
Yeah.
Where the fuck are you guys in a fucking
let me
fentanyl church? What the fuck are you doing?
We were in Bible study. And this guy was like flopping on the floor. I saw him recently, and actually he reverted to Islam.
Really?
Yeah, he did. And
wow.
He was like really nice. He was saying he was looking for a wife. He shook my hand and everything. He was really happy. He seemed like.
Is that a different
eyes?
Where did you run into this guy? Yeah, different.
Like right around here.
Stop. So you guys are painting that there's multiple homeless guys that are selling fentanyl with Kanye. It's if someone makes an animation of what you heard.
I think he was homeless too. He was talking about how someone robbed his shoes or something.
Yeah, well, that's just black stuff, I think.
Well, yeah,
you know, someone stole his shoes. Well, it's just
what the fuck? It's not a homeless.
What does black stuff mean? Like African?
You know, if they have nice shoes, they go and steal their
like
shoes.
African, you say?
Yeah.
Oh, you're just casually racist.
Well, that's what they do, but.
So Gustav says, "Real, do you think Ye got cloned?" People ask me this all the time. No, I don't think so. Abortion survivor, STICKO bringing this type of dope content. Woo, yay! Huh?
Wait, you've never talked about Kanye stuff. You met him too.
I talk about it sometimes.
Yeah, apparently Kanye liked you more than him.
Well, you know, Sneako could talk about it.
No, he did.
Yeah,
he 100%.
Oh shit, you took the bait. Let's go. Say it.
I mean, it's obvious he stuck around a lot longer.
What did you talk to him about? You're like, hey, I'm stopping transgender.
You were saying that earlier, that we did have some debates, and I don't think that. I mean, I don't want to say too much about it, but like, I don't think that questioning him, because at first he did say something that I remembered. He said like, "You ask really good questions," and I really like that, because I have the woman in podcast and I take interviewing.
No, when someone says that, it usually means shut up.
No, he said it in a genuine way.
Like, he did, yeah.
He heard me a couple times, and so we were having this one conversation. I was asking him questions. I was trying to like push him to think more. And then
think more. How rude is that if Ye hears it?
Well,
you keep doing Zoomer language.
I didn't say it like that. Well, okay.
But imagine he's listening to this, because they're political operatives. They're like Andrew Tate. They watch everything. To think more. Like, use your brain. It's like you yesterday. Bro, they fucking...
Thinking more is bad?
Bro, Myron gets the whole bill and check and everything. This guy doesn't even say thanks. He's
well,
like Zoomer.
Thanks, because Sneako got it.
No, there was a part where I said, say thank you to Myron. What was that about?
Oh, because he said, well, we got to keep you to stay until Wednesday. I'll get your plane.
Oh, yeah. Myron said, I'm going to pay for your flight and stuff like that. And Nick's like this, like he's Hitler, right? He's like this.
I said, okay.
And I was, yeah, no, he just nodded his head. And I'm like, that's so badass. But I was like, yo, Zoomer, hey, Nick, maybe you should say thanks. And then Nick's like this, oh, yeah, thanks.
Well, first of all, I would have said thanks, but
bro,
in that moment I said, okay, well, here's
Zoomers,
the thing.
They're so rude, bro.
I got a rally coming up on Sunday. I didn't really intend to stay another 2 days. I should have gotten back.
You have
so when
you doing the stream on Cozy later?
Yeah. What time is it?
You invited me to that, right?
I'm supposed to be there at 11.
Did you invite me to that one?
Yeah, I did.
Where is that?
Go. It's going to be in West Palm Beach on Sunday.
So I have to drive or fly?
Well, you could drive. It's only a couple hours, I think.
If I go, you could come.
What the fuck?
They'll let you? Wow, thanks.
In my car.
You're so fucking... I know you mean car, but the way it comes off, it gets clipped that you're sunning me. You don't know how to speak. You son Kanye, you son me.
All you do is like, give me a cigarette. You come in my fucking house and you start smoking a cigarette. Like, what are you talking about?
Well,
you go in my fridge without asking and take oranges, and then now I'm impolite because I offer you a ride?
You know what
you
he
fucking
said?
Hypocrite?
He said,
what are you talking about?
Bro, this one night he said, yo, I need that room. My editor's coming. You got to leave. So I'm like, okay, I'm leaving. And he goes, by the way, thanks. You made me $160,000. And I'm like,
that was a joke because I knew you were
no, it wasn't, because he was
that.
looking at his analytics of how much he got paid. And I was only there a couple days. And I'm like, you're welcome. And I walked out and the editor was nowhere to be found. I'm like, he just said I made him that much money and kicked me out?
Do you genuinely think I made $160,000 from 2 streams? I made $160,000.
How much did you make? It was
not that, probably a couple.
40,000?
No, not.
Dude, he makes a lot of from.
No, I probably made a couple grand.
His AdSense.
Probably made a couple grand.
A couple grand. You were at 20,000.
I probably made like 4 from the couple streams, 4 or 5.
Dude, we're talking about AdSense or whatever you get on Rumble.
Yeah, something like probably like 4 or 5.
You buy that? He made $2,000, like 100 viewer.
Zherka doesn't understand numbers because $160,000 is
okay. No. I'm not saying it was a lot, but you were looking at some crazy fucking numbers, nigga. Like he gets paid. He gets,
yeah, sure. And Nick, do you believe Ye ever got it right with God, or just simply encountered God? I don't think he ever got saved. Matthew 7 fruit speaks.
He has faith. I mean, he has faith in God, but I think he just, he struggles. He likes the ladies. That's
by the
obvious.
Way, I think as Christians, I don't think he got saved. When you word it like this, bro, you could be 70 years old and go back to Satan.
Yep.
To say it as it's past tense, saved. He's cool.
Yeah, right.
This is some faggot Protestant shit. This is, if I thought like that, I would be doing drugs with hookers right now. You gotta stop using the word saved, dude. Every single day you wake up as an evil atheist, you gotta come back to God, slowly but surely. You don't wake up saved. In the morning, you're a fucking degenerate sinner. You're about to do stupid shit. You have to, man, these guys don't want an everyday battle. They want, I struggled and now I'm saved for life.
Yeah, right.
Now I can fuck hookers and shut the fuck up. You fuck hookers, repent, feel the guilt, bitch. You know?
Wake up, Roy says, Nick, I know you have beef with Adam Green because he thinks Christianity is controlled opposition.
Oh, that guy's a total weirdo, bro. He has the worst
Islam,
arguments.
But please show his videos to as many people. We need FNF and you to react to that.
First of all, listen, I have a debate with that guy eventually, and he's so good. He's actually I used to love his content until he said something on live stream, because he nails it politically, but when he starts getting into esoteric, it gets very stupid. When Nick talks about divination and stuff like that, it's fucking basic shit. Adam Green literally said to one of his super chats, and I'm not, this is not a reach, because recently on Twitter I said, did you say this? He said, yes. He said, the super chat talked about, or whatever it is on BitChute, billionaires and Marina Abramovich and all these artists who make billions of dollars doing satanic rituals. I think it's 99% of them. And all the top 100 millionaires, not millionaires, 100 millionaires, all the movers and shakers that are connected to the Satanism, he said, they do it just for fun. That it's not actually changing anything in the ether. So immediately I'm like, oh my God. Because he makes a great argument that it's controlled opposition, the 3 Abrahamic faiths. And it's kind of retarded because, like, why are they nuking our channels if we're the bad guys too? Like, get the fuck out of here. But as soon as he said he doesn't believe in spirit world, and now he walks it back, he'll be like, they're just rituals. They don't do anything, but they keep doing them. It's like, dude, if you have a good recipe, you do it for thousands of years. If you have a good system, Christ is the best system, you do it for thousands of years. You think these guys are sacrificing to Moloch for thousands of years, and they're like just cuckoo? Just all the billionaires are cuckoo. Right. Isn't it the dumbest position you could take? So I always say, if you don't believe in the spirit world, immediately, if someone doesn't believe in the spirit world, immediately never take their political position seriously if they're on the right wing. If they're on the left, they don't have to be into spirit. But does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But that's the atheist position. It's like we were talking about the other day.
He said it's a coincidence that they're just doing satanic rituals every single time. Right. And us poor people, we never do it. We don't even know how to do a fucking satanic ritual.
Yeah, but that whole idea just doesn't work.
You said you're with a homeless guy, the Knights of Templar, and Ye in a church. One of my team members is making an animation, so fill it in.
Well, it wasn't Knights of Templar. It was he was like a black Hebrew Israelite, and he was having a full-on meltdown because, well, you know what it was? So Ye brought all the parents from the Donda Academy. They were having some meeting. The political team was in the other room, and we put together a big round table. We put all the chairs in a circle. We had a political discussion. One of the guys who was a parent from the Donda Academy brought his friend, and this guy was like a full-on, like, he was speaking in tongues. You ever hear that? Yep. Pentecostals do that. He was doing the speaking in tongues.
I don't fuck with that at all. I don't fuck with it at all.
And just like, he was pretending like he was possessed. You know, they say they got I don't know what they say.
Which, by the way,
the charismatic gift.
This is the political king. Watch the esoteric king. And you said this earlier, if you pretend to be possessed, so if you have a satanic tattoo, I don't really worship them, but I'm just saying this, the more you pretend through dance, chanting, singing, anything that's vibrating your energy, the more you pretend, the more you get demonically charged over time. And He laughs, he doesn't believe it.
I'm laughing at the trumpet emojis.
But check it out, yo. End times is here. I nuked the stream. But yo, the more you pretend, for example, if Nick pretends to, like, I'm not gonna attack you, but goddamn, did she try and fuck you, that Jewish girl? She was googly. And Nick is a political operative, so the way he sees it is, I'm gonna let this bitch humiliate herself so everyone in DGG can see I'm the Chad. So I know what he's doing, but now she wants to fuck the shit out of him. And you know what girl I'm talking about? Now, if Nick did that every day, pretended to be that player, what do you think's gonna happen? He's gonna start fucking all the Jewish women, and if you pretend to be evil, you become evil. That's why I talk about God every day. I have to pretend to be good to come to good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with you.
Says, bro, Sneako, tell Zherka to stop interrupting Nick.
Shut the fuck up, faggot. Your mom's a fucking whore. Jesus hates you. Go fucking, fuck. Go back to the church and the homeless guy.
And going on schizo rants every 5
seconds. It's a $5 donation, you broke fuck. I'll give you 100 to ban him right now.
It's unbearable to watch. Zherka, you need to chill.
Okay, I spit on your whore mother's corpse. Okay? I spit on your whore mother's corpse.
Is that a Christian thing to say?
No, I'm failing right now.
Okay. HK, thank you for the 50. Still W Sneako. Okay, cool.
Yeah, go back to the story in the church.
Iceman, I don't know how to tell a story without you interrupting about Star Wars.
Okay, listen to me, all right? I didn't say Star Wars. We're back in the church with Ye. That's where the story is. Please stop reading these faggots.
We were in
By the way, my guys dropped.
See what I'm saying? Like,
yo, look at that. My chat. My chat drops $1,000 donation. That's $1, bro. At one point, I was getting.
Thank you for the 20, but I think of this on a spectrum. I don't really care.
Okay, but you got another $1 donation. You sure you don't want that?
Nah, I don't read those.
Okay, Nick, go to the Kanye thing. You're with the homeless guy.
Telling the story about this.
Yeah.
Well, we keep trying to get into it, but
I know. Is this Sneako? Is just
yeah. He's just like
gotta
out of
stop
control.
reading super chats.
Yeah, I was telling the story 30 times, bro. This fucking guy.
It's the oranges.
This fucking guy, man. All the people in the trumpets, all the people who like sound the 7 trumpets, they just want to see me get frustrated to try to deal with him. Because the whole.
You're the one who said trumpets. You stopped me.
You tweeted that. You were schizo tweeting the whole stream.
You said, oh, there's 7 trumpets and started laughing. You interrupted.
Because they were doing that the whole stream. It was trumpet emojis when Nick and I were talking about divinity.
But be like Nick. You have ADHD brain. You always look at chat or your phone. Just let Nick talk.
It's a good point. No, I'm kidding. Okay. You can't look at chat. Yeah, chat's retarded, though. I'm with Zherka on that. Fuck the chat. But
I love the chat. They're usually funny, but just okay.
I always hate live chat.
Sneako, protect the dollar.
Right? Yeah.
Hey, shout out to that $1 broke idiot. Yeah. You had $1 and you gave it to this stream.
Sneako, I made the most money as a Twitch affiliate. Saying, is that all the money you got, bitch? You know where I learned that from? Nick. Nick will get a $500 donation if they say something stupid. Nick will fucking kill them. You gotta be more like Nick, bro.
Nah, I want more $1 donos. Give it to $500. I don't want your money.
Bro, you don't have any more room for $1 donations. This house is too small.
Where's your apartment? How big is your apartment?
Penthouse, bitch.
Oh, a hotel that you rent for a day? How big is your apartment, though?
Coinbase. Who got more money?
What car do you have? What do you drive? Okay. Oh, so you don't have anything to your name? Or a U.S. citizenship talking about broke Uber fucking Canadian?
I got Uber Black like your girlfriend got Uber Black.
What is that fucking $30?
His girl got Uber Black and there was only 3 seats in the car and Sneako hated his.
Accelerated gray.
They put the mixed kid in the back of the bus. Okay, go to the story. Let's go.
Yo, put the fucking...
What? Can I have some water, bro?
Yeah, whatever.
You're that poor, I can't have water. Are you saying,
bro? If you keep calling me poor, bro, I'm about to say some stuff, but I'm not gonna say some stuff right now. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna spare Zherka right now, even though he's being disrespectful. But it's okay.
Okay, but maybe the camel needs some water.
If you really want to, I'm getting like calls from people about. Okay, but it's fine.
Bro, please don't kick me out, bro.
I'm not kicking you out. It's fine.
Okay, but where'd you park the camel?
Okay.
Yes.
Ready? Can we tell the Bible study story or no? Thank you for the 50 accelerator grade. Let's go finally cut another live. I hope you're not controlled knobs. Like, okay. Nick, do you wanna cook?
About the Bible story?
Yeah. The Kanye story.
I feel like we've already.
No,
I don't know. We can't keep like start and stop. Well, that was a different part. The homeless guy stumbled in the first night we met him, you know, because it was me, Milo, some other political people were in the church, and we're in there just shooting pool. He loves pool. It's like one of his favorite things. So he's shooting pool in the church. He's talking to the church director. And, you know, I was just like starstruck. I was enamored. I couldn't even say anything. So I'm just chilling out, trying not to spurg. And this homeless guy saunters into the doorway, this big, fat, like disgusting homeless guy. Like, I'm sorry, I hate bums. Like, I'm not, I know that's not Christian. But anyway, what he's not
He's
paying
clicking.
attention to.
Isn't it rude?
It's a little rude. I'm not gonna, no, but he's running the stream. It's okay.
Because you're a Zoomer, so you kind of like forgive it. I don't forgive it. I'm not a Zoomer.
I mean,
Can you tell the story for 5 seconds?
Like you're clicking on me
for 5
and I'm
seconds.
yelling at a girl.
Is it how you're going to talk about rude when you've been interrupting and smoking cigarettes in someone else's house?
Hey, play Counter-Strike.
Disrespecting the person's, sir, helping yourself to the kitchen, and it's rude because I'm running my stream that you're on.
Bro, I'm peeking you.
Okay,
What's
please
the
tell the story.
What
Tell the story.
fuck?
So this guy stumbles into the doorway, and like I said, Sneako says is like the smartest guy ever. I didn't really buy that, but he comes in the doorway and he's like, "Hey, wait a second, are you Kanye?" He goes, and he's like, "Well, actually, it's Ye." He goes, "Oh, okay." And so Ye invites him in, and they start talking about politics. They start talking about the church. Everybody pulls up a chair. We sit in a circle, and we're there for like 6 hours. And it's mainly just Ye and this homeless guy going back and forth on theology. I jumped in one time because Ye said something like, "Well, we have to love everybody." And the guy goes, "Yeah, I couldn't agree more." And Ye
Nick
goes,
is like, "No."
Well, no. So you're
homeless and disgusting.
That is true. I mean, he literally had piss dripping down his leg. Like, I'm not making that up.
Yo, Kanye's a man of God. He just let him in.
He did, yeah, no, and I give him credit.
days.
Like, ultimate humility. But anyway.
Nick is ready to fucking knife him.
For real. Well, and he was like giving all these excuses.
Don't say for real.
Ye, what?
You were being very respectful, though. You didn't seem like you hated the guy.
Why did you say
No,
for
because
real?
I'm a nice person.
Say you're joking. What do you mean for real? Nice.
For real, because like this guy was a scumbag. Like, he was a total dirtbag.
Okay.
He was in there like, well, this is funny because Ye kind of mogged him a little bit. Ye literally asked him point blank. He's like, "Why are you poor? Like, why are you homeless?"
Oh, wow.
And the guy said, "Oh, well, you know, I can't get a job, and you know, Planet Fitness won't let me shower there anymore." All this kind of shit.
What is this story?
Yeah, giving all these excuses, and Ye was like, "You know, can't you just get a job? Like, just make money, you know?" And he kind of flexed on him too, because the guy, he was like, "Where do you live?" And the guy goes, "In my car." And Ye goes, "Oh, I should do that." He goes, "Live in the Maybach." He's got a fucking Maybach.
You're fucking lying, bro. Yo, this story makes you guys look like such douchebags. They're flexing a Maybach on a dude starving. God, this is the greatest. Dude, this story has to be fake.
No, it's 100% real.
I need to vote for you guys, bro.
It's 100% real.
They gotta run on that campaign commercial with the Maybach and the homeless guy starving to death. Oh, the best Christians. Okay, if it's a real story,
No, that's all real.
That's real.
yeah, I hope if it's fake and you guys are like tricking me, I won't appreciate it.
No, I mean, I think they even got the guy on camera. Well, there was actually a press report about this. They talked about the state of the campaign. They said there's a rumor there's a homeless guy running it. It was that homeless guy. Anyway.
Oh.
So that, but I mean, I don't think Ye meant that. It was a little insensitive. He didn't mean it in a negative way because he was actually super nice to the guy. He sent a car for him to bring him to the office. Like, this homeless guy was like the bane of my existence for 2 months because he just kept fucking showing up. I would go into the office.
He stayed with you guys for 2 months.
Yeah, like Ye sent a car to get him and bring him to the office.
So Zherka could have got the job. Zherka could have been doing coke outside of that place, and Ye would have had me in.
I don't know. I mean, he was articulate. He wasn't smart, but he was articulate.
I'm even better, dude.
So they kept bringing him back in. And anyway, so the part where I chimed in is Ye said, "Well, you know, I love everybody." He goes like, and I forget how it came up, but he brought up Hitler, and he's like, "Even Hitler, like, I love Hitler." And, you know, and that's why it's like I met him and he was talking about this stuff. And then the homeless guy said like, oh, no, I don't like Hitler. And Ye was like, well, why not? And he's like, well, because Hitler did terrible things. And, you know, it was that whole debate.
The homeless guy was a Jew.
He was. Okay.
What the fuck is this story? Why have you never told this story before?
I did. I think I did.
It was a fucking double agent. Were you there? Were you there?
When he was...
This campaign looks like there's a fucking Jew double agent. Did he have the fucking...
No, he was a Messianic Jew. So he's like a Christian Jew. You ever hear of them?
Those are the worst.
They're pretty fucking annoying. They're like, so they believe in Jesus, but they basically believe in the old law of the Old Testament. So they believe in like basically the same thing that the Jews do. Like they believe in the Sabbath and the Shabbat and all that kind of stuff, but they just happen to believe in Jesus at the same time. And he might have been ethnically Jewish, I'm not sure. And actually, he said that he had some big political position. He said that he was the treasurer for the Reform Party in 2000, which is a party that Trump and Buchanan ran for in 2000. So he said he was a treasurer for that party, and I don't know, something happened.
What are you talking about?
Became homeless.
He became homeless as a political guy?
Yeah, being in a...
I've never heard of that story once.
Yeah. Well, that's something that he said. We never talked about it in great detail, but he ran that by. I don't think anybody brought that up ever again. But
wait, this is not funny. If my conspiracy head would be like, wait a minute, yeah, I get Ye's a good guy, but staying with us 2 months, that looks like a plan.
No, it was definitely a coincidence.
But he worked for who?
He was the treasurer for he claimed to be the treasurer for the Reform Party in the early 2000s.
Who believed him? Did you believe him?
Believe that he was telling the truth? Yeah, I believe he was telling the truth.
That was his job?
Yeah, I think so.
How does that not raise suspicion?
Because the Reform Party's not like big money or anything.
You're scaring me, bro.
Like David Duke ran for the Reform Party.
Yeah, but David Duke's not homeless on the street coming into my house.
Well, the point is, like, a lot of political people are like slum degenerate.
Can you name a politician that's homeless right now?
But he wasn't a politician. He just worked for the party. And a lot of them, like, if you go to a lot of political things, there is like a small core of just like disgusting people that will show up to any political rally, like political junkies. They smell like shit. They're autistic about politics. Like, you go to any rally, you'll get 1% is going to be that archetype. So it doesn't really surprise me, actually. Some dirtbag in LA, but he was very articulate. He's one of these guys, and I knew all his arguments because I read the fucking book. I mean, he read like Late Great Planet Earth, and you know, he reads a lot of the Zionist type stuff, and so I was able to counter a lot of what he was saying. But I jumped into the conversation because he was hitting Hitler, and I said, I chimed in. I said, actually, the Jews declared war on Hitler first. I said in 1933, when Hitler took power, Judea declared war. They said they were going to do an economic boycott of Nazi Germany. And Ye was like, wait, tell me more about that. Wait, what was that about? And so I explained the whole thing. And I think I threw in a few other comments like that. And at the end, because I had just met him, Ye was like, I like how you debated him like that. And I was like, oh my gosh, like that was the first time we met. And then we came back to the office the next day, and 3 days later was Mar-a-Lago. 4 days later.
Oh, the Trump stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird to me because why that story, it's hard for me to swallow. You're saying 2 months went by before the JQ happened. Because the Jewish guy had a problem with the JQ 2 months after. What were you guys talking about?
What do you mean?
You said it took 2 months till the Jewish guy said, I have a problem with...
No, he said that the day we met him.
Oh, and then you had that argument right there?
Yeah, and for whatever reason, yeah. I mean, Ye liked him because he knew the Bible very well. So he kept quoting the Bible and scripture and things like that.
And that was when Ye was still saying that blacks are the real Jews on Drink Champ, stuff like that. And that guy corrected him pretty accurately on that.
Yeah. So he liked him for that reason. And he wanted him to be like, he wanted me to run everything by this guy. And I'm like, dude, like, he's homeless. And not to be like a dick or whatever, but, you know, if the guy can't figure out how to make 30 grand in a year, like, I don't know why he should be having a say over the campaign. But that was just me. Eventually, he kind of faded out. I think he upset Ye that day.
If Ye is that competitive, why would he want a homeless guy on the team?
I think he's just, you know, sometimes he gets an idea in his head and he just likes how it
It's like
how
an
it looks.
artistic thing?
Yeah, like for example, when we flew to Mar-a-Lago, he was dead set. He wanted to fly to Mar-a-Lago on Spirit Airlines. And we're like, why? And he's like, because it's funny. Like, it's funny if we meet the president and we fly in on Spirit Airlines.
Oh, so he's headlines in his head. Just headlines. He makes headlines.
Not just headlines, but just like, I guess he just likes funny stuff like
Sounds
that.
like me. I would do the Spirit thing.
Similar,
to meet Trump,
yeah. And even like the Netanyahu thing that he did on Alex Jones when he got the Netanyahu, that's something he came up with the morning of. Like, we picked him up at the hotel, we got in the car, and he had this idea. He's like, oh, like a net and a yuhu, ha ha ha. And then he's like, no, let's pick that stuff up right now. And we're like, well, we could get someone to bring it to the studio. He goes, no. If you do that, no one's going to actually do it.
Oh my God.
Let's go and pick it up now.
That's exactly how I move.
I know,
I
yeah.
have an idea, it's got to be mine.
You have to go to like 3 stores to find a net, right?
Yeah, so we went to a couple different stores. We went there, we bought like 10 nets. We said, which one do you like the best? He picked it out.
Which is funny. The joke is not funny, but Ye doing it makes it really funny.
Yeah, right.
Anyone else, I can imagine even chuckling.
So he just gets his heart set on these ideas. That's why you gotta love him.
This is my favorite. When you go to Mar-a-Lago, you said there was a point where Trump is standing on the lawn, just powerhousing you, right?
Yeah.
You guys were driving away, and he's just like, not angry, but like, this is my territory.
It was like a death stare, yeah, like a gorilla, like a territorial.
Wait, start from the beginning. Someone comes up to Trump, they hand them a notice of who you are.
No, that never happened.
Oh.
No, he didn't know who I was.
He didn't know who you were, but someone poked at them and said, this is Nick?
He got a call in the middle of the dinner. It was very weird.
He got the call.
Who was the call?
We don't know who was on the other end of the phone, but it was maybe the lawyer, maybe someone connected to the lawyer, but he picked up the phone at the table. And then the tone changed, and we think that it was the lawyer who reached out to somebody who called Trump and said, hey, they're coming to ambush you, to press you, which isn't the case. Ye just made a mistake. He texted, because this girl, Karen, who was with us, she used to work for Trump. And
Karen?
Yeah, literally.
Karen.
And she was in the song. He published that song, Someday We'll All Be Free, and there's a lyric in the song that says everyone's a Karen, and that was about her. Anyway, but Karen was a plant from Milo. Karen is a hardcore Zionist operative. She was in the Bush White House. She was in the Bush Senior and Junior White House.
Zio, and I know they do that, but why wouldn't she be like, I don't want to work with Ye?
No, because one, they are both grifters and they wanted to make a ton of money off of it. And two, because I think she wanted to get back at Trump. She had like a grudge against Trump.
I've noticed that the Zionists, they kind of lose their power position. The way they get it back is joining you, snaking you, and then they get to come back into the fold.
Yeah.
So it's always a blackmail thing.
Yes. Yeah, and that's happened to me before. But anyway, so Karen was a plant by Milo. That's a whole big convoluted story. That's why she was there. But she texted Ye a bunch of notes and said, basically, this is what to look out for at the dinner. She said, if Trump has you dine on the patio, it means he just wants to show you off. If it's a private dinner, it means he actually wants to talk to you. She said, if he folds his arms, that means, I forget. But it was that kind of intel. And so right before we pulled up to the club, Ye forwarded it to me. He said, oh, Nick, I'm about to send this to you. And he texted to me. And I said, really? I said, I didn't get a text. Well, he went in his contact list and texted someone else named Nick, and it was Nick, I forget the guy's last name, but it was a lawyer that he has. And that lawyer also represents Trump. So it was a lawyer for Ye and for Trump. So we think that...
It's Giuliani.
No, it's Nick. I forget I knew it at that time. I forget the last
name.
Not
important guy, though.
It's kind of important, I guess, but nobody you'd know, no one you'd recognize. Okay. And anyway, So Ye accidentally set these notes to this guy, and I'm sure...
Sorry, did he just get up to
Yeah, he just went to go to the bathroom during the story.
As a political guy, that should drive you nuts.
A little bit.
Okay, my autism... All right, go.
But I'm going to let it slide, because I like Sneako. But, so he texted it to the lawyer, and we think
You got to come back, Sneako. You're driving me crazy. I can hear you pissed.
I can't hear, but...
I'm kidding.
But anyway, So the lawyer, we believe, reached out to someone that Trump knows or Trump personally during the dinner because, we get there and maybe we were talking for, I actually don't know how long before he picks up the phone, and then the tone changed immediately. And it was almost like he was friendly and then he flipped. And basically we surmised, because we didn't realize the mistake until after. We didn't realize that he sent that text until after the dinner.
Was this the part where he said, well, I've noticed this black guy snaked me and this black guy snaked me?
We didn't say it like that, but yeah.
How did he word it? He was saying names?
He didn't string it together. I put that together after the fact.
But was it just with your boy genius, or everyone knew what he was doing?
Yeah, we figured it out when we got in the car. Yeah, we were all picking up on that.
Obvious?
It was very. I mean, he didn't say it explicitly.
So loud and low IQ.
Well, you know, but that's politics. Like, you have a way of getting a point across. It was a veiled threat.
And it was a
what it was.
valid point. He got snaked by ASAP Rocky. He got snaked by black guy, black guy, black guy.
Yeah, I mean, it was true, and
except Ben Carson.
But the moral of the story was, like, I will punish you. Like, if you do that, I will punish you. Like, I hate disloyalty.
Based.
But the thing is, we weren't coming there to give him trouble. It was really just a big misunderstanding.
Well, Ye said, how would you feel if you ran for as my...
Yeah, but that wasn't a dig or anything.
To a big boss like Trump? That is.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It is disrespectful, but...
Well, how did he word it?
He just said it straight up like that. He said, you know, how would you feel about being my vice president in 2024?
You were like, no!
Well, I mean...
It's like Trump, he's grabbing his tie and shit.
Trump interrupted him in the middle of the question. So Ye didn't even get to ask it in a good way, because Trump's a power player.
He knew?
No, it's not that he knew, but he was just like, I think maybe he could tell that was coming. So he threw something in, and Ye didn't get the question off clean. But Trump didn't take it as a joke. Like, he laughed, but not in like a ha-ha way, like in a dismissive, like derisive way. And that's when he flipped and said, you know, you'll never win. Like, he said, listen, like, you can win at a lot of things. You'll never. That's when he delivered that. And but it was his body language. And then he said, well, all right, your flight's at 10 o'clock. I think you guys better get going. He goes, and he shows us out, and he literally walked us to the door and stood outside. There's like a port, like a car port where cars can come through and drop people off, like a hotel.
For me, why it was so funny when you told me on our first kick stream together, I thought you said porch, so I'm like, the white guy's the porch.
Oh, no,
I thought it was a porch monkey joke.
No. No, like a carport, like how you know,
I'd be connecting racist dots. Oh, it was a port.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so he's standing on the steps there outside the door and just kind of like looking into the window. Because, you know, we just get in Karen's shitty Lexus or whatever she drives. And
leave Karen alone, bro.
I mean, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, we're done with the president and I'm going to hop in the back seat and there's Donald Trump like 2 feet away from me just staring at me through the window. I'm like, oh, hi, you know, and so here I am in the back seat.
And he's staring you guys down?
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, it shocked me that no one got this story. It's such a good story.
Yeah.
But you kind of went over it in 2 seconds. And I'm like, if I ever get a chance to interview you, remember the kick stream? I was like pulling it all out of you.
Yeah.
Like the way you described it this time makes way more sense because I never, no one realizes after all the bad stuff that happened to Trump, is he moving wrong? Like that I'll punish you? I would move like that. I would do exactly.
No, I think he was in the right about that. It's just that what people said that was wrong is that we had some kind of plan to sabotage Trump. I agree with you for Ye to say that is like disrespectful. Like, how could Trump not take it like that?
I can see Ye not meaning it.
Exactly. Yeah, he didn't mean it in a bad way. And what people said after the fact is, oh, this was a premeditated op to take Trump out. But the thing is, we all love Trump. I love Trump. Ye loves Trump.
You started with, I love you.
Exactly. That's what I told him at the dinner, and I meant it, and that's why Trump didn't disavow me. You know, Trump, he put out 3 True Social posts. He never said, I disavowed Nick Fuentes, I disavowed that guy. He never said anything like that.
I remember when I loved Trump, I didn't care for the white identity movement. I just wanted to hear Richard and these guys talk.
Right.
It was the best content for me.
Yeah.
And now I know why. Now, but back then when I was younger, I didn't really get it. I just hated how they were getting suppressed. When Trump protected Duke, remember that? Didn't they try and get him to say something about David Duke?
Yeah, but he did attack him.
No. In the first week, he just wouldn't disavow him.
Yeah.
Do you remember that part?
Uh-huh.
That was the first time I said, I know he's not going to go with that white identity movement all the way.
Right.
But that's the first time I said, I'll never call him a sellout. He can do a lot of stuff, but sometimes his ego takes over, you know?
Yeah.
Like if Trump, think about it. If Trump has a big ego, and he's a sellout. These contradict.
Yeah, they do.
So you have to admit there's some months, or you said in the beginning campaign, it was just him and a couple dudes.
Yeah.
So he was real as fuck.
Yeah, and that's what happened. Is it was a different operation in 15.
And this is gonna spike the viewers. These Adam Green types, a lot of Muslims, a lot of people say this. He kissed the wall. You know, they do that to us.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, you know, it's kind of like if, let's say when they do Christianity as a psyop, you need to rally people around the symbol, or else you don't even have a movement.
Yeah.
So even if we're psyop, ours is still moving forward. Their movement, Adam Green's, is going nowhere. So it's like, you're wrong on both ends. That's why I just give up. But what do you think of that when people say he says Trump's a Zionist slave?
Well, here's the thing.
I never said that once.
Well, you said he kissed the wall the other day to attack me.
When did I say he was a Zionist slave?
You said Trump kissed the wall. He did the vaccine. You totally attacked him defending Tristan Tate, and I was going crazy aggressive.
I wasn't attacking him.
Tate attacked you.
I wasn't attacking you. You criticize people that you don't like because you see them as influencers.
But did you say he brought the vaccine?
Yeah, that's not an attack. That's true. Trump shilled the vaccine.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
I don't agree with that at all. But that's because of his ego. He thought that he was responsible for the vaccine. I think he also got deluded into thinking that he needed to...
Okay, this is what actually happened. He said the Tate brothers are more influential than Trump.
That's not true.
Didn't you say that for the youth and the masculinity?
That Tate's more influential than Trump?
Yeah, because the Trump is the vaccines bad guy.
No, that's not what I was saying.
Okay, get the clip. I swear to God, get the clip.
No, I'm saying you criticize them all the time, but you don't criticize Trump for making errors too. And
well, the whole argument was who is more influential for the youth and the right wing, the pure Chad or the Tate degenerates? That's
no,
the
it
whole
wasn't
argument.
That wasn't the argument. It was who is more influential for the youth, Nick Fuentes or Andrew Tate, and it's undeniably Andrew Tate.
And then my argument was who from Andrew Tate's audience actually made something of themselves, and he couldn't think of one person, so he
said I was positively
me.
influenced.
So he admit it's me. I got red pilled, and Tate changed me. But earlier he said he was a 4chan kid. No one changed him. I don't really get it. Like, did Tate change your whole brand?
He didn't change my whole brand, but he helped fix my mindset. That's the whole point.
Okay,
and that was the argument.
Sneako, who did he change?
So many kids that I know. I've met people around his network all over the world.
Dude, I don't know if I buy this shit, bro. Like that he rescued people.
He's helped a lot of people, bro. There's people in the chat right now, right here. There's another one. Sunny Faz donated $20. This nigga Zherka is a straight Clash of Clones hog rider. I know him too.
What is a Clash of Clones?
He's just saying you're a meat rider, but yeah.
All I'm saying is they were great entertainers, but like, you know how many people from his movement, they didn't go as far as me. I'm like literally sitting next to the fucking dude, but you know how many people actually got into politics, and who the fuck did Andrew Tate get into politics to fight for masculinity?
He doesn't try to get people.
Yeah, because he's an entertainer. Just admit it.
It's not an entertainer. There's different things you could do with your influence besides entertain.
And he's influential, but Trump changed the world. Like, it's undeniable.
Well, no, the argument is you versus Tate.
Yeah.
Well, you think you destroyed him, right?
I mean, it's obvious that Tate has more reach. Which is, I think,
but
what
his
Sneako's
reach
saying.
Means entertainment. Mm-hmm. It's not moving the goalposts.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Are we talking about entertainment?
No, about impact. Impact, like that's not really a debate.
Okay,
you think you've changed more lives
when you say positive impact, you mean nothing of the Zionist system changed. They just got you to say women are whores. Like, nothing. You're still in the Zionist. He's literally pushing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what I'm picking up what you're putting down. And here's why, because fundamentally, and I noticed this, Tate goes on Tucker today and says, the people that were pushing COVID are like real Nazis. They're actually like real Nazis. And it's like, I hear that shit and I'm like, oh, okay. So at the end of the day, they're all like that. At the end of the day, they are all going to say some remark like that, Tucker, Tate, Jones. Yeah. They're all going to say, oh, well, such and such is a real Nazi, and of course I'm not a real... remember when Tate got canceled last year? He got banned from TikTok, and he put out a video where he said something like, his 20 principles, and it was like, never hit a woman. And it was like, okay, so ass-saving time, basically. And basically reassuring everybody.
I have black friends. He started with, I had a black friend, and I had a Batman lunchbox.
And I'm black. Yeah, I'm half black. How could I be racist?
The whole right-wing position has to be Hey, I'm John Zherka. John, you're a sexist. Yes, I am. Hey, you're a racist. Yes, I am.
Yep.
Yes, this is the right-wing free speech position, and we don't even believe in free speech. We're gonna fucking censor your ass, their side. But when we look at who actually shifted politics, I swear Tate entertained us. What did he really, when I had this one tweet, I said, what did Andrew Tate say that was actually controversial? Like, give me one. What did he say that was actually controversial?
Depression is not real.
That's controversial.
That's extremely controversial. Do you see how many he get?
Nick, don't ever say that one. You gotta slow down.
In the grand scheme of things, that's a real. That at the time you were saying,
he's talking about knifing a homeless guy because he smells like piss.
It is like self-help, pretty generic self-help stuff, though, don't you?
Okay, but if you're gonna only use the word controversial to talk about edgy things, then sure. But that was a controversial thing to be.
You want to
one of the
lock
most
that in?
influential people. Yeah.
Okay, so lock it in. Say the most.
I just did say that.
So the most controversial thing Andrew Tate ever said live was depression's not real.
I would say the most impactful statement that was controversial.
Did they close his bank for that one, or what did they get him?
No, they closed his bank for different comments and different reasons.
Which comment?
The most controversial one was probably like women can't drive. That was a big one.
I mean, that's just like a lame.
What's the point? Like, why are you talking about this?
The point is he has millions of followers on Twitter because he's clearly a fucking fed. How the fuck does he not have a Twitter and that dude does? Like, what? If you have a Twitter, you're kind of like tapped in, bro.
I mean, there are a lot of people with Elon, I think, that have come back. It's a small list of people that aren't permitted back, but it is true to differentiate what I'm doing with what these other people are doing, which is, you know, I mean, it's one thing to call it the Matrix, it's another thing to say who the Matrix is. I'll just leave it at that. It's a totally different ball game.
I realize that is the big thing. It's the who and the what.
Right.
That's where the...
And I like the Tates. I'm a fan of them. I actually do like them. Like, I think they're funny. I like their content, but...
You called them a digital pimp.
Which is what they are. I mean...
They call themselves that. I mean, there's a lot of times...
You got that from Jordan Peterson, right?
No, I mean, they're pimps. But
Jordan Peterson called them a digital pimp.
What do you think about this, Nick? We haven't reacted to this yet, but this is a tweet that did, a lot of people were talking about this. Nick Fuentes needs to get his shit rocked for using the N-word. I don't have a problem with any man with BDE, big dick energy, who can physically defend it using it. It's these dweeb-ass fruitcakes using it. That's disrespectful. They say it online and in safe environments, but are on best behavior when Big Bubba pulls up. Everyone I've seen using it has massive, tiny pee-pee energy and tiny fingers to watch.
Okay, then come say it to Nick while I'm right here. We'll both say N-word. Like, come be tough here.
It's a woman that you're talking about.
That's even better.
Well, the whole thing is just like anti-white, because saying this, oh, you know, my problem is when these little dweebs say it. It's like, look, we all know why people don't want to say it. It's because black people have nothing to lose and they're maniacs. So if you go out and say that in public, a black person is going to ruin their life, getting in a physical altercation, they're going to start swinging at you, and then, like, they're not going to get in trouble for that. Somebody gets killed for saying the N-word and people on social media say, yeah, deserved, and a prosecutor's not going to go after you. So saying that kind of shit like, oh, well, you wouldn't say that in front of a black person, it's like, yeah, because black people are emotional, they'll beat you, they have nothing to lose, and the justice system will protect them. But we can say that. Anybody can say any word. It's just a word. It's one thing if you say, like, hey, N-word. Hey, you know, if you see some big black person. I also wouldn't say that against any. If I saw Zherka on the street and I didn't know who he was, I wouldn't say, hey, you fucking pussy, you know, come fight me, obviously, because that's fighting words. But the point is that white people are told, what made you think you can say that? And what the fuck is that to say to a person? I'm white. I'm entitled to say that. Obviously, I'm not going to say that in front of some maniac black person who's going to shoot me in the face or shank me. But, you know, we're entitled to say this.
Not maniac black person, just black person.
Yeah, right. It's
right?
Yeah.
But
don't
here's
want to
the
be
thing.
redundant.
What Nick is really trying to say, and I've watched him for years, this is a more simple way to say it. When the spell casting changes and they say, nigger, can't use that. You cannot use nigga either. When they change the spell casting to that one and you're singing a song, when you start getting punched for singing a song, then you see why it's so dangerous to give them one word. Because they're going to keep taking out words, and then you can accidentally get jumped and knifed and killed. So that's why you have to draw the line and be like, no, Who the fuck are you? This is my mouth.
Well,
Faggot.
and it's like a religion. I mean, because we're not talking about calling a black person that. We're saying uttering the word in any context is blasphemy. And it's like, you know, I'm sorry, my God is not black people. I don't worship black people. You know, you're not supposed to relax around them because they're violent, but I don't fear them in a religious sense. It's the same thing. Like, I'll say it on my show, yeah, Muhammad is a false prophet. I'm not going to go to a Muslim neighborhood in front of a bunch of, you know, Muslims and say, hey, you know, F your prophet, because they'll kill you.
You should jump in a tiger cage and punch a tiger.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't like tigers, so I'm going to jump in a cage. Like...
So that's just perpetuating this anti-white bullshit. And Andrew Tate plays into it, by the way.
Oh, huge. But it's so funny how it's mirrored, because this whole attack that people attack Nick on saying the N-word and stuff, it kind of, when you use your brain, realize they are the racists because they're saying black people don't have the emotional control to not beat the shit out of him. So he's actually the good guy, and all of them are admitting, don't say that word because they're unstable.
Right.
And it's like, bro, when I jump in a room, I remember Adam 22, I went in there, a bunch of black guys, I sat down with a cigarette, I said, hey, yo, nigga, give me a water bottle or something like that. And they all looked at me like they're gonna fight me. And I realized they're getting kind of angry, right? So I get up like this, as in, okay, we can go. And they all respected it. But the whole room, it wasn't awkward at all. They all felt this energy of, he doesn't think we're animals. And I've worked around them my whole life. I don't think that. Now I'm getting there, you know? This is the right wing, right?
You see that Family Guy meme where he's like, I'm going to go into a black neighborhood and say the N-word. And then he goes in, he walks back with a crown on his face, or on his head and everything. They respected me for it. That's you. If you just own it, you're not afraid about it, then...
But I don't think Nick should do it, but I do believe in most...
No, but in the context that she's talking about, she saw the clip on the podcast where a bunch of black girls are basically begging you to say it. Like,
that was weird. They asked you.
Yeah, well... And this woman, though, it's just like a total anti-white ad. Like, this is a person that hates whites. She's like, when did white boy think that he can say that? He won't say that around Bubba. It's like, what, do you want to see white people get the shit kicked out of them or something? Like,
you said Bubba?
That's what she said. That's what she said in the tweet. And,
said, that's what, Big Bubba.
But people are fucking sick of all
It sounds racist when you say it.
Yeah. No, it is. That's a...
No, but she said Big Bubba.
Well, hold on. I don't think, Nick, you should keep going to podcasts and saying it, because those Tariq, those fucking weirdos, they're actually pulling a call to action to get you hit. Yeah. Because some leftists are going to say, I'm black enough to actually do it. And when Nick said, no one's going to hit me, right? That doesn't guard you, bro. But if Myron and me are there, we will beat the shit out of her.
Well, and I don't plan to go
we
around.
will protect him.
But the point is, like, people, I think everybody's just sick of these fucking sensitive black people that it's, you know, we're going to beat the fuck out of you if you say the N-word and it's justified. I'm sorry, it's not. We live in a civilized country. People don't get beaten up for saying words. And, you know, some people understand that or they just don't. And there's always an anti-white streak if you say whites can't say this. It's justified if whites get killed for saying this. Nobody's talking about killing blacks when they hate white people, when they talk shit about whites constantly. Andrew Tate said something like, the only time you say incels is they're white. Black people never have that problem. Black people go to the club and get girls, and it's like, you know what? Nobody wants to fucking hear about that stuff. You know, this mixed race, black guy, whatever.
Bro, imagine if Julius Caesar was alive. He'd be like, why are you putting so much tone and emphasis on picking up whores?
Yeah.
Like, no conqueror in history would look at Andrew Tate and say, this nigga's on my team, he's based.
Right.
They'd literally go to these guys and be like, dude, that's the killer. You know what I mean? So this whole, if you can get whores, you're badass. Dude, they're zero IQ. Anyone can get whores.
Right. So, I mean,
when did they say that getting whores is what makes them badass?
That's their whole platform.
That's not.
Is a Ferrari and a whore, a Bugatti and a whore. His platform, there's no Bugatti, there's no whore. It's literally Nick holding a fucking American flag in a Christian.
They've been doing the last like 7 streams. They don't really talk about women. Also,
7?
Their last 7 streams straight, just like that. I don't know if you watch them, but
in 18 years.
Also, they seized all of their cars, so it's like that's not really their brand. You don't watch their shows. I'm just like, you see
That's exactly my point.
What's your point?
When they realized that, you know, the pressure's on, they went into his arena, religion and politics, because they realized that's what a real man is. Mm-hmm. They stopped pimping.
They're not talking about politics either.
But they stopped being pimps and copied Nick. And Nick is like fucking, they're like 30 years late to doing this. And my whole point is, I'll never look up.
You think that's true that they're copying you? You're like, yeah, they did.
Yeah, and the Muslim version.
I think that they, you know, this whole red pill thing, the Matrix. I mean, come on, that's totally hijacking like the truth movement, but with the self-help spin. What's the real red pill? What's the fucking red pill they're pushing? I mean, they say that we're there, and I said this, you know, last year. It's like the red pill community is not very red pilled until I came around. Well, what's the red pill? Dating tricks? Yeah. Here's how you pick up chicks, you know, self-help bullshit. And I say that again.
No, the red pill to them is that everything that you ingest and all the information that you hear is a control mechanism to keep you a weak wage slave. It's not really about dating. It's that they don't want you to be happy. They want you to be poor, always paying taxes, in a job you don't like, semi-depressed. And that all these things like the media you consume and the information that you're around, the pills they give you, is to keep you controlled and numb and depressed.
Right, but again, they're really pushing, you're going to have a Ferrari, but your son can be gay and you can't say faggot. And dude, what part? They're saying get a Ferrari, but stay in the Matrix.
Yeah,
that's
like
really what they're saying.
Be the richest slave on the plantation or something.
Yeah, like
how does that make you a slave?
You know the first words of my Genesis story of Nick, the first words he ever uttered, I'm like, who is this kid? He's a good-looking guy, but like he doesn't know anything. The first sentence he said, I freaked out because he said, "Why do we want to just keep going all these foreign wars for Israel?" That was your opener on Scuff Podcast, and me and my chat were like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" Because people build up to that.
Yeah,
point.
right.
They usually, I'm a good guy, and I'm Palestine, and they usually you open with that. So I'm like, if the first words he uttered, Andrew Tate hasn't done it yet. If he raped the Matrix with his first sentence, you have to be the real red pill. You have to. Because, bro, it takes people years to start touching that topic.
Well, and I didn't start swinging against them. They started coming after me. And what's more, nobody told them to claim red pill.
You know why they swung at you? Because everyone's talking about how Zherka was the one who Dark Maga forced them to talk about JQ. But then they're like, Zherka's a fucking loose cannon. He's a dog. Who's the owner of the dog? Oh, he only talks about Nick, so they hate you. They don't actually hate you for any real reason. They just know that I forced them into JQ, and I think Tristan got yelled at by Andrew for answering the way he did. He said, you can talk about it when you're a billionaire.
Right, yeah, which is such a lame answer.
The greatest answer.
Are you still doing your stream?
I don't know. I haven't heard from Myron. He said
Myron's up now. He was just
he just hit me up.
Yo, I'm going to let you guys go and talk for a bit. Try not to bore them.
No, I'm about to end stream too. I'm getting tired.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. You should go do yours. Myron was gonna show up, but he woke up 2 hours later than he said. Maybe I can get him on tomorrow or tomorrow's Wednesday. We'll see if that show still happens.
I'm gonna be live tonight with the dumbest whore in Miami. It's so funny, dude.
You just like shit on Tate nonstop for like having whores on stream, and then you're like, I'm gonna have a dumb whore on my stream, and like you're just getting on your high horse about like, oh, it's just cars and women. 5 seconds later, I'm gonna have a dumb whore, the dumbest whore on my stream.
The difference is, this week, even Nick in the room, the King Nick, and this month, I converted more Christians than even him this month. You think?
I think so, yeah. Well, hey,
I'm at 1,400.
We're not friends. We're on the same team. Right. Dark MAGA.
No, Nick, before we end, try and explain to SNEAKO what I'm saying, that they're known for women. What am I trying to say? The Tate brothers are known for women. Am I crazy?
No, and
that's not true. If you look at the kids who are motivated by them.
Tristan literally said to Nick, I'm going on a beautiful date with a woman. What did he say?
He said, I'm too busy taking beautiful girls on dates while you're talking about the Jews on the internet.
There's these videos of kids, and they hear the Top G song or whatever, the Tourne dans la vie, and they start doing push-ups on the spot, like 5-6-year-olds. There's kids like who are starting to make money online that are motivated. We need 5-6-year-olds doing push-ups and starting to like become independent. Yeah, absolutely. It's not about politics for like most of these people. But even then, that's a good, like, what does that really change for the most people's lives if that's true? Like,
okay, Sneako, do you agree that when Tristan,
you're not answering the question.
When Tristan said, "Hey, I'm going on a date with a beautiful woman," while Nick is being a virgin, talk about the Jews, do you agree that he's more?
We talked about that in the beginning of the stream.
I wouldn't answer that if I were you either.
Well, I did in the beginning of the stream, like I just said, but you didn't answer my question. Yeah, great.
You know what, the ironic part is right now I'm going on a beautiful date.
With the dumbest whore in Miami? Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I don't really have beef with them, but
Okay, boys, I'll see you guys at Fresh and Fit. And it's not a date. I'm gonna farm the shit out of her. Like, I'm literally gonna roast her. She doesn't even know when I'm making fun of her. Such good views.
Good content.
And Jesus is king. And actually, before Jesus, make sure you read the first page of Red Pill scripture. Never talk about the Jews. Go on a date with the whore. Can't make this shit up, dude. Man, Nick, if you're gonna be this soft on Sneako, I'm leading the charge. You gotta attack him on that. Right?
For what?
We're fucking going on dates. It's gay as fuck.
When do I'm not going on dates. What are you talking about?
Are we offline?
No.
Yeah. Honestly, why I don't like them, I was joking before. I don't like the Tate brothers.
I'm live right now.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But I don't like the Tate brothers because they like the comment about this guy getting punched. That's fucking crossing the line.
Yeah, I mean, they keep attacking me, so.
Liking a tweet is attacking you?
Well, Tristan attacking me was attacking me.
Imagine how you'll feel if someone actually Richard Spencer's it. Like, Richard got punched for that kind of online propaganda shit, bro.
Okay.
Alright. And the trumpet. The trumpet is finished.
Fuck.
That was good. Good stream, right?
Yeah, this is a great stream.
A lot of fun.
Almost 4 hours, almost 4.5 hours, Nick. So
damn, yeah.
Thanks, man.
Marathon.
This is great. I wanted to keep interviewing. I think we could have done like a Joe Rogan type interview. You wanted to have Zherka on, so I told him to come through.
Well, I think he was camping. He was camping and blasting the trumpet, so we didn't really
Yeah,
have a
he was
choice.
lighting campfires and yelling outside, but just, bro, that guy's exhausting, man. But he really likes you, so he's never gonna like disrespect you or just like. But imagine, like,
He's
I've
picking on you. Yeah, I know.
Imagine I've had him stay here. Like I let him stay here for a couple days. Like just the guy is an absolute headache.
Yeah, well,
he's a headache. But you get glazed constantly, so you're like doing the like. Oh yeah,
because he knows he's getting to you. You know, he's trolling you.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
He's fun. It's all in good fun.
I'm gonna get my get back chat. Cool. So this is a great stream. I really enjoyed it. I will be back tomorrow. I think we're gonna have a panel tomorrow. We're still talking about it and see about the schedule. Nick has a stream with Myron, right?
I don't know. I just texted him, so maybe.
I think you guys should do it. It's
yeah.
good.
I don't know. I'm kind of tired. I'm ready to go to bed, man. It's like midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we did a big stream Friday, Monday. We did a big stream today. I'm kind of, or you know, maybe I need to grab a coffee or something. He's here and here.
Should I bring him up?
Yeah, let's do it.
Keep it going?
Yeah, I guess.
All right. Fuck.
We should have gotten coffee when we got food.
Yeah. 100%.
Hit a little coffee and dessert. See, that's how I like to do it. I like to do dinner and then coffee and dessert. That's my move.
You're such an American. Like that. Yeah, that would have been nice. We could have got it if I had like a slave in here. That'd be great.
Yeah. Where's the bitches, Sneako? Get the.
Well, then you're gonna say I'm a grifter.
Nah, I'm feeding you.
Oh no, man! He's wearing a whole getup.
Oh no!
Take it off. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You give it to me, man. I don't trust you. Bro, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. No. What, bro? I heard that guy was like a shit about us. Bro, who? No, man. No. Bro, I don't, that, no. Not after yesterday's stream. Nick, take a look at what he's wearing real quick.
I thought he was wearing the hood.
I'm not doing it.
I thought it was the hood. This is even better.
It's worse than the hood.
Let me see.
I heard you were talking shit. No. We kept it PG. I'm not at the phone with the stream right now.
Pete Goyam.
Just come on normal, please. Single stress right now.
It's your stream. I'm not.
No. Bag.
Now I know why they call it red pill.
Yes, it's a red pill for a bit.
Oh, God damn it.
Sneako's gay. What's up, guys? What's up, faggots? Oh. Yo, y'all should have seen Sneako. He was fucking sweating.
No.
Yo, he was literally terrified.
I thought you were in the hood.
I made a promise. I said we're not doing after yesterday's stream. Like, we need to go. You can't do it every day. You can't do it every day. It's just too much. And now all the chats on your side, and I'm gonna take the L's. Now I'm the gay Sneako. There we go. How you doing, Myron?
I'm chilling, man. I just woke up, guys. So sorry, I'm so behind here. Yeah.
He sleeps on Fed time. He just.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna fucking start the stream later because since I wasn't coming. Before.
No, I started it early. I've been streaming since 7 o'clock.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah, we had.
I thought you were gonna start it later since I didn't come. So, but yeah, I literally woke up and I was like, "Oh fuck!" And
you guys are supposed to start streaming at 11.
Well, I texted him right away. As soon as I texted both of you guys when I woke up.
I didn't see it until just now.
I literally as soon as I woke up, I texted both of y'all.
You don't think you have the energy to like get a coffee and do the other one?
Why don't we just do it here if we're all here right now?
On your cozy?
We don't need to do it on cozy. We just keep this.
All right, that's cool. Let me just go get my uniform real quick.
If you do that on cozy, go ahead.
Yeah, right.
That's cozy TV energy, but please. I like Rumble on the App Store. You and your costumes, man.
I have many costumes. For every race. But yeah.
Why don't you? We could, if you sign into cozy right now, we could do all that, but not on Rumble.
Let's just keep the stream going, you know. I don't give a shit either way.
We're about to close out. We've been going for 4 hours.
Okay, all right, then that's fine.
Man.
Yeah, if y'all gonna close out, that's cool.
Well, okay, let me ask you a little bit of a debate review. Who do you think won?
Yeah, I mean it was pretty. I would say Nick took that one.
Let's go.
Destiny did make some good points, but
what good points did he make?
Well, what I will say is that he. I'm trying to think here. Let me think of a good point that he made.
I didn't really see any. He asked a lot of questions and then tried to get Nick triggered, but I don't think he had any good moments, like anything that's clippable or any good points that Nick didn't have to concede on anything.
Yeah, no, he actually ended up agreeing with him on a lot of points.
There was Destiny made no good points,
but,
actually.
Yeah, he was deflecting a lot, not necessarily, or he'd ask Nick a question, Nick would go into answering the question. And then, I mean, I think everybody knows. I mean, I called it. Like, I was like, yeah, Nick definitely won that debate. What I would say is that Destiny's very good at like shifting the goalpost and deflecting at times. And then I thought it was crazy when I saw he was using his phone. I was like, And then Nick was still making points. I was like, you know what, fuck it. Let him use his phone and see what still happens. So.
We looked it up. He was like banning people on Discord and banning people from his chat like during the debate.
Oh,
like,
really?
Moderating. Right. He was also on a call beforehand and getting sources from people. But
yeah. Yeah, Nick won. I mean, definitely he won. I mean, because the geopolitics stuff is you can't beat this guy. I mean, what did we talk about before? If you try to debate someone on Zionism, you're gonna lose.
Yeah,
because it's clear as day, black and white. Like Israeli interests don't always align with American interests, and we do a lot of things that puts us in compromising situations.
Yeah,
you know. So it is what it
is. It's an untenable position.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it's not winnable.
And that's why I don't think he's ever debated me on that, because I've debated him like 5, 6, 7 times in the last how many
Did y'all debate this topic?
Never this one.
Okay.
But I've debated this topic many times. I debated Will Chamberlain, Robert Barnes, Jacob Wall, like Alex Jones, many people on this.
You even debated Alex Jones on this?
After me and Ye went on his show, I came back like a week later and debated him on it.
You should watch that. That's a good one. And Nick, you destroyed Alex Jones on that too. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Destiny did better than Alex Jones in that debate. But that's only because Destiny
No,
has
was it a remote
tactics.
interview? Was it a remote? It was. You weren't in studio, right? It was a remote interview.
Yeah, remote interview.
I did hear that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He was more. He didn't really argue for it. He was just like, "Let me get your viewpoints."
Basically, yeah. He didn't really right.
Because he was just like, it's what I kind of call like opinion by proxy. Like, you bring someone on that you agree with, but you don't necessarily want to say what they're gonna say, but you agree with it. So you just ask the prompting questions to get them to make the points that you actually agree with in the beginning. Which I notice a lot of people do that.
Yeah, because he's kind of done that for a long time. Alex Jones has.
Yeah. Well, why does he not go like all the way? I mean, he already went all the way with Sandy Hook. Like.
Yeah. Well, I think that if you look at
the money and his whole setup, I think it would compromise him a lot if he were to talk about it. I'll just put it that way. Like if you look into, because he makes a lot of money doing all those product lines, and I'm not trying to cast any aspersions. Like I actually think that he doesn't 100% believe in this stuff. I think that he's a boomer. Like he's an old guy. He believes in this other stuff. You know, because he's really a libertarian. He's not. I'm a Catholic. He's like a libertarian, kind of like pretty lukewarm Christian in many ways. And so I think he fundamentally just has a different view, because I think that's why he'll have me on, because I think he'll entertain it. I think because he's had David Duke on, he had me on, he's had many people that are extreme on, and he'll hear them out, he'll do a debate. That being said, I don't think it helps that, like, he would lose a lot of money if he were to talk about this stuff. I think that's also, at the end of the day, a reality. But I'm not trying to attack him and say he's a shill. I think he genuinely believes it, but of course, these things tend to line up sometimes.
He can't. He's like, and I won't say any names on the stream, but there's a couple of like podcasters and people that I know that are very red pill aware, right, about different things, whether it's women, politics, what's really going on, but they'll never actually say it. They'll just bring people on that align with those beliefs, and then on top of that, they'll bring people on that don't align with those beliefs, so no one can go ahead and actually know what the hell they think.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that's very interesting. Like there's not many people that like stand on like a topic and actually talk about it, you know, and like put themselves in the fire. Most people are willing to like just be, I'm neutral, and then bring both and then have them hash it out. But yeah, I mean, with the whole Destiny debate, he definitely knows geopolitics to a degree, but when it comes to Zionist influence in American foreign policy, he can't. That's one area that he was not prepared.
Well, and he wasn't
prepared for that.
If you were to track the debate line by line, claim by claim,
Yeah.
it was just a fucking disaster for him. Because here's what he does: is he doesn't really know what he's talking about. He'll try an argument, it doesn't work, and then he'll just try another one.
He's aware of geopolitics, but he's not aware to the significant degree when it comes to the specialization of Israeli Zionist foreign policy that influences America.
I don't think he knows any of it, to be honest. Like, he doesn't. Said something like, "We invaded Iraq because it's close to Russia." It's like, what?
I would say the turning point was when he brought up, because he said, "Oh, well, you're saying that these people are Zionists, blah blah, but they're all born in the United States," and I was like, "Bro, I mean, that doesn't." I was like a Zionist is basically someone a lot of times is an American citizen.
Exactly.
That's the criticism, and we established that earlier. Like, they call the anti-Semite for saying that you have dual allegiance.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of
and he acted like that was a gotcha. He's like, "Oh, it turns out they're
he was
not
born
from
in New
Israel."
York.
That's what I was like. Come on, Destiny. You're arguing with bad faith now. Like we all know they're not like they were born in the United States, but the whole point of issue is the dual allegiance.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the whole issue. I mean, anyone that's ever held a clearance before will tell you if you have another citizenship of another country, you have to give it up to get it, especially if you want to get a clearance, whether it's I think secret and above, you need to give up any other citizenship. Someone told me that you can have a dual citizenship with Israel though. Someone mentioned that. I was like, no fucking way. There's no way.
And he lied about the intermarriage thing. That's something that's...
I'm going to double check it, but there's no way.
And he lied about the intermarriage thing. But yeah, it was just total... but do you think that was actually 100,000 live viewers? Genuinely.
Here's the thing, man. People want to know, like, no one wants to touch this topic. Like, no one wants to touch it. For us to, like, actually have the debate.
100,000?
You're not, there's no filter. Y'all can go all the way and talk about this shit. Like, bro, I think, and then all of us combining our audiences, I think it's definitely legit, man. It could be legit. Yeah, absolutely.
I agree.
Definitely.
And
think about it, bro. What other big platform has had that discussion before? We know Rogan ain't gonna do it. Yeah. We know when they asked Jordan Peterson about it, he just evaded it, right? Alex Jones won't talk about it. Who else? I'm trying to think of other big podcasts that like have 1 million+ subs. No one's gonna touch it.
Yeah, but I do think Tristan has a point. Obviously,
Timcast won't touch it.
We established like, I mean, he did have you and Ye on at the peak of that thing, but
and then
that is touching it. But I know he was just pushing back.
He told us at the beginning, he's like, well, we have to push back. Like we can't let you win the debate. So he told us there's things we can't talk about, and then there's things that we can. But if we can, we have to push back on it, and we have to have the last word, and blah blah blah.
Yeah. So there's like strict parameters around it. Like I didn't put no. I was like, yo, just do it. Just
Woken America, thank you for the 100. There's no need to burn a big 100, man. You don't need to burn bridges with Tate right now. He's wrong though. Myron is in the house. You three are late. Yeah, there's no reason to burn bridges. And it's starting to like piss me off that like Zherka's talking, like one of his major talking points is just talking about Tate all the time for not talking about something. Because like in the overall scheme of thing, like this doesn't benefit the majority of people's lives. Like when you talk about the Matrix, it's a good amount of guys who are depressed and in simping in relationships they don't want to be in jobs they were told that they're supposed to follow. We even established this in this stream.
Is he still here?
No, he left. But that there's a lot of people who are chasing things that other people tell them they should like, even though they don't actually want to do it. And that's why a lot of people live unhappy lives. And so how do you like make people happier? A lot of this stuff, foreign policy and like Middle Eastern, a lot of that won't change the normal person's life. The best way to immediately affect someone's life is with a positive message, is with a lot of what they're talking about. And they've had an undeniable impact on the male youth, and he undermines that all the time. And it's just like always on my, it's very like, I think it comes from a place of jealousy, but he calls me a faggot for saying that. But what do you think? Like, I've told Zherka, like, I think you're just doing this out of jealousy, and this, especially at this time, it's just not necessary.
Well, you know, it's always a sucky situation when two people you get along with don't get along with each other. But it is what it is, I guess. Like, they're not gonna, you know, from this point, they're never gonna talk or be friends. Yeah, so it is what it is. Like, my thing is just like, hey, when you're on FNF, you know, try not to talk shit about him, and it would be the same way if I was on there. I mean, Tate would never even mention him. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, you know, if anyone like insults one of my buddies in front of me, I'm like, yo, bro, like, come on, man, take it easy. So that's what it is, unfortunately, in the social media world.
Well, what have you noticed about the Groypers? You have a meetup coming up on July 16th, right?
Yep.
Are there any more tickets available?
No, we're sold out. We might sell some more tickets at the door.
Okay.
Depending on what venue we get, but yeah, I mean, as of right now, it's sold out. You can come if you want. We're doing a rally up in West Palm Beach. We did one back in DC in December or in February. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be good. It's been a lot of high energy this year. It's like it started with Yay 24, and it's going through this. I feel like it's the same energy. It's the introduction of Rumble. It's Elon buying Twitter, and then I think it was Yay 24. It's like the technology and that development is now making the consciousness rise up. Like now these are the topics that are front page topics. Everyone's talking about them. So I think Keith Woods, he put out a really good thread saying this is like a second wave. Like 16 was very similar. 2016, it was the same thing with Twitter blowing up with Trump and the election. And 4chan, everyone was getting red pilled. Everybody was learning the truth. They had to shut it down. And they were successful for like 5 years. They effectively shut down the conversation, and people were self-censoring. People that weren't were getting banned. And this is the first time it feels different in like 7 years that people are able to actually speak their minds. Yeah. And once again, now the truth is going viral. You know, it's like contagious. So we're just riding that energy. We're rallying about it. And it's outside of the Turning Point conference. The Turning Point, they're doing their conference. We're doing ours.
Man, I was gonna say this too real quick because I was catching a little bit of the stream before I came here. With the whole thing with Kanye West and Alex Jones situation, I forgot to mention this during our interview. Is that they clipped that part when he said "I love Hitler," but what they conveniently clipped out was the part where he said "I love both Zionists and I love Hitler. No one can tell me who I can love." Right. So I thought that was very disingenuous by the media to do that, to clip it and make it look like he said "I love Hitler" when in reality he was trying to make a point that no one can tell him who he can love, and he was saying, as a Christian, I love everyone. That includes Zionists and Hitler. And it's crazy to me how they spun that, ran with that, and no one has corrected it. It's crazy to me. Because like I remember watching that interview, and I rewinded it back. I was like, wait, hold on. What did he just say? Wait, hold on. I vividly remember running it back 3 times. I was like, wow, they did not put that part in.
Right.
And here's it. Let's be honest. When people see clips on Twitter, very rarely do they go watch the full interview, find that exact part, look and see what was actually said in the full context of that conversation, and then come to a conclusion. Never. Most Americans will never do that. Most people never do that because we live in a retard TikTok economy. So I thought that was like probably one of the biggest smear campaigns I've ever seen. They spun.
Ye loves Hitler.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're gonna be honest, like he genuinely loves him. It wasn't.
No. Hold on. See, this is what I mean. during the conversation at that exact
Are you
moment.
talking about Alex Jones?
Yeah, on Alex Jones, on that interview when he had the mask on, right? He was talking about being a good Christian and loving everyone equally. Then he mentioned, I love Zionists and I love Hitler. No one can tell me who I can love.
But he
That's pretty
like
much what
Hitler.
he said. Yeah, no, I get that. But I get that. But what I am saying is that they tried to spin it as if he only said that.
Right.
Which let's be honest here. Saying, I just live Hitler versus I love all people, to Zionists and Hitler, that's much different.
The quote was, there's a lot of things that I love about Hitler. Like, it was a pretty bold statement. It wasn't, I don't know if it was misconstrued that much.
No, it was, bro. It was.
Do you think it was really, they really
I
took
watched that part like 3 times. Anyone in here in the chat, y'all know what I'm talking about. Watch that part back.
I'm talking about like conversations I've had with him and
he does love him.
Hold on.
Like, we got there, he was drawing swastikas in his notebook.
Okay.
No joke.
Okay. Well, remember, y'all have met him personally. I'm saying from someone who never met him, only saw that interview. You guys got to remember, I'm talking from a regular person's perspective. You guys know other information that the rest of us aren't, and that's going to, influence your perception to a degree. But for people that don't know that have never hung out with him in person like y'all have, I'm saying off that interview alone, he didn't say anything crazy like that, especially when you play it in full context. Now, you guys are giving me some other info I didn't know about, but in that conversation...
he was tweeting swastikas right before he got banned.
But with the 6-point
With, yes.
Yeah, but I was talking about strictly the Alex Jones interview. Because that's what started it. That's like what started when they were like, what the hell? He said he loves Hitler. Like, and they ran with that and said, he's fucking crazy, blah, 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 blah. And they only put that part. Because I remember I was on Twitter and they were like, that's all they played is that part.
Right,
I
but
love Hitler.
he's also had some sort of infatuation with Hitler for a long time. Like, there was the speculation that he wanted to name his album just Hitler in like 2018. That was proven true?
I believe that was real. I mean, based on conversations I had with him.
Yeah, but see, y'all know shit that I don't know and other people don't know. So like, you guys are influenced in a different way. Like for me, I'm going strictly off the AJ interview. Strictly off the AJ interview. They definitely spun it to make him look crazy. And then, I mean, do y'all want to play it right now? We could play it right now.
He was there.
We could literally play it now if y'all don't believe me. I remember because I rewind that shit like 3 times and I was like, wow, they definitely made a smear campaign on this.
What's your take?
I think that, you're just not allowed to say that in any context. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. But do you think that they spun that out of context?
I understand what you're saying, because what Myron is saying is he said love everybody, and what people took it as was he means he hates Jews, but he never said I hate Jews. He said
he loves Zionists.
I love Zionists and I love Hitler. I love everyone.
In the same sentence.
Right. So I get what you mean, that they sort of took out a very important part of the message.
A critical part.
But
he was trying to illustrate, I don't hate anybody.
Right.
That's what he was trying to illustrate with making that comment.
But in addition to that, he also particularly does like Hitler, because he said, because Alex Jones said so you're saying you like the uniforms, and he's like, no, there's a lot of things that I love.
That was the context, yeah.
Wait,
so Alex Jones was trying to give him a way out. You like the aesthetic and the outfits. He's like, no, there's a lot of things that I love.
Okay, but hold on. All right. Let me play
not the uniform.
We're gonna stop dissing the Nazis all the time.
Let me play devil's advocate. And then he actually went into how he built railroads, how he pulled Germany out of a depression.
True?
Yeah, bro. After World War I.
Microphone, but did the Nazis invent railroads?
He said that the highway, that they invented the highway.
Did the Nazis invent highways?
Well, they built the Autobahn. People consider that
They didn't invent highways, just long streets.
I mean, yeah. Again, you could kind of equivocate about it, but he was talking about the national highway system that Germany built. They invented the Autobahn,
which the United States ended up, I think, under Eisenhower beginning. 50s, yeah. The whole interstate system that we have now with Interstate 95, etc. We didn't have an interstate system back then. So here's the thing. This is controversial shit, right? Mm-hmm. But what he meant by that is he built after World War I, the Versailles Agreement was in place and fucked up Germany. They literally were in one of the worst depressions. He comes to power, pulls them out of the depression, creates railway systems, creates a highway, all these infrastructure creations that create jobs. Boom. Next thing you know, Germany is a world power. They're out of depression. Economy is back on fire. And he did a lot of good for Germany during that time. Obviously, he did atrocious things as well. But I think what Ye was trying to say is that, yo, he did good as well. He did bad, but he also did good for his country. Now, are we trying to, alleviate him of responsibility? No. But if you're going to acknowledge all the bad, cool. But it would be disingenuous to not also acknowledge that he did create a bunch of infrastructure for Germany, which we even copied down the road. Like we started our interstate highway system based off of that model.
Yeah, we took all their scientists. Our NASA came from Project Paperclip, which was that was the Nazi V2 program. But the thing is, and I'll just add, because that was the InfoWars, but based on conversations that we had before, during, and after, like what Ye thinks about Hitler is that Hitler was like the Kanye of politics, basically. Like, he regards Hitler as like because he would always say, like, how can we make it like Hitler level? How can we make it like on that level? But it was interesting because there was always a tension. Like, he would tell me, show me like what Hitler did for Germany, because I want to do that for America. He'd say, show me the most severe policies that Hitler had. Then he said, now show me policies that are the weakest policies, like the softest, that everyone can agree on. And so it was always this like tension. And so the thing is, and this is the real red pill that people don't want to hear, Hitler, for better for worse, is an iconic figure in world history. Like, casts a long shadow over the history of the world for the last 70 years, maybe the most important figure of the 20th century. And a guy like Ye, who is an artist, who is applying an artist sensibility to politics, is going to look at the icons, the symbols, the hype. They're going to look at the triumph of the will, people greeting. This is very distracting, by the way. They're going to look at the people greeting Hitler, going through the street, flying into the airport on his own personal plane, and they're going to say, there's something striking and moving and compelling about that, and how can I match that energy? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I absolutely see your point.
But it's not just the aesthetics, because, what I think Ye likes about Hitler is that Hitler is fundamentally a national figure, a nationalist figure. He is a guy who made his own country great. I think that's why people compare him to Trump.
What do you want?
Let me see here.
Oh.
Because he's a nationalist.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, a lot of moving around here. It's hard for me to keep my train of thought.
Boys ready, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, no, I mean, because he wants to be on a computer. What was I going to say? Yeah, I think the other thing too is that as a musician, he's not necessarily he's not a podcaster, right? So when he says things, he's not going to articulate himself to the same level as a person that talks every day on a microphone, that gives commentary, etc. So he's going to say things might not necessarily explain all the way why, but you kind of have to be able to read between lines, because when you're an artist, you don't have to be as explicit in delivering your message because it's covered with the artistic veil, if that makes sense. But when you're a podcaster, you don't necessarily get that same, how do I say this? You don't get that same benefit, right? You have to be able to, really cross your T's, dot your I's, etc., especially when you talk about controversial topics. So what I think is that he's very misunderstood. But, and obviously, the media wants to have a field day with it, and you can see that they're not operating with good interest, because they literally cut out that part when he said, I love Zionists. They did not put that in there for a specific reason. We know why.
Yeah.
But,
well, and you're right. It was like an artist's take on politics.
Yeah.
But, Hitler was an artist.
Yeah, he was. If he had gotten accepted to that art school, we would have had a different world.
And Joseph Stalin was a poet. So I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think that conservative politics should be more artistic and should have more of an artistic sensibility, because what an artist has that a politician doesn't is a sense of vision.
Yeah.
They have a sense of, and this is the language that Ye would use when he wrote the Mar-a-Lago tweet. We were in the car. He said, this is my Da Vinci painting. He goes, let me paint a picture. So, for example, when he's writing the tweet, he says, I forget what he said, like rain and something. I can't believe I kept the president waiting, and I'm wearing jeans. He said, I'm painting a picture. So it's the sensory imagery, and it's poetry. Like when he writes a song, he said that he likes these phrases that are evocative, that have a double meaning. Like when he writes 5:30, which is a leaked song, it says 5:30, the car's missing. Now, think about the imagery that evokes, and think about the feeling that evokes. 5:30, the car's missing. It's 5:30 a.m. and you notice a car is missing, what does that mean? It means it's 5:30, your wife's not there. Maybe you stayed up all night, maybe you woke up early, and your wife's not in bed, she's missing, there's turmoil, blah, blah. And like that, but that's like poetry, and that's thinking in a visual way, it's thinking in like a holistic way, it's painting a picture. And that's what you have to do in politics. That's what Trump did to some extent. He painted a picture, he created a vision, said, we're gonna make America great again. What was the Clinton message? Does anybody even fucking remember?
No one remembers.
Or any of the Republican messages? But saying, I will take this country and make it great again. I'm the greatest jobs president ever. I'm Donald fucking Trump with the gold hair and the gold building, and I'm gonna make everyone fucking rich. Like, that's vision. But, you know, and Trump has less of an artistic sensibility, but it speaks to vision. And so, you know, Ye, his issue is, I don't think he has the discipline really that was necessary for it, and lacked, I think, a lot of the practical considerations. But I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with bringing that artist sensibility to it, because you need that to start a revolution, to transform a nation. And he certainly possessed that. Just, you know, he had half of it. Just, I don't, in some ways, I think he didn't have the other half.
The A24 movement, and how short-lived it was, and if it's still going to happen, has a much stronger identity than Bill Clinton, who was president for 8 years. So that's a testament to how important it is to have an artist touch to a political campaign.
Well, and it touched me because, you know, I don't know what Ye's political future will be if he runs in 28, which is something that there was a discussion about that. You know, if he asked me to come back in or whatever in the future, I'd of course be on board. I don't know what his future is. But even just for me, that whole period was just like an explosion of creativity. You remember so many ideas, so many concepts, sometimes like contradictory. He would say one thing one day. Yeah. I remember one day he's like, okay, here's what it's going to be. Turn the tanks to playgrounds. We're going to turn the tanks to playgrounds, and everything's going to be about family. Then the next day he'd call me and say, militarize everything. Everything will make tanks. Everything will make, like, how can we make the country a military? So you would have two conflicting ideas, but it's just because he's like, that's what I'm saying, like an explosion of concepts, ideas, the mask, the motocross jacket.
How did the mask come about?
Just something he came up with that day. That's something he wanted to do.
Day.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he refused to take it off. And then
the net and the Yahoo shit was funny.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Yeah,
they also came up with that that morning. It just popped into his head.
Funny. I was like, wait, why does he have that there? And then he mentioned, yo, this is for you, Net and Yahoo. And I was like, and he hold him up like this. I was like, oh, okay.
Right. And he's doing the voice.
Yeah.
It's like, but so like things like that. And he was, and I don't want to spill all of it. I'll give you a good example. Like when we were in Austin for the InfoWars thing, we were with these filmmakers and they filmed him without him knowing after we jumped in the car after the interview.
Okay. Yep.
Ye took the mask off.
They ruined the magic.
And they were rolling. And yeah, and Ye flipped out. He said, you're like revealing the magician's secrets. You're showing me without the mask. Delete that. He was livid. And it's like, but that's his commitment to the bit. In his mind, it was like him wearing the mask at the appearance. There was something about that that was sort of magical. There was something about that. It was like, I don't want to say a gimmick, but it was meaningful. And
I'll tell you this, it got the people talking.
Exactly, and no, who would have thought of that? It was like
from
a
marketing
striking
perspective. It's genius from a marketing perspective.
no one will ever forget
like
it.
That. And that anger, he kind of started questioning a lot of the other people. And I made a mistake because you got permission from him to do a cozy stream in Yeezy Studio, and so I was there too, and I was helping you set it up. It was with this camera and everything like that in my your laptop. Was it my computer?
I think it was your computer.
Yeah, it was my whole setup. So I'm like, I'll do a stream. You were taking a while, so I'm like, I'll just do a stream. And so I did a stream while waiting for Nick, and then it was done. And then I helped set up Nick's stream. And then Ye saw that the next day, and I didn't ask permission. I got in trouble, and he's like, he sent me that picture of how they like revealed the mask thing. He's like, you're ruining the magic. Like I'm there in his studio. I didn't think about it that way because I knew that you were doing your stream. But the reason that he was really upset was because I didn't coordinate my outfit with his studio before going live. So he knew that you were going to wear the suit and it's political and everything like that. He knew your getup, but I was wearing a hoodie he didn't like. Well, not like in his studio. So it's like, that's ruining the magic. It's like, how am I not going to ask the fashion icon about outfit coordination in his studio? That's messing with the magic. It's something that I didn't think about, but it makes a lot of sense. And it gives you that perspective of an artist who is probably like the generational best artist of this generation. So
he hated the hoodie. Yeah,
he hated the hoodie. So you got all little details like that. You really need to. Yeah, he hated that hoodie. You need to. All of that is extreme. He would have hated your shoes, man.
Probably.
Yeah, you gotta. All that is extremely meticulous and for a reason. And then it makes you rethink. And this is like.
Oh shit! Matter of fact, my bad, bro.
Yeah, that's all right, man. You always forget. Taking them off now doesn't really do it. But
Yeah.
for the people in the chat, I would just say, like, when you look at a celebrity, especially somebody like Ye, you need to be aware in a way that I didn't know how all these little details that you kind of gloss over are extremely important and all part of an image and all part of an aesthetic. And a lot of decisions are made that you're not aware of, and it's all contracted to give you this piece of art that you think is just media or paparazzi, all that. A lot of it is fabricated and made to keep you entertained and to move the zeitgeist in a direction that you're not going to expect.
Well, and yeah, I mean, every little thing that we did was scrutinized, and I'm a big Ye fan even before
Do you guys
politics. I haven't talked to him in about a month, maybe a month and a half. But
are you guys going to start it back up in campaign, or what's
well, I mean, and we kind of went over it earlier, but the last conversation that we had about it, it was clear that they were not going to keep going in the direction they were from November in a few different ways. And so I was kind of like, you know what, like this just isn't really.
So
I'm not.
It is what it is.
I said I'm not here for the dome-shaped houses. You know, let's just put it that way. So, and I'm not trying to shit on that because I love the architecture stuff, but you know, it's about. So he's really into architecture and he wants to do like housing for millennials, but he's really into the dome structure, which I like, but I'm really there for the political aspect of dislodging Jewish power, not so much like a housing program. But anyway,
someone did ask you that yesterday, like if you became president, what would be the things you would do immediately? You didn't get to finish because our fucking stream got like shut down, which I
asked him that on this whole stream. We
basically it got warm and like one thing failed and then everything else was just like domino effect.
Right.
I mean, that was the second time that happened. Like the powers never went out of my place and never went out of your place, and it was during a similar discussion both times.
Yep. And it was only, here's the crazy part: some of the stuff went out, not everything went out, because the video we kept rolling for a bit.
I think someone flipped that switch. I think it was a hater wanted to build.
Someone got the call.
Switch, yes. Yeah, I guess so. Mossad was doing something, man. So yeah.
I'm gonna call it right here. We've been streaming for it's about to hit 5 hours.
All right.
Appreciate it. So when are you guys gonna do your stream? I want to see that stream.
Yeah, it's up to you, bro. I mean, you tell me. Like I said, I just woke up, so I fucking man. My sleep schedule.
You just woke up, put on a costume, and came right to my.
I really did just wake up and put a costume on and walk over. That's literally what I did. Yeah.
Make sure to follow, guys. I want to get to 500K. That's what I want to get to this year. I think we're close, pretty close. Rumbles is really doing well. Yeah,
if I came up with the costume, it would have went crazy.
Bless you. It would have went crazy, but it would have went viral. Would have went viral for the reasons that I need right now, or any of us need right now.
It's funny though.
Make it an executive decision. If you are at Sneako, would you have?
No, if I were you, no.
Well, no, even your
the picture that you sent Sneako with the hood in the corner, I was laughing for like 10 minutes. So good.
But it wasn't the hood, guys. It was something else.
Yeah.
But I won't reveal it.
Different costume.
I can't reveal my tricks. But I had another costume for y'all. I don't know, bro. I got a crazy sense of humor. I guess some people like aren't ready for it. But like my generation, bro, we used to just go crazy with shit. I remember we used to prank and do all kinds of fucking wild shit, man, back in the day.
In due time. Give it. We need to space out.
Yeah.
Like maybe give it a month before, because I'm getting these calls and just like I got the call.
Wow.
I got the call that I can't have costumes on the stream. I made a promise. I'm like, okay, I'll relax a little bit. I
got the call.
I'll see you guys.
That would be funny though. All right.
Join the Discord. The Discord have great memes. Join the Telegram, link in the description. Follow cozy.tv/Nick, and you already know Fresh and Fit. Rumble.com/freshfit. Correct?
Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit. Yeah. And what's the schedule for tomorrow?
We're gonna do a Womanizer Wednesday, and then we'll have the boys come in. All you guys come in at like 10 for an after hours with the chicks. So we'll do a part 2.
Confirmed?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, why wouldn't it be?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.